A fierce battle broke out. The 12 demon young masters, following Yunmon's orders, swiftly separated, taking positions on the left and right sides of the fighting stage. The black-clothed assassins, no matter how skilled they were no match for the 12 demon young masters. One by one, they fell, slain with a single fatal blow of the sword. The 12 demon young masters quickly swept through half of the black-clothed assassins who were fiercely surrounding the fighting stage. Some even managed to defeat their blade-wielding opponents with their bare hands. Bei Gong Hanxing, witnessing his subordinates falling one after another like wheat before the scythe, began to panic and unconsciously take a step back. Damn it. Then, Bei Gong Hanxing's face turned ashen with even greater horror as he gazed at Tan Daizhuiguang, who was dealing with the black and white assassins. He stammered a curse in confusion. Damn it, those bastards. Suddenly, Yunmon appeared directly behind Bei Gong Hanxing, blocking his escape route. Where are you looking? Bei Gong Hanxing, startled and terrified, quickly turned his head to look behind him. Yunmon precisely timed and positioned his fist, so that the moment Bei Gong Hanxing turned his head, it collided with Yunmon's ready fist. The entirety of Bei Gong Hanxing's nose instantly caved in. Then, Yunmon gently pushed his arm forward, continuing the momentum to drive Bei Gong Hanxing's head back into the ground. At the same time, he bent his knees, leaped up, and landed directly on Bei Gong Hanxing's face. The sheer force of the attack shattered the floor tiles. Even the black and white assassins, who were getting beaten up by Dan Daizhuiguang, paused in astonishment to watch Yunmon's move. Yunmon looked straight into Bei Gong Hanxing's face and began to interrogate him. Who are you? Where is the real Xiaolang Demon Lord? Bei Gong Hanxing stubbornly gritted his teeth and asked Yunmon back. I've never heard of the Heavenly Demon Sect having a Grand Master like you. Who the hell are you? In the next instant, Yunmon grabbed Bei Gong Hanxing by the collar and lifted him up, making the old man jump in fright. Yunmon lifted Bei Gong Hanxing up with just one hand. He furrowed his brows in annoyance and said, I'm the one asking the questions. If you don't want to answer, then don't, but I'll take this opportunity to make you a punching bag to vent my anger. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmon's teeth ground together with a sinister smile. At the same time, a fierce murderous intent flashed in Yunmon's eyes, and he exuded a sinister aura like a malevolent demon. He stared into Bei Gong Hanxing's eyes, making the old man's mind begin to waver. Very quickly, Bei Gong Hanxing swallowed nervously in extreme fear. The overwhelming mental pressure from Yunmon's gaze made him shudder inside. Finally, Bei Gong Hanxing succumbed to the terrifying mental pressure from Yunmon. He stammered, I am the Ice Demon Heart, Qiu Zhang, the Vice Liege of the Evil Blood Demon Sect. Yunmon heard this sect name for the first time, so he was a bit skeptical. He patiently asked, Evil Blood Demon Sect, what next? Qiu Zhang hurriedly recounted the events. In terms of power, Xiaolang Demon Lord and Blood Demon Lord are equals. Therefore, to fulfill his desire to enter Central Plains, Xiaolang Demon Lord decided to borrow our strength. However, thanks to the internal spies we placed in the Heavenly Demon Sect beforehand, we discovered that Bei Gong Hanxing suddenly rejected our conditions for exchange. We ordered our spies to poison Xiaolang Demon Lord for a long time. Now he is still alive, but his martial arts have been completely crippled. Yunmon finally understood that the rumors he had heard earlier about Xiaolang Demon Lord going into seclusion to cultivate might stem from this. He was also certain that the real Xiaolang Demon Lord was still in their hands. Right at this moment, one of the 12 demon princes, a complete idiot, suddenly shouted, Report to the Supreme, all the assassins have been captured and killed. By the time Bei Gong Huanzhu heard this, it was too late to stop the fool. The crowd in the stands immediately buzzed with excitement because of the idiot's way of addressing him. Supreme, Supreme, the 12 demon prince called him Supreme. Yunmon glanced at the 12 demon prince with a disapproving look. What the hell is that idiot doing? Meanwhile, Qiu Zhang was trembling internally. The assassins have all been killed. He began to feel despair and kept swallowing nervously. The Supreme, or whatever the hell he is, am I the only one left? But then, Qiu Zhang, wanting to save his own life, came up with the idea of making a deal with Yunmon. If you want all the answers you need, then you'll have to spare my life now. Yunmon was already annoyed because his identity had been suddenly revealed, and the arrogant tone of Qiu Zhang further irritated him. Whether it's you or that idiot, you guys just want to get on my nerves, don't you? Immediately after that, Yunmon released his hand nonchalantly, letting Qiu Zhang drop to the ground with a thud. Qiu Zhang, thinking he had escaped death, smirked triumphantly. See, of course, you're the leader, so you grasp the situation quickly. Keeping me alive will be beneficial to you. Yunmon coldly looked down at Qiu Zhang with disdain. Whether it's beneficial or not, I don't know, but it seems you haven't grasped the current situation. I won't negotiate with someone like you. Seeing Yun-mun turning away after speaking so ambiguously, Chiu-zhang felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell are you saying? Yun-mun clicked his tongue and replied casually, my meaning is clear. Yun-mun coldly turned away, while Dan Taizhuiguang had already stood in front of Chiu-zhang. Deal with him, Mad Demon Lord, he ordered. Dan Taizhuiguang strode forward, approaching Chiu-zhang, as you command, Supreme. While Dan Taizhuiguang dealt with Chiu-zhang, the crowd in the stands continued to buzz with excitement. Supreme, didn't the 12 Demon Prince call him Supreme just now? The whispers spread even further when they saw the heavenly demon heirlooms on Yun-mun's person. Moreover, that sword and that ring were definitely the heavenly demon sword and heavenly demon seal. The idiot who had accidentally revealed Yun-mun's identity came up to apologize. Supreme, he stammered. Yun-mun was annoyed and just wanted to shut him up. You'd better keep your mouth shut, he said. The idiot flustered. Yes, as you command. Yun-mun angrily pondered in his heart, if things have turned out like this, I guess I have no choice but to take charge. Yun-mun reluctantly took a deep breath and shouted to silence the crowd. Yes, that's right. I am the Heavenly Demon Supreme, Heaven Destroyed. Yun-mun declared his identity proudly and resolutely. Despite the awkward situation, his aura and demeanor remained unwavering. Now, instead of whispers, there were murmurs of doubt in the stands. Heavenly Demon Supreme, Heaven Destroyed. Even the veteran members of the Heavenly Demon sect began to discuss with skeptical eyes. Even though he has the Heavenly Demon Sword and Heavenly Demon Seal, is this young man really the Heavenly Demon Supreme? Does that make sense? Isn't he just like a crazy person talking nonsense? Everyone's doubts quickly rose like a flood. Yun-mun forced a smile in annoyance when he saw that the crowd's reaction was predictable. Alright, I knew everyone would be like this. What should I do to convince these people this time? At that moment, Dan Taizhuiguang took off his mask and looked towards the agitated crowd. There's no need to do that, Supreme. The veteran members of the Heavenly Demon sect were all over 50 years old. They couldn't help but vaguely recognize Dan Taizhuiguang because his face hadn't aged much. That person, is Mad Demon Lord. Dan Taiwu Li, now recovering from the intense battle, also raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at Dan Taizhuiguang. Is that uncle? Amidst the crowd's astonished and bewildered gazes, Dan Taizhuiguang turned and knelt down respectfully before Yun-mun. At the same time, the protectors also knelt on one knee, following Dan Taizhuiguang. Naturally, the 12 demon princes couldn't help but kneel down with the protectors and the Mad Demon Lord. Yun-mun smiled with satisfaction as the group loudly proclaimed, "Please accept our obeisance, Supreme." At this moment, those in the stands were still in disbelief, watching each person kneeling before Yun-mun, the 3 protectors, the Mad Demon Lord. Even the 12 demon princes. No, there was no longer any doubt. The veteran members of the Heavenly Demon sect finally had to accept what they found most unbelievable, that such a young man could be the Heavenly Demon sect's liege. Cheers of excitement quickly echoed throughout the Grand Martial Arena. The Supreme is back. The Supreme is back. Yun-mun heard this and laughed joyfully. Oh, this is easier than I thought. After silencing the public opinion, Yun-mun immediately held an urgent meeting in the Demon Lord's Hall, the Grand Assembly Hall. The topic, of course, revolved around the infiltration of the Evil Blood Demon sect into the Heavenly Demon sect. Yun-mun didn't beat around the bush when he asked the Supreme Protector, "Supreme, tell me everything you know about the Evil Blood Demon sect." The Grand Protector furrowed his brow and replied, "The Bloody Demon Cult, a demonic cult of the Tianzhu region. Our relationship with them was completely severed after the 7th Great Demon War. I had no idea they infiltrated our sect and carried out such a terrible plot." The Grand Protector felt he was ultimately responsible for this and immediately bowed his head. "I am 1,000 times guilty, Your Highness." Yun-mun pursed his lips and shook his head. "I'm not trying to blame anyone. How does their size compare to our sect?" Yun-mun anxiously pressed. "Compared to our sect, how large is their force?" The Grand Protector pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know their current size, but based on past records, they were no less than the Heavenly Demon sect in terms of scale." Yun-mun keenly sensed a discrepancy. If they have such a formidable force, why aren't they known in the Central Plains? The Grand Protector immediately explained, "It's because they are like us. They are a clandestine force, and have never entered the Central Plains. Even during the last Great Demon War, only a small part of their force infiltrated our sect and participated in the conquest of the Central Plains indirectly under our banner." Yun-mun furrowed his brow, doubtfully speculating, "Those guys were trying to swallow our entire sect. Does that mean they are truly confident in their strength?" Having grasped the general situation, Yun Mun swiftly made a decision. Alright, let's meet Xiaolang the demon monarch for details, we'll discuss this later. At this point, Yun Mun was starting to feel more anxious. The heavenly demon sect was in greater danger than he thought. He had to push forward with the postponed tasks. Immediately after, Yun Mun slammed his hand on the table forcefully and declared, I proclaim, as the current heavenly demon sovereign, all of you listen to my order. Everyone was startled by the sound of Yun Mun's hand slamming on the table and quickly gathered their thoughts. What? Yun Mun calmly spoke with sharp, fiery eyes. From this moment on, I will reform the heavenly demon sect. There will be significant changes. Meanwhile, in the cave forest within the heavenly demon sect, where Yun Mun had once seen the playful red and blue twins, a rumor was about to spread. The red-haired girl kept her face in her hands and swayed. I can't believe the legendary heavenly demon sovereign appeared here. Are we dreaming? The blue-haired girl grinned and replied, Of course not, we're not dreaming. The twin girls unanimously praised Yun Mun. Do you remember his handsome face? I do. I want to see him again. Returning to the meeting, the handsome face that had captivated countless girls was now drooping like a soggy pancake. Yun Mun was grumpy because his proposal for reform was being fiercely opposed by the Grand Protector. This won't do, Your Highness. With all due respect, you can't open the heavenly demon treasury. The Grand Protector reacted so strongly that he slammed the table and stood up. Only those who are qualified can consult the precious scriptures in the heavenly demon treasury. It's a tradition that's been upheld for 1,700 years. Please retract your previous statement. For a moment, this situation reminded Yun Mun of his days as emperor, when he had frequently encountered objections from his ministers. However, Yun Mun was now a decisive person, not easily swayed. He firmly stated, traditions are bound to be broken one day. No matter how precious a treasure, it only has value when used where it's needed. Yun Mun resolutely reiterated his declaration, I allow disciples to view the secret books in the treasury. Furthermore, weapons and medicinal herbs will be used to enhance the martial arts skills of the disciples. The left and right protectors didn't dare to say anything. The Grand Protector, overpowered by Yun Mun's authority, could only remain silent in resentment. Having forcefully obtained the Protector's approval, Yun Mun continued his proposition. Furthermore, from now on, the restructuring of the organization will prioritize the individual abilities of the disciples. There will be no discrimination based on rank. If a talented person surpasses their superiors, I will definitely promote them to a higher position in the sect. The new operating mechanisms Yun Mun introduced were indeed contrary to the heavenly demon sect's traditions, but because they were the sovereign's words, with the implicit approval of the heavenly demon within him, no one dared to object. Yun Mun reformed all the ranks and positions within the heavenly demon sect, dividing them into 10 levels, each with a different uniform color: heavenly, earth, human, followed by gold, silver, bronze, and lastly, black, green, yellow, and blue. Yun Mun also reformed the organizational structure within the heavenly demon sect, minimizing individual organizations and enhancing the specialization of each unit to improve their efficiency. These included the Demon Emperor Sword Guard, Soul Chasing Ghost Guard, Empty Spirit Blood Sword Guard, Black Heavenly Demon Fate Guard, Gale Chain Moon Guard, Poison Fragrance 10,000 Li Guard, Demon Flower Brigade, Sword Shadow Brigade, Poisonous Execution Brigade, and Love Flower Brigade. After redistributing the groups, Yun Mun looked towards Dan Tai Jueguang. The position of Grand Leader of the Demon Emperor Sword Guard, directly under my command, will be bestowed upon the Mad Demon Lord. Dan Tai Jueguang immediately clasped his hands and respectfully replied, As you command. Then, Yun Mun entrusted Dan Tai Jueguang with another responsibility. In addition, you will also serve as the head instructor and teach all the disciples within the sect. The 3 protectors and the elders couldn't sit still any longer. They were visibly worried and murmured amongst themselves. The left protector, after a moment of silence, cautiously spoke up, But Your Highness, the Mad Demon Lord. Yun Mun immediately understood their concern and reassured them, All right, while he was responsible for the massacre 50 years ago, I have personally helped him alleviate the mental demons he's been carrying, so there's no need to worry anymore. Dan Tai Jueguang also sincerely pledged to Yun Mun and the protectors, This body may be worthless, but if Your Highness desires it, even if it's exhausted, and my soul trampled upon, I will devote myself entirely to Your Highness and the heavenly demon sect. The Grand Protector, hearing this, felt reassured and nodded, signaling the protectors and elders to stop objecting. Then, the Grand Protector recalled something important and asked Yun Mun, Your Highness, what about the vacant position of Xiaolang the Demon Monarch? At that very moment, a subordinate outside the meeting room reported, "Your Highness, Xiaolang the Demon Monarch requests an audience." Yun Mun instantly turned towards the door, perfect timing. Bei Gonghan Xing was brought into the meeting room on a stretcher. His health was so poor that he couldn't move his body at will and could only lie down on the stretcher to meet Yun Mun. The Grand Protector, seeing Bei Gonghan Xing's emaciated appearance, like a man on the verge of death, exclaimed in astonishment, "What happened to him? Why is he in such a state?" Then, the Grand Protector looked at Yun Mun in amazement. "How did you find him?" Yun Mun shrugged and replied, "As I predicted, he was being suppressed within the sect, but hasn't been taken out." After Bei Gonghan Xing entered the meeting room, Yun Mun immediately declared, "The vacant position of Xiaolang the Demon Monarch will remain with Xiaolang the Demon Monarch." The Right Protector stood up in shock and objected, "But Your Highness, he betrayed the sect." Yun Mun furrowed his brow and nodded, signaling the Right Protector to sit down. "I know. I will forgive him only once. If he commits another offense, I will punish him personally." Bei Gonghan Xing, remember this well. Bei Gonghan Xing, receiving Yun Mun's leniency, wept in remorse. "Please forgive this disloyal sinner. I prostrate myself before you." Yun Mun solemnly warned Bei Gonghan Xing, "I will overlook all your past transgressions, Xiaolang the Demon Monarch, but do not forget your bitter tears now." Bei Gonghan Xing hastily shouted, "As you command." Seeing Yun Mun's decisive and imposing demeanor, Dan Tai Zhueguang felt even greater admiration. Dan Tai Zhueguang intently looked at Yun Mun with sincere respect. "It's truly impossible to fathom the depths of the sovereign's thoughts. The first time I sparred with the sovereign, I trembled in fear before the manifestation of a power that only existed in imagination, but now, I am completely subservient to his strength in a different sense." Heavenly Demon Sovereign in the previously rewritten book was a very lonely person. The more I read about him, the more I empathize with him. However, the current Heavenly Demon Supreme right in front of me is a little different. The one who reformed the organization and established new rules for the Heavenly Demon sect, the one who listens to the stories of his subordinates. But he remains steadfast in upholding his own will and judging right and wrong. Dan Tai Zhueguang unconsciously smiled as his thoughts about Yun Mun became more profound, a peerless master, or perhaps the realm of a super demon. It's completely different from those things. It's like the feeling you get when you face the majestic aura of an emperor. Dan Tai Zhueguang smiled with a sense of confidence and hope, looking towards Yun Mun, the current Heavenly Demon Supreme. Perhaps, he will become a greater figure than the Heavenly Demon Supreme Patriarch of the sect. After instilling the new ideology with the elders of the Heavenly Demon sect, everyone was busy getting involved in the reform work, while Dan Tai Zhueguang returned to the training area with the task of training new warriors. Dan Tai Zhueguang yelled to motivate the younger disciples, "Once again, focus and swing your swords." Suddenly Yun Mun paid a visit. "Crazy Demon Lord." Dan Tai Zhueguang rushed over to greet him. "Supreme, you have arrived." Then, the two of them jumped onto a cliff to chat. Yun Mun asked about the situation that Dan Tai Zhueguang had investigated. "How many children have died at this training ground?" Dan Tai Zhueguang sighed and replied, "About 10%, Supreme, those who couldn't endure the harsh training." Yun Mun looked at the children who were diligently training with a look of distant empathy. "Is that so?" Dan Tai Zhueguang also looked down at the children with a pensive gaze. "Even if we embellish it with beautiful words, the reality is a world of the strong preying on the weak, a cruel and inhuman world. Perhaps you will think it's cruel, but the experience here will become a valuable asset for these children who have to live as warriors for their entire lives. If they don't train hard, they won't be able to survive later on." Yun Mun, hearing this, could feel a slight relief and smiled. You are right, Crazy Demon Lord." As he looked down at the children training with all their effort and determination, Yun Mun felt a surge of admiration for their strong spirit. Naturally, someone who lived a life of luxury like Yun Mun would find these children incredibly impressive. Even though they are still children, they have already been tempered to such an extent. It's truly astonishing. Yun Mun, the more he thought about it, the more he realized that this effort was the source of the Heavenly Demon sect's strength. It's truly a powerful collective. I seem to understand why whenever the Heavenly Demon sect appears in the Central Plains, the Miram must unite to resist them. After that, the Heavenly Demon sect went through a period of unprecedented busyness, re-establishing order within each separate organization and with clear hierarchical structures. Besides, all the disciples had intensified their martial arts training. The weapons, spiritual herbs, and secret books in the Heavenly Demon Treasury were also shared with the disciples. This training, along with the medicinal powers, helped strengthen their internal energy and power every day. Time flew by. 2 months of the Heavenly Demon Sect passed in the blink of an eye. Yunmon finally emerged from seclusion, standing on the snow-covered mountaintop with a radiant confidence. It's time for us to act, isn't it? After spending some time observing the world, Yunmon returned and immediately convened an important meeting at the Demon Emperor Hall. At the beginning of the meeting, Yunmon sat on the throne and solemnly declared, "The sect has undergone significant changes, but as I mentioned before, we will avoid an all-out war with the Murim of the Central Plains." Dam Dai Zhueguang immediately expressed his concern. "So, will we continue to accumulate power in hiding here, Supreme?" Yunmon smiled cunningly and replied, "No, we will go to the Central Plains. While not the entire sect will be there, we will begin operations there. Taking control from the shadows, without the Murim of the Orthodox path noticing. That's my strategy." A glint of excitement flashed in Yunmon's eyes. Immediately after, he began to call out the chosen assistants. "Crazy Demon Lord, Dam Dai Zhueguang." Dam Dai Zhueguang quickly clasped his hands in acceptance. "Yes." Then Yunmon called out Invisible Demon Lord, Bet Gong Huanju. Bet Gong Huanju was a little surprised to be chosen but quickly clasped his hands and confidently called out, "Yes." Next, a new talent was called, Breaking Flower, Dam Dai Wulin. Dam Dai Wulin was taken aback by the unexpected call and stammered a bit, "Yes, yes." After calling out the names of those chosen in his mind, Yunmon stood up and waved his hand in a grand gesture. "You will all come with me, to the Central Plains." After the meeting ended, Yunmon returned to the Blue Dragon Hall in the Demon Emperor Palace, the designated area for his private rest, but before he could rest for long, there was a knock on his door. The Grand Protector said to Yunmon, "There's one more important thing you need to do before we leave." Yunmon asked him, "What is it?" The Grand Protector hesitated a little and said, "Well, it's about among the children who leave the training area to become official warriors. According to tradition from many previous lieges, there has been a custom of giving a martial arts license and a weapon to the leader of the training group." The Grand Protector respectfully bowed his head and asked Yunmon, "This time, there is also a child who has achieved outstanding results, but if you don't want to follow the old tradition, it's not necessary." Yunmon laughed heartily. "No, such a good tradition, I must follow it of course. It's my duty to encourage those children who will lead the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future. Go and call that child here." After Yunmon's order was passed down, he had to return to the Demon Emperor Hall to wait for the meeting. The person who entered was surprisingly a small young woman. Yunmon couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes widened. A woman? There aren't many women who can become notable talents in the Heavenly Demon Sect, so this is quite a surprise. The head of the training group, Bet Gong Xiaokun, clasped her hands and greeted Yunmon with a radiant smile. "Greetings, Heavenly Demon Supreme, I am Bet Gong Xiaokun." Although a little surprised, Yunmon showed no sign of gender discrimination. He generously asked Bet Gong Xiaokun, "I hear you have achieved excellent results. All right, what is your wish?" Bet Gong Xiaokun smiled brightly and replied empty-handed, "I have none." Bet Gong Xiaokun's innocent answer made Yunmon even more surprised. "Not even one?" Bet Gong Xiaokun firmly nodded with eyes shining with joy at meeting the liege. "Yes." The left protector, seeing Bet Gong Xiaokun's impolite behavior, leaned towards the right protector and grumbled, "What, that little brat dares to answer so abruptly, tisk tsk." Yunmon hesitated and continued to ask, "So, I'll ask one more question. What kind of person do you want to become in the future?" Bet Gong Xiaokun, full of passion, raised her hand high and said excitedly, "I want to become the best swordsman." The faces of both the left and right protectors simultaneously darkened. In front of the Supreme, she dares to say best. She has no manners at all, that silly brat. However, Yunmon wasn't bothered by the innocence of Bei Gong Xiaochuan. He chuckled with amusement. "The best swordsman, in your opinion, what kind of person is the best swordsman?" Bei Gong Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, then mumbled, "Well, isn't it the person who conquers everyone else with their sword?" The left protector was about to explode. "Look at him, who even trained this kid? He acts like he's having a conversation with himself." But once again, Yunmon's reaction was beyond the left protector's expectations. He burst out laughing, praising Bei Gong Xiaochuan. "That's brave." Seeing Yunmon's intense gaze, filled with a desire to devour her, Bei Gong Xiaochuan finally started to feel flustered. "Please, I apologize, liege." Yunmon smiled brightly, jumping up. "No, on the contrary, you answered better than expected. I'm very satisfied." All three protectors were stunned, their eyes widening as they turned to look at Yunmon. His reaction was entirely opposite to what they imagined. Yunmon excitedly spread out 3 fingers before Bei Gong Xiaochuan. Traditionally, the top student of the training course receives martial arts manuals and weapons, but I'll give you an additional gift, making it a total of 3. The 3 protectors gasped, 3 gifts. Immediately, with everyone staring in disbelief, Yunmon reached for his waist and said, "Because I don't have many weapons. This is the first gift." With that, Yunmon swiftly removed the Ganjiang sword hanging from his waist and presented it to Beigong Xiaochuan without hesitation. The Supreme Protector exclaimed, stunned, "The gift is a weapon you always carry with you. That seems excessive, Your Majesty." Yunmon chuckled, continuing to move his fingers, pointing to himself. "Excessive, then keep watching, the second gift is me." Everyone was speechless at Yunmon's declaration. Beigong Xiaochuan, for a moment, thought he was offering himself as a gift, leaving her speechless. Yunmon declared cheerfully to Beigong Xiaochuan, "From now on, we're sworn teacher and student. I'll personally teach you martial arts. That's the best secret manual, right?" Beigong Xiaochuan was overjoyed. Not knowing what to say, she gave a shy smile and replied, yes, okay." The Supreme Protector was sweating profusely at Yunmon's unexpected decisions. He hesitantly asked, "Your Majesty, what about the third gift?" Yunmon laughed heartily. "Oh, right, the third gift." Yunmon looked into Beigong Xiaochuan's eyes and continued, "While becoming the best swordsman is a great goal, it's still far away. My third gift is to present you with a closer target. In my opinion, your next goal is to conquer the Miram of Central Plains with me." Yunmon extended his hand towards Beigong Xiaochuan, his eyes filled with deep trust and anticipation. Facing that gaze, Beigong Xiaochuan felt a surge of motivation and enthusiastically responded, "As you command." After a period of preparation, to celebrate Yunmon's group's journey to the Central Plains, all members of the Heavenly Demon Sect gathered at the Grand Martial Arts Field to bid farewell to their liege. In the stands, everyone was curious and wondering, "But how will Your Majesty travel to the Central Plains? Won't he be using that?" At this moment, in the middle of the arena, Yunmon had gathered with the 3 protectors and the 4 people he chose for the journey to the Central Plains. After hearing the Supreme Protector explain how to travel to the Central Plains, Yunmon couldn't help but glance at him with suspicion. "Hey Supreme Protector, you're not tricking me, right?" The Supreme Protector replied firmly, "Why would I, Your Majesty?" Yunmon frowned, looking suspiciously at the ring on his hand. "I mean, I really can't believe it. If you blow your chi into the Heavenly Demon Ring, the Spirit Beast will appear." Yunmon became more and more uneasy as he asked again, "And I'm going to ride that thing to the Central Plains?" Unable to shake off his doubts, Yunmon turned to question the Heavenly Demon again. "Hey Heavenly Demon, is the Supreme Protector telling the truth? Is it the Spirit Beast you raised?" The Heavenly Demon grumbled in annoyance. "Won't you know if you try it yourself? Why so many questions?" The Heavenly Demon himself actually felt dubious. "I raised it since it was a baby. If it's still alive, how old would it be now?" Yunmon looked at the ring once more with a skeptical gaze. "Whether it's a joke or not, let's try it." Yunmon puffed out his cheeks, pressed his lips against the ring, and blew with all his might. He tried to blow as long as he could, but even after he ran out of breath, there was still no movement around him. Finally, Yunmon ran out of air and had to release the ring. He then looked around with a grumpy expression. "Where's the Spirit Beast?" At that moment, a deafening wind gust echoed down from above, causing Yunmon to jump. The Supreme Protector saw a pair of wings flapping in the wind and whispered to Yunmon, "Your Majesty, that's the Spirit Beast only used by the past lieges of the Heavenly Demon Sect." Yunmon's eyes widened in extreme astonishment. A Spirit Beast? At this moment, a giant eagle appeared above Yunmon's head. Its wingspan was as large as half the stadium. The eagle's cry and the wind it generated sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the Grand Martial Arts Field. The Heavenly Demon, seeing the Spirit Beast he had personally raised since it was a hatchling, grinned happily. "Its name is Golden Head Divine Eagle. It's still alive and well. It seems to be even bigger than before." The Golden Head Divine Eagle gently landed on the ground and slowly retracted its giant wings right in front of Yunmon. Seeing the Golden Head Divine Eagle stretch its neck towards him with an inquisitive gaze, even powerful Yunmon was startled and backed away. "Hey, you're not going to eat me, are you?" The Heavenly Demon chuckled, urging Yunmon, "What are you standing there looking at the Golden Head Divine Eagle for? Don't be scared, reach out your hand." Yunmon hesitantly extended a finger towards the eagle, like this. Immediately, the Golden Head Divine Eagle rubbed its beak against Yunmon's hand with a happy, chirping sound. Yunmon was no longer afraid and stepped forward to pet the eagle. "Can you see the Heavenly Demon within me, truly worthy of being a Spirit Beast?" Yunmon felt a pang of regret. why did I only discover such a sacred creature within this cave now? Too bad. He then turned to his subordinates and said, "All right, everyone, climb onto the golden head divine eagle. And now, let's depart for the central plains." Yunmun excitedly grinned from ear to ear. Then, he and his subordinates mounted the golden head divine eagle spirit beast and entered the central plains. Their destination was Zhujiang, Hangzhou. Viewed from above, the whole panorama of Zhujiang, Hangzhou revealed itself to be a fertile land with a location incredibly favorable for trade development. It was precisely due to the natural gift of such a favorable geographical location that this place was renowned throughout the land for its stunning scenery. Furthermore, its position at the mouth of the sea meant that foreign ships frequently passed through. These merchant ships brought with them opportunities for cultural exchange, transforming this place into a hub for treasures and entertainment from diverse cultures. In other words, it was a dreamlike place, where culture flourished and captivated everyone who visited. Consequently, this land also easily captivated Yunmun's subordinates, especially the group from the heavenly demon sect who had been confined to their cave for a long time. Except for Yunmun, who had witnessed the grandeur of the imperial palace, he was amazed by the sight but not overly shocked. Well, it seemed just as he had heard rumors about it while in the palace. However, this was still the first time Yunmun walked on a street like this, so he also found it more exciting than usual. Shortly after entering the city, Bei Gong Xiaochuan eagerly suggested, "Master, aren't you hungry? You must be very hungry, right? Let's go to an inn." "Master, I'm really curious about the food sold in places like this." Seeing Bei Gong Xiaochuan being rude to Yunmun, Dan Tai Zhuiguang grabbed her by the neck and reprimanded her. "Look at your attitude when talking to him." Yunmun chuckled and patted Dan Tai Zhuiguang on the shoulder. "It's fine." Then, Yunmun enthusiastically clapped his hands in agreement with Bei Gong Xiaochuan's suggestion. "All right, let's go eat. Let's go to the most famous inn here." Soon, they found Jiangnan Best Pavilion, which, along with Huang Yilu, was known as the second largest tavern in Zhongyuan. Jiangnan Best Pavilion was divided into inner courtyard, upper courtyard, and lower courtyard to accommodate guests with different levels of hospitality. The most expensive was the inner courtyard, costing 100 silver niangs for a night's stay. Yunmun had his own purpose, so despite being able to afford the luxurious inner courtyard, he opted to eat in the main hall of the lower courtyard. Even though it was the least luxurious part of Jiangnan Best Pavilion, the sight in the lower courtyard still fascinated his subordinates. On the contrary, the waiter here did not find them interesting at all. Standing before the intimidating stares of Yunmun's three subordinates, the waiter couldn't help but feel terrified. "What is this? These guests look like members of the underworld," she cautiously asked. "What would you like to order?" Fortunately, Yunmun's wide grin broke the awkward tension. "Please bring me roast duck, steamed buns, vegetables, and wine." The waiter breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing, there's still someone normal here," she responded with a friendly smile. "Yes, sir. Would you like anything else?" Yunmun smiled gently. "If needed, I'll order more." After the waiter left, Yunmun immediately telepathically communicated with his subordinates. "Before we eat, I have something to tell you. You may not realize this, but you guys look terrifying back there, especially you, Kwang Mazun." The three of Yunmun's subordinates were startled by the reminder. Only Bei Gong Xiaochuan, who always laughed boisterously, was unaffected. Yunmun irritably commanded his three subordinates, "Act like normal people from Zhongyuan, avoid doing anything that attracts attention, but don't laugh like that, Kwang Mazun." After receiving their forced smiles, Yunmun continued in a satisfied tone. "Furthermore, from now on, you are not to call me Gongzi or Zhizun. In Zhongyuan, I am called Jade-Faced Divine Dragon Munyun, so you must remember that." Yunmun continued, pursing his lips. "You guys should also come up with different aliases for yourselves. Calling yourselves Kwang Mazun or Wuing Zun will quickly attract the attention of others." Dan Tai Zhuiguang and the other two nodded in confusion. "Yes, sir." Only Bei Gong Xiaochuan immediately excitedly pondered. "Alias, what should it be?" At that moment, hot food was served, filling the entire table, causing all thoughts of aliases to vanish from their minds. The two men and two women devoured the food like hungry tigers, captivated by the unique flavors of the food and wine in Zhongyuan. While eating, Bei Gong Xiaochuan curiously asked Yunmun, "Master, I have a question. Zhongyuan is so vast, why did you choose to come to Hangzhou?" Yunmun replied with a joyful grin, "I heard a rumor that the leader of the Demonic Path Syndicate is here." Bei Gong Xiaochuan, excited by the new topic, dropped her chopsticks. "The leader of the Demonic Path Syndicate." Yunmun nodded in explanation. "That's right, and Hangzhou is the fastest place to get information." Yunmun summarized the information he had gathered before entering the Heavenly Demon Sect's lair. Before I returned to my sect, the Northern Blade Association formed the Miram Alliance and launched a crusade against the demonic path, so, the outcome must be out by now. That's why I'm here. I want to find out the outcome firsthand. Beigong Xiaochuan, after listening for a while, stuffed her mouth with food. Oh, yeah, I understand roughly. At that moment, two swordsmen appeared in the main hall. They entered gracefully and swiftly, like a gust of wind. As the two swordsmen passed by Yunmun's table, he immediately followed them with his eyes. Dan Tai Zhuiguang also noticed the two swordsmen and muttered to Yunmun, "Jizun, those people don't seem to be ordinary people, they are martial artists." Yunmun replied with a mischievous grin, "I've been waiting for them, perfect timing." Then, he telepathically commanded the four people staring at the two swordsmen, "From now on, you are not to move." Everyone was startled and wondered, "Jizun, what are you going to do?" Quickly, the gazes of the five people attracted the swordsman's attention. "Hey, they've been staring at us since earlier, they seem to be from the Miram Alliance." Suddenly, Yunmun appeared behind the two swordsmen with a friendly smile. "Greetings." The two swordsmen jumped in surprise and turned around. "Ugh, since when?" One of the swordsmen was ready to draw his sword. "What is this, you scoundrel?" But Yunmun calmly spoke, "Excuse me, but I have a question. Could you tell me the location of the Demonic Path Syndicate?" Yunmun chuckled carefree, like a harmless entity. The swordsman quickly drew his sword and pointed it at Yunmun. "The Demonic Path Syndicate, who are you? Are you one of the remaining demons of the Demonic Path Syndicate?" However, the scabbard in the swordsman's hand was instantly taken by Yunmun. He gently returned the sword to the scabbard, leaving the swordsman stunned. The swordsman was speechless with astonishment as he looked at his empty hand. The scabbard, what the hell? The swordsman tried to retrieve his sword, but even though his hand trembled with effort, he couldn't move as he intended. "You arrogant bastard, who is he? His power is terrifying. How could he hold the sword, preventing me from drawing it?" The swordsman finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Let go, let go." Yunmun sat down happily and released his hand. "As you wish, brother." Immediately, the swordsman lost his balance and fell backward. Yunmun gently brushed his hands and stood up, watching the swordsman tumble to the ground. Beigong Xiaochuan's eyes lit up. "Wow, master, he's just playing with him." Dan Tai Zhuiguang also chuckled with delight. "Truly Jizun." The swordsman grunted and got back up, but his companion didn't bother to help. At that moment, Yunmun suddenly extended his hand, offering to help the swordsman up. Yunmun put on a righteous face and said to him, "I apologize for being a bit rude to you. I am Jade-Faced Divine Dragon Munyun." Yunmun calmly explained, "I just wanted to ask about the Demonic Path Syndicate. I had to take care of something, so I traveled abroad to the border for the past 3 months. That's why I don't know what's going on in the Jianghu of Zhongyuan." The two swordsmen were stunned and wide-eyed as they heard Yunmun's identity, Jade-Faced Divine Dragon, Munyun. Then, the two swordsmen quickly knelt down and bowed to Yunmun. "Your humble servant has eyes like a blind man." Not recognizing such a great warrior, the unexpected reaction left Yunmun a little confused. What? He looked at them with embarrassment as they knelt with such reverence. "I have something I want to ask. What are the rumors about me in the Miram now?" The swordsman who just opposed Yunmun with a straight face is now grinning widely. "In Miram today, probably no one doesn't know the name of Great Warrior. Great Warrior defeated the supreme leader of the Beggar Sect and treated him like a pet. Currently, in Shaolin, or rather, the Nine Orthodox Alliance, Great Warrior is the best martial artist, surpassing even the Shaolin abbot." Yunmun gapes in astonishment. "Who spread such awful rumors about me? But Heavenly Demon enjoys hearing them." "Well, they aren't completely wrong, are they? I don't do things like that." Yunmun mutters to himself, "Much different." Beigong Xiaochuan, after hearing this, scoffs and mutters, "For some reason, I think my master is the one who attracts the most attention in the Miram of Central Plains." Dan Tai Zhuiguang agrees but only dares to cough and remind Beigong Xiaochuan to watch his attitude. After regaining his composure and accepting the slightly exaggerated rumors about himself, Yunmun returns to his original purpose. "Anyway, back to the question I asked before, can you tell me what happened in the last 3 months?" After a while of conversation, Yunmun has heard the latest shocking news from Miram during his absence. The leader of the Northern Blade Association, Dugu Hentian, has become the alliance leader and established the Miram Alliance, the largest in history, with the goal of destroying the demonic path. After stabilizing the organization, they have concentrated all their efforts on attacking the headquarters of the Demonic Path Syndicate on the outskirts of Hangzhou. This is a fierce battle, and the expectation of victory from the outset for the Miram Alliance is very high. However, the unexpected result is that the Miram Alliance suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the Demonic Path Syndicate. Instead of winning, they were temporarily pushed back. The Demonic Path Syndicate achieved this because they had prepared thoroughly beforehand, and also partly due to the treacherous terrain of the headquarters they occupy. Yun Mun becomes increasingly curious and cannot understand why the Miram Alliance failed when they had gathered most of the talented individuals with a force far greater than the Demonic Path Syndicate. After contemplating for a while, he continues to ask the two swordsmen, "I heard that there was a significant difference in strength between the Miram Alliance and the Demonic Path Syndicate. How could this have happened? Can you tell me what happened?" The bearded swordsman sighs heavily. This is truly beyond the prediction of the Miram Alliance. Those vile the Demonic Path Syndicate members, instead of fighting head-on, relied on the treacherous terrain to use hit-and-run tactics. On the contrary, the Miram Alliance needed to behave honorably, so they could only fight head-on. Furthermore, the Miram Alliance was complacent because of the initial difference in strength. You must have heard the saying, "A little carelessness, a lifetime of regret." When Yun Mun realizes that the Demonic Path Syndicate has used guerrilla tactics, he feels that they are commendable. This is, of course, a cowardly and despicable tactic from the Miram Alliance's perspective, but in the end, victory is what matters. There is no other way to deal with it since the Demonic Path Syndicate's force is quite small compared to the Miram Alliance. Therefore, not fighting head-on is a very wise choice to wear down the opponent's strength. The bearded swordsman continues to narrate with a bitter tone. Anyway, until now, the Demonic Path Syndicate has continued using those tactics, relying on terrain to ambush and assassinate the Miram Alliance. They operate in secret groups, hiding underground everywhere, causing significant damage to the Miram Alliance. The Miram Alliance's forceful attack but arrogant underestimation has caused their defeat. Initially, they aimed for a quick victory, but now the plan has completely fallen apart. Having finished, the bearded swordsman suddenly looks around cautiously and whispers into Yun Mun's ear, "There's more. I heard something. It's just a rumor, but I heard that the Demonic Path Syndicate has someone behind the scenes acting as their advisor, and that's why they were able to handle the Miram Alliance. That mysterious person is probably a descendant of the Juga family. With their strategy, the Demonic Path Syndicate was able to temporarily repel the Miram Alliance." Yun Mun is even more surprised and looks at the swordsman with a dubious expression. A descendant of the Juga family advising the Demonic Path Syndicate. How is that possible? Although curious, he can only keep his questions to himself because the swordsman has said it is an unconfirmed rumor. The mustachioed swordsman next to him nudges the bearded one and grumbles, "You can't just spread unverified information like that. What will you do if it gets out? What if this causes Yun Great Warrior trouble?" The bearded swordsman scratches his head and chuckles nervously. "Haha, I just heard it in passing. Just pretend you didn't hear it, Yun Great Warrior." After relating everything they know, the two swordsmen end the conversation politely. "That's what we've heard about the Miram Alliance recently. Hopefully, this information can help Great Warrior a little. We apologize for not being able to help more." Yun Mun also smiles politely and bows his head in response. "No, thank you both for taking the trouble to tell me. You've helped me a lot." Looking at Yun Mun's elegant back as he walks towards the table where he was sitting before, the two swordsmen express admiration in their eyes and whisper to each other with bright smiles. "Phew, Yun Mun Great Warrior's personality is really great, isn't it?" "Yes, it is." Meanwhile, Yun Mun is deeply troubled by the current strength of the Demonic Path Syndicate, which surpasses his expectations. He can't believe that the Demonic Path Syndicate could face the Miram Alliance without immediately collapsing. Yun Mun sits down at the table, his face serious and dark, making his subordinates tense and stop eating. He thought that when the Miram Alliance attacked, the Demonic Path Syndicate would surely collapse instantly like a sandcastle, but the reality is completely opposite. Not only did they not fail, but they have also put the Miram Alliance in dire straits until now. Yun Mun becomes even more curious about the identity of the rumored advisor and wonders why a member of the Juga family, a prominent clan of the Miram, would side with the Demonic Path Syndicate, helping them confront the Miram Alliance and create this astonishing situation. At this point, Yun Mun suddenly reveals an excited smile. The silence combined with his cunning laughter makes his subordinates go from worried to bewildered and confused. "Master, what's wrong?" Yun Mun grins widely with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He impatiently urges his dazed subordinates, "Hurry up and finish eating, we're about to depart, there's a place we need to go." After eating hurriedly to their fill, Yun Mun leads his subordinates to a grand building called Kim Oa Chien Tang. He wants to contact Song No, and according to their instructions, he only needs to come here to reach them quickly. Even from its luxurious exterior, it's clear that Kim Oh Chientang is worthy of its name as Chientang's first with the largest scale in Central Plains. There's no place without their branches, which means this force has a communication network that spans Central Plains, even outside the Inner Mongolia region. As Yun Mun steps through the door, he requests to meet the branch manager of Kim Oh Chientang Hangzhou. Soon after, a man with a round body and a shaved head emerges. The branch manager, Chang Yunqing, looks annoyed and grumpy, complaining, "Who's looking for me? Who's so bold as to call me out when I'm busy like this? If it's some random nobody wasting my time, just watch out." Seeing Chang Yunqing grumbling and complaining, Yun Mun's expression remains unchanged. He calmly raises his eyebrows at him with a condescending attitude, like a superior looking at his subordinate. Of course, Chang Yunqing becomes even more annoyed because Yun Mun's youthful face and handsome appearance can't hide the feeling of poverty emanating from his clothes. He screams in his heart, "Just a little punk, still reeking of milk." He looks like he doesn't have a penny to his name. However, the wisdom of a seasoned businessman tells him to clarify Yun Mun's identity before kicking him out. "Who are you, daring to call me out here?" The corner of Yun Mun's mouth twitches because of Chang Yunqing's contemptuous attitude, but he doesn't get angry. Instead, he immediately presents the unique token with a cold face, yet still radiating pride. "As for me, I am this." Chang Yunqing squints his already narrow eyes to look at the Yun Mun's hand. He is confused for a moment, seemingly not understanding the meaning of this token. However, it only takes a short time for Chang Yunqing to realize the special significance of the token. With a buzzing sound in his ears, as if bells were ringing loudly in his head, he is shocked to the point of widening his eyes, because, unofficially, the entire Kim Oh Chientang chain of stores is owned by the two elders, Song No, which means it is indirectly owned by the person holding this token in their hand. Knowing that he has just made a mistake by showing an annoyed and grumpy attitude to the owner of Kim Oh Chientang's brand, Chang Yunqing is panicking and hurriedly changing his attitude. He exclaims in a high-pitched, flattering voice, "Well, then, young master, you are the honored guest of our shop." Right away, Chang Yunqing politely invites Yun Mun's group to the VIP reception room of Kim Oh Chientang. It's a room about 50 square meters in size, with valuable items displayed all around. He even personally runs up and down, enthusiastically preparing tea as the branch manager. As he pours tea for Yun Mun, Chang Yunqing's hand trembles so much that the tea spills from the cup. Although Yun Mun was instructed to bring the token here if he needed to find Song No, he still doesn't know that they are the owners of Kim Oh Chientang. Therefore, he feels that Chang Yunqing's reaction is a bit excessive. After pouring the tea, Chang Yunqing tries to hold his trembling hand and manages a forced smile, but he can't hide the beads of sweat that are pouring down his face. "I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Please forgive me, young master. I didn't get enough sleep last night and had some unpleasant things happen, so my morning temper was a little." Chang Yunqing's attitude is very respectful, and Yun Mun doesn't want to make a big deal out of a small matter because he still needs to ask him for help. Therefore, he immediately smiles gently and reassures him, "Okay, it's fine, branch manager. I want to contact those two elders, so I came here to ask for your help. Do you know where they are now, or can you find a way to contact them quickly for me?" Chang Yunqing thinks for a moment and then nods enthusiastically. "The two elders you're talking about, do you mean the hall masters? I can't possibly know their whereabouts, because they are like ghosts and spirits, but please rest assured, young master, I can contact them anytime and will send someone to deliver the message right away." Yun Mun makes a surprised sound and then slightly changes his plan. "Is that so? If that's the case, then you can tell them to come to Hangzhou to meet me." Chang Yunqing respectfully replies in a loud voice, "Yes, young master, I understand." To make it convenient to contact Yun Mun after finding the two elders, Song No, Chang Yunqing inquires kindly, "So, for the next few days in Hangzhou, have you decided where you will stay?" "Young master," Yun Mun shakes his head, "where to stay? I haven't decided yet. We rushed here, so we haven't found an inn." Chang Yunqing immediately becomes excited and declares with even more enthusiasm, "If that's the case, then please rest assured, young master, leave it to me. I will lead you to the inner courtyard of Jiangnan Best Pavilion in Hangzhou. I want to make up for my rudeness earlier, so please leave your accommodation and food to me." Yun Mun feels that the treatment is too extravagant and politely declines. Isn't the accommodation and dining there known to be super expensive?" However, Chang Yunqing laughs cheerfully and generously, "Haha, young master, you're such a jokester. Kim Oh Chientang is not lacking in funds. You've never spent Kim Oh Chientang's money using that token, have you?" Yun Mun shakes his head in confusion with a questioning gaze. "I've never used it that way. When I brought this token here, I just intended to ask you for help with that matter. How much money can this token actually mobilize? Chang Yunqing's tone suddenly becomes sharp, with a glint of ambition flashing in his tiny eyes. No limit, because you are the true owner of Kim Oa Chiantang. Yun Mun's subordinates are shocked and gape when they hear this. Even Yun Mun can't hide his surprise. Kim Oa Chiantang's financial resources can be compared to 1/3 of the national treasury, not to mention, their influence spreads throughout Central Plains, with money constantly flowing in every day. Finally, Yun Mun's business at Kim Oa Chiantang is finished. He leaves Kim Oa Chiantang as the evening sun begins to set. According to Chang Yunqing's arrangement, they will stay at the inner courtyard of Jiangnan Best Pavilion for a few days while they wait. After walking a distance away from Kim Oa Chiantang, Yun Mun thoughtfully looks back at the massive building behind him. He is still astonished by the sudden wealth that has fallen upon him like a storm. Yun Mun is increasingly impressed by Kim Oa Chiantang's wealth as he thinks about it. Unlimited, huh? I didn't expect Kim Oa Chiantang to have such tremendous financial resources, to have a Chiantang system like this. Song no, those two elders are truly talented. The corner of Yun Mun's mouth involuntarily turns upward as he feels a surge of excitement in his heart. Thanks to coming here this time, I've learned about this. From now on, I don't need to worry about money to operate in Central Plains. Nighttime could be said to be the most beautiful time in Hangzhou. The vitality of the entire city surges like a tide as young men and women go out to enjoy the scenery, recite poetry, engage in witty banter, and play. It is a bustling and vibrant atmosphere, but it has a very different feel from daytime. While waiting for news from Chang Yunqing, Yun Mun's group has nothing else to do. Just lying around in the inn would be boring, so he decides to take his subordinates out to broaden their horizons. As a result, the group of inexperienced youths gets the opportunity to leisurely roam around Hangzhou, enjoying the scenery and the breeze like tourists from distant lands. Leading the way for Yun Mun's group is a middle-aged man with an impressive mustache and a friendly, radiant smile. "My lord," he says, "I am Bao Duren, the one assigned by the branch chief to take care of your travel and lodging in Hangzhou. If there's anything you don't understand or anything you want me to do, please don't hesitate to tell me. Allow me to guide you on a tour of Hangzhou tonight." Yun Mun politely folds his hands and nods at Bao Duren. "All right, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. We're still unfamiliar with this place, so we'll be needing your help." Bao Duren smiles widely and leads the way. "Of course, my lord, it's my duty. Please follow me this way." Except for Dam Dai Zhueguang, the rest of Yun Mun's young subordinates couldn't contain their excitement at the dazzling spectacle of Hangzhou City. They cheered and headed towards the bustling entertainment street, forgetting their responsibilities. "All right, let's have some fun." Just as the young men were about to lose themselves in the entertainment, Yun Mun transmitted his voice to remind them, "Hold on, you can't just think about playing this time." The three young men, still with childlike hearts, were startled and stopped immediately. Yun Mun sternly reminds them of their duty. "I'm taking you around so you can blend in with the people of Zhongyuan. You have to learn to integrate yourselves into Zhongyuan naturally, and I've emphasized this many times before. Don't cause any trouble, understand?" Though he has warned them seriously, Yun Mun is still uneasy. He doesn't know how much the three young men have absorbed from his instructions, but the positive point is that they have obediently replied in a clear voice, "Yes, my lord." Then, Bei Gong Xiaochuan and Dam Dai Murim, whose souls were dedicated to food, immediately rushed to the street food stalls to order some dishes. As for Bei Gong Huanju, who was in the prime of his youth, he was immediately captivated by the graceful and alluring dance of the beautiful dancers. Hangzhou City at midnight, even as fireworks illuminating a corner of the sky, the dazzling and magical scene captivated Dam Dai Zhueguang's eyes. Yun Mun saw this and approached him, asking, "What do you think of Zhongyuan, Zhueguang? Are you finding it less dull?" Dam Dai Zhueguang looked at the fireworks with eyes gleaming with excitement. "Of course, my lord, here is much more lively and vibrant than our place. I really can't shut my mouth when I see the splendor and bustle here." Yun Mun was surprised and turned to look at Dam Dai Zhueguang. "Really? I thought there was nowhere you haven't been to. Don't you have much experience with places like this?" Dam Dai Zhueguang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Yes, it may sound a bit arrogant, but in my entire 137 years, this is the first time I've seen a world as different as this, because in the past, I only focused on cultivating martial arts. I didn't pay much attention to what's happening outside of society." Dam Dai Zhueguang laughed, his face still free of wrinkles, his skin vibrant and youthful, making him look like a young man in his early 30s. Yun Mun was immediately confused and stared at Dam Dai Zhueguang from head to toe. 137, is he that old? Should I call him he or Sir Kama? After thinking for a while about their identities and positions, Yun Mun decided to maintain the way he addressed him and pretended he didn't know damn Dai Zhueguang's age. Alright, anyway, on this vast Jianghu, there will definitely be many things you haven't experienced. I will definitely keep my promise. I won't make you regret following me, Zhueguang. Although he doesn't know exactly what Yun Mun has planned for the future, damn Dai Zhueguang has been strengthened with a firm belief in Yun Mun's promise that things will not be boring. He smiles contentedly and nods at him. Thank you, my lord. At this moment, a passerby accidentally bumps into his shoulder. Damn Dai Zhueguang, enjoying his joy, doesn't get angry at all, but turns his head and politely gives a friendly smile to apologize to the person who bumped into him. Ah, sorry. However, the passerby, who was not paying attention and bumped into the other person, doesn't show any remorse for his actions. Seeing damn Dai Zhueguang apologize first, he sticks his nose up and starts cursing. Damn it. He spits, turns his head, and glares at damn Dai Zhueguang with a vicious look. His fierce appearance with scars on his face is enough to show that he is a thug. Seeing that damn Dai Zhueguang seems younger than him, the thug becomes even more aggressive, poking his hand at his chest and criticizing him in a condescending tone. Are your eyes just for decoration when you're walking? Yun Mun sees the scene and shivers with fear for the thug. He turns pale with fear, doesn't want to cause a commotion, and quickly and silently reassures damn Dai Zhueguang. Damn it, that crazy guy must be wanting to die. Zhueguang, stay calm, don't start anything. Seeing damn Dai Zhueguang remain silent and not react, the thug takes advantage of the situation and pokes his hand into his chest a few times. Can't you see my shoulder is dislocated? Ha, you trash. Are you deaf or something? Don't think that I'll let you off the hook just because you're not saying anything. Damn Dai Zhueguang remains silent, his face calm without a ripple of emotion. He calmly grabs the thug's shoulder and gently massages it to check, but the thug is surprised by this action and screams in a little panic. Hey, what are you doing, you bastard, how dare you touch me? As damn Dai Zhueguang releases the thug's shoulder, he smiles innocently and comments, I see that you're healthy and your shoulder is still very flexible. His naive attitude makes the thug stunned for a moment. The thug feels deeply insulted by damn Dai Zhueguang's honest words and starts yelling loudly, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? You're being disrespectful, and now you're doing this. I can't just let you off the hook with an apology now. Damn Dai Zhueguang smiles disdainfully as he looks down at the thug who is a head shorter than him, but his tone remains submissive. I already apologized. What do you want me to do now before you'll let it go? As the situation becomes tense, the crowd of passersby starts to gather and gossip among themselves. What's going on? Is there going to be a fight? That guy who's causing trouble is known as a villain in Hangzhou. The curious eyes of the crowd make the thug even more excited to assert his authority in front of the public. He arrogantly points down to the patch of ground between his legs. Then, in a condescending tone and with a menacing look, the thug orders damn Dai Zhueguang, word by word, crawl through. If you crawl between my legs, I'll let you off the hook, you bastard. As he finishes speaking, the thug's lips curl up to his ears in excitement. His vicious eyes are filled with arrogance, clearly wanting to humiliate damn Dai Zhueguang to prove himself. Yun Mun feels angry on damn Dai Zhueguang's behalf, but his reason keeps reminding him to avoid causing trouble. Damn it, this isn't good, this will escalate. He looks towards damn Dai Zhueguang with worried eyes, trying to reassure him. Calm down, Zhueguang. Damn Dai Zhueguang lives in the heavenly demon cult, where he is respected by everyone. Even the elders have to be wary of him by 7 parts, but for someone like him to be humiliated by an unknown thug, it's clear that anger will boil within him like lava, and damn Dai Zhueguang carries that anger with him as he slams his hand down on the ground. However, damn Dai Zhueguang doesn't slam his hand on the ground to gain momentum for an attack, but he actually crawls through the thug's legs quickly, decisively, and without saying another word. The unusual action stuns the thug once again. The thug is rooted to the spot like a statue. He glances after damn Dai Zhueguang with deep suspicion. This bastard, is it that easy for him to do that? The surrounding crowd also falls silent, not knowing what to say. Normally in a situation like this, the reaction of the bullied person, if it's not to get angry and fight, is to cry in resentment and frustration, but damn Dai Zhueguang shows a calm expression, as if nothing important has happened. Yun Mun is also surprised and opens his mouth in astonishment when he sees that someone with such a great pride as damn Dai Zhueguang can be so patient. He can't help but feel moved. The mad demon lord, he did this because he listened to me. Even when damn Dai Zhueguang gets up, the surrounding atmosphere is still silent. The thug is even so stunned that he forgets to close his legs. Damn Dai Zhueguang brushes his clothes off with a calm face, unchanging. I crawled, now can I go? The thug finally stops being amazed, but he is not reconciled and starts to become resentful. He thought this would crush his self-esteem, but he didn't expect him to crawl through so easily. If it ends blandly like this, it won't do. Seeing the thug standing there without saying a word, Dam Dai Zhueguang curls his lips with a look of mockery at his childish act and urges, "Have I been allowed to go? I've done this much, and you're still not going to let it go." The crowd of onlookers now starts to actively shout for Dam Dai Zhueguang. Yes, a man of integrity doesn't need to be told twice, "Let it go, let it go. He already did what you said. Don't be so excessive, he didn't commit any big crime." Yun Mun sees that the crowd is siding with Dam Dai Zhueguang, so he steps out to force the thug to reconcile. He's already done that much. Are you still going to make things difficult for him? The weather is so nice today, why don't we just let it go? The thug impatiently cuts Yun Mun off with a strong push into his chest. "Who are you, you bastard? I'm angry, and you want to come and bother me? What's so beautiful about late at night?" At that moment, a rough hand radiating fierce killing intent grabs the thug's shaved head. The pressure from the fingers releasing aura makes his scalp sink deep into his skull. The terrible feeling of blood vessels being pressed makes him fall into a severe panic. His eyes widen with pupils shrinking to the size of a bean. In the blink of an eye, Dam Dai Zhueguang pushes the thug's head down to the ground. The action is decisive, without hesitation, and without any unnecessary movement. The moment the thug's face collides with the pavement, a surge of shock waves spreads out like a tide, pushing away the surrounding stones and dirt. Everything happens in less than 3 seconds. When Dam Dai Zhueguang releases his hand from the thug's head, he lies motionless in a pool of blood. The patch of stones and dirt beneath his body has completely crumbled and sunk deep into the road surface. The surrounding atmosphere becomes heavy again. The crowd of onlookers stares in astonishment. Many break out in a cold sweat because of Dam Dai Zhueguang's strength, but some are shocked because the identity of the person just killed is not ordinary. When the anger subsides, Dam Dai Zhueguang calmly closes his eyes and opens his mouth to break the heavy atmosphere. "If it's my lord's order, I will obey. Even if I have to crawl like a worm or bark like a dog, I will do it. I am willing to obey his orders, anytime, anywhere, no matter what." As Dam Dai Zhueguang speaks, he opens his eyes, his gaze burning, staring intently at the dead thug. It seems even death is not enough to atone for the mistakes he has made. In a moment, the anger that had just subsided surges again like a raging storm in Dam Dai Zhueguang's heart. He growls in the voice of a beast, "You can mess with me, but if you dare touch my master, I won't tolerate it anymore. Even if I die, I won't let you rest in peace." The oppressive aura laden with terrifying killing intent flowing from Zhueguang's eyes finally sent the surrounding crowd scattering in fear. "Oh my god, run away, someone's dead." Seeing this, Yun Mun stepped forward to scold Zhueguang but couldn't be too harsh because he was deeply grateful for his loyalty. "I told you to be careful. Why did you finally lose your temper like that? Killing someone in a crowded place like this, you're going to be in trouble now." Zhueguang immediately lowered his head like a puppy who had done wrong. "Sorry, sir, I couldn't control myself. He did whatever he wanted, and I endured it, but when I saw him attack you, I lost my mind." Bao Dianren, who had been busy taking Yun Mun's 3 subordinates for a stroll, only now realized the seriousness of the situation and rushed back to him in a panic. Wait, let me through, what happened here?" As Bao Dianren and the 3 young inexperienced men arrived, Zhueguang felt even guiltier and lowered his head. Being the oldest among Yun Mun's subordinates, he had become the first to cause trouble, making him feel even more embarrassed in front of the younger ones. Seeing the dead man, Bao Dianren cried out in a helpless voice, "Oh my god, sir, this is a big deal. You made him like this. How can we handle the consequences? After all, there were too many people who saw it." Yun Mun chuckled awkwardly and turned to Bao Dianren, pleading with him, "Sorry, Lao Bao, we were just caught in a minor argument. We didn't expect it to turn out like this, but, is this really so difficult to handle?" Bao Dianren sighed and scratched his head in distress. "This isn't a normal issue. It's very troublesome, sir. Not only me, but your entire group will have difficulty leaving Hangzhou safely. That guy's background isn't ordinary." In stark contrast to Bao Dianren's reaction, Yun Mun unexpectedly chuckled and became intrigued rather than worried. "All right, I want to hear more about that. Tell me, what's so special about that bastard's background? Could it be that a common thug could be so notorious?" Bao Dianren sighed in a dejected tone, feeling embarrassed. "That, he's truly a useless thug. Everyone knows he's always causing trouble on this street, but the main point is, he has the Demonic Path Syndicate backing him." Yun Mun became even more exhilarated upon hearing this. "Oh ho, the Demonic Path Syndicate. Ha, I've been looking for them. This is a gift from heaven. Maybe I should thank the Mad Demon King for helping me with this." Meanwhile, Bao Jianren was still in a panic, looking at the dead thug's body with extreme bewilderment. To avoid retaliation from the Demonic Path Syndicate, we need to do something, but how do we resolve this? Yun Mun pondered for a moment before instructing Bao Jianren. All right, Lao Bao, I understand you, but there's definitely a way. I have an idea, just follow my instructions and we'll avoid any misfortune. That night, Bao Jianren hurriedly prepared everything according to Yun Mun's plan, filled with trepidation. By the next morning, the entire city of Hangzhou was buzzing with news of the murder from the previous night. More importantly, the news attracted even more attention when a notice was posted on all the public bulletin boards in Hangzhou. The content of the notice was concise and directly insulted the dead thug. Last night, a rude and disrespectful scoundrel in the city was taught manners and etiquette by me. Unfortunately, his ability to learn was too poor to comprehend all that. Thus, he collapsed and died unexpectedly. Regardless of whether it's a debt of gratitude or revenge, anyone who wishes to settle this can come and find me. Signed, Zhu Gongzi, a guest at the Jiangnan Best Pavilion's inner courtyard. After reading the notice, everyone was speechless in astonishment for a moment. Amidst the murmurings of the crowd, a few thugs with fierce expressions exchanged arrogant laughter. He's mocking him, isn't he? He caused such trouble and didn't run away. He even wrote this notice, isn't he just saying come and settle the score with him? For the next few days, Yun Mun's group continued to enjoy the best treatment at the Jiangnan Best Pavilion, a magnificent 3-story building with over 30 luxurious guest rooms and a restaurant on the ground floor that ordinary people never dared to enter. After days of feasting and frolicking, Beigong Xiaochuan suddenly remembered that she hadn't learned any martial arts skills yet. She began to whine and demand, Master, it's been several days, and you haven't taught me anything yet. Today, you absolutely have to teach me. Yun Mun seemed to have forgotten that he had accepted her as his disciple. He looked at Beigong Xiaochuan with a confused expression. What do you mean? Beigong Xiaochuan began to whine anxiously, as if she was afraid Yun Mun would go back on his word. Well, about swordsmanship, Master said you would teach me your sword techniques when we reach the Central Plains. Yun Mun finally remembered this and was startled. Zhuai Guang, who was always by his side, chimed in to support Beigong Xiaochuan. Yes, sir, you haven't been out for a while. How about you take this chance to enjoy the fresh air and teach her some sword techniques? I'll stay here to protect the Jiangnan Best Pavilion. You don't need to worry about anything. Suddenly, Yun Mun felt ashamed when he realized that he hadn't acted like a master at all. The Mad Demon King was right. I've been here for days and haven't even thought about this. I'm so sorry. He then smiled confidently and asked Beigong Xiaochuan, all right, I promised I would. Are you ready to study hard? Beigong Xiaochuan beamed and clasped her hands together to thank Yun Mun. Yes, of course. I'll be the most diligent person in the world. Thank you, Master. Yun Mun stood up, sighed, and looked at the adorable little girl jumping excitedly. Then you go out first, I'll follow later. Beigong Xiaochuan immediately ran out, her steps almost as if she were flying. Yes, I'm so excited. Wow. Then, Yun Mun turned to instruct Zhuai Guang, be careful here, there might be some visitors later. Zhuai Guang returned to his serious demeanor, frowning. Do you mean the Demonic Path Syndicate might make a move? Yun Mun nodded and warned him carefully. Yes, don't kill them, capture them alive to extract information. Zhuai Guang nodded promptly and replied, yes, sir, rest assured. To prevent himself from being late, Yun Mun gave Zhuai Guang an additional interrogation task. Ask where the Demonic Path Syndicate's headquarters is and how to approach it. Just those 2 things are enough. Zhuai Guang once again nodded confidently and answered, yes, sir. Reassured, Yun Mun went with Beigong Xiaochuan to the outskirts of Hangzhou. They reached a deserted mountain slope to ensure they wouldn't be disturbed. Beigong Xiaochuan was indeed diligently training as she had said. Her movements when wielding the sword were decisive and determined, with a vigorous spirit unlike her usual carefree and food-loving self. However, Beigong Xiaochuan's movements were still clumsy, so Yun Mun had to constantly refine them bit by bit. Not like that. Swordsmanship should be graceful and flowing like willow branches in the spring breeze, but the speed of drawing the sword must be swift and agile like lightning. Beigong Xiaochuan tried to swing the sword again, balancing on one leg, but her entire body was still a bit wobbly. Like this, Master, Yun Mun continued to correct her movements. Your hand is shaking too much. How can you control the sword according to your will like that? Focus on controlling the tip of the sword. As he looked at Beigong Xiaochuan's hand holding the sword, she was trembling as if the delicate sword had an invisible weight dragging her arm down. Yun Mun clicked his tongue inwardly. Even though she has good learning ability and a natural talent for swordsmanship, it seems that because it's a new sword, she still hasn't mastered control over it. Bei Gong Xiaochuan has been practicing continuously for half a day, so he decided not to push her too hard and said, "Xiaochuan, take a break." Bei Gong Xiaochuan solemnly nodded in agreement, then ran back to Yun Mun and guzzled down some water. Only upon closer inspection did he realize that she was drenched in sweat, but her eyes were still filled with enthusiasm, without a hint of fatigue. While Bei Gong Xiaochuan was resting, Yun Mun seized the opportunity to ask her, "Today, I taught you the Heavenly Demon 3 swords. How do you feel when you first start learning it?" Bei Gong Xiaochuan shook her head in confusion. "Well, I've only just been exposed to it, so, overall, it's still quite vague." Yun Mun chuckled at her innocent expression. "Ha ha ha, that's possible. But just keep practicing. Later on, when you're proficient in the Heavenly Demon 3 swords, you'll be able to reach the realm of Sword Heart, no matter how difficult it is. Don't give up and strive forward." As he finished speaking, Yun Mun smiled gently and with a touch of dignity, very much like a master. However, he was immediately slapped in the face by his disciple. Bei Gong Xiaochuan pouted and complained with skeptical eyes. "You say that, but you teach me so little. Master, you're always busy. Today is the first day." Yun Mun felt embarrassed and quickly promised, all right, I'll pay more attention." Hearing this, Bei Gong Xiaochuan smiled brightly and innocently like a child. "Okay." Immediately after that, she excitedly jumped forward with boundless enthusiasm. "Taking a break is enough. I need to practice more. You just sit there, master." Yun Mun looked at his first disciple with satisfied and proud eyes, bursting into a delighted smile. "Ha ha." Heavenly Demon, who was beside him, snorted coldly with a grumpy and mocking attitude, still saying ha ha comma. Yun Mun lost his enthusiasm and glared at Heavenly Demon. "What, you have something against me? Why are you suddenly so jealous?" Heavenly Demon began to mutter in Yun Mun's ear. "Look at your disciple and smile too. Have you already gained control of the world? Now's the time to waste your energy on these juniors." Yun Mun raised his eyebrow, suspecting Heavenly Demon's agitated reaction. "Why are you being so difficult today?" Heavenly Demon became even more annoyed and shouted loudly, "I just don't like it." Then, Heavenly Demon unleashed a torrent of harsh criticism, like a volcanic eruption. "What did you tell the Mad Demon King earlier? Don't kill them, capture the Demonic Path Syndicate alive. That's not how a Heavenly Demon operates. If anyone dares to block your path, just crush them. Didn't you see how the Mad Demon King did it yesterday?" Yun Mun clicked his tongue, shook his head, and looked at Heavenly Demon with disdain for his shallow thinking. "Hey, Heavenly Demon, do you think we're fighting like kids? If we make a mistake, we'll have to face the entire Murim. Think carefully." Heavenly Demon clung to his own thoughts and sarcastically mocked Yun Mun for his lack of ruthlessness. "So what? What's the problem? I don't see any need for thinking. If you want to fight, just fight. The entire Murim isn't worth a dime." Yun Mun immediately furrowed his brow and argued with Heavenly Demon. "Then who will be responsible for the lives lost? How many people from our sect will fall?" Huining Old Monk, who was beside them, also agreed and advised Heavenly Demon. "Yes, Heavenly Demon, if possible, don't needlessly draw your sword and cause bloodshed. It's a tragedy, a tragedy." Not allowing Heavenly Demon to retort further, Yun Mun confidently raised his chin and declared, "Don't worry, Heavenly Demon, I've already planned this. This is just the beginning of my journey as Heaven Destroyed." Heavenly Demon burst into a mocking laugh, puckering his lips to tease Yun Mun. "Ha, that sounds good." Yun Mun glanced at him with a sly look. "I'm not denying that, but I'm serious. I'm not just talking empty words." At that moment, a series of sounds echoed through the wind. Initially, it sounded like a deafening siren, but it then became clear and resonant like a bell. Yun Mun immediately recognized it as the signal coming from the Jiangnan Best Pavilion. He immediately smiled broadly and excitedly called Bei Gong Xiaochuan. "Looks like Shuiguang has caught some members of the Demonic Path Syndicate. It's time to go back." "Xiaochuan." Bei Gong Xiaochuan obediently and quickly sheathed her sword, then ran back after Yun Mun. "Yes, master." The sky and earth around Hangzhou were now shrouded in the fiery red hues of the setting sun. Tired birds were returning to their nests in the forest, but some were no longer destined to return to their lairs. In the inner courtyard of Jiangnan Best Pavilion, the hallway leading to Yun Mun's group's quarters remained calm, as if no commotion or altercation had ever occurred. Yun Mun was convinced that this meant the assassins of the Demonic Path Syndicate were still alive. However, those were just Yun Mun's wishful thoughts. As he stepped inside, a brutal reality unfolded before his eyes, leaving him speechless for a moment. "What in the world, Zhuai Guang?" Inside Yun Mun's room, a scene in stark contrast to the tranquility outside greeted him. Blood splattered across the floor, staining the expensive carpets, and corpses lay strewn about. He clasped his forehead and sighed in helplessness. I told you to capture them alive for interrogation, Bei Gong Xiaochuan added innocently. Oh, they're all dead, aren't they? The worried Dan Taijueguang, facing Yun Mun's rebuke, quickly pointed towards an assassin still struggling for breath, bound to a chair. Master, don't worry, I followed your instructions. Here, there's one still alive. The bound assassin groaned, his face swollen and bruised from the beating, blood still clinging to the corners of his mouth and nose. His appearance was pitiable, but at least he was still alive. Yun Mun forced a smile and clicked his tongue inwardly. He's still breathing, but is that even considered alive? Well, it's something. At least one is still conscious for interrogation. Seeing the assassin slumping his head as if dying, Dan Taijueguang grabbed his collar and yelled, "He's just pretending. Master, you want to die with the others, don't you? Lift your head quickly, tell us everything you said to my master, not a word omitted." The assassin hung his head, a resigned look on his face. You want to know the location and how to enter the headquarters of the Demonic Path Syndicate, right? As everyone listened intently to the assassin's seemingly honest confession, he suddenly fell silent. At the same time, a menacing glint flashed from his sleeve. A small, round-handled object, resembling a ninja's kunai, was silently drawn out. In a blink of an eye, the assassin had severed his own bonds and burst into a triumphant laugh. You think I'd just tell you everything, you fools? I played along to make you complacent. Do you think I'm so easily manipulated? He then grinned from ear to ear and charged towards Yun Mun, wielding the sharp kunai. I've been waiting for you, leader. However, Yun Mun showed no sign of worry as the attacker rushed towards him. He was confident his subordinates could easily handle this insignificant threat. As Yun Mun expected, a soft but powerful voice pierced through the assassin's gleeful laughter, gentle and graceful like willow branches swaying in the spring breeze, yet as swift as lightning. In that instant, the assassin felt a terrifying aura targeting him. He panicked and quickly turned his head back. A clang resounded as the kunai was knocked high into the air, slipping from the assassin's hand before he could react. Bei Gong Xiaochuan grinned triumphantly, having successfully employed Heavenly Demon Trisword, the Tu Lien sword. Her blade lightly brushed past the assassin's hand in a flash, but it was enough to injure his wrist and send him sprawling. Dan Taijueguang, witnessing Bei Gong Xiaochuan's new swordsmanship for the first time, let out a surprised and impressed, "Wow, that's pretty good." Both Bei Gong Huanju and Dan Taiwulan were equally astonished by her speed and elegant, flowing swordsmanship. After the assassin fell to the ground, his face a mix of astonishment and despair, Bei Gong Xiaochuan put on a cool demeanor and looked back at him with a warning glare. "You're lucky, you know. If my master hadn't wanted us to kill you, you wouldn't be sitting here anymore. You think you're so smart, you couldn't even beat me, and you dare attack my master." Daydreaming, Bei Gong Xiaochuan chuckled as she nonchalantly sheathed her sword. The assassin was clearly in a state of utter disbelief, his face filled with panic. Those others were already skilled, but I couldn't believe that a girl who barely looks 20, with her baby face, could defeat me with one move. While the assassin was in a state of utter confusion, Yun Mun calmly walked towards him. "Well done, Xiaochuan." Now, as Yun Mun's eyes fixed on the assassin with a wicked grin, the assassin was startled, panicked, and scrambled backward. As Yun Mun's smile disappeared, his tone became as sharp as a knife, sending shivers down the assassin's spine and making him sweat profusely. It's time to answer my questions. If you persist in refusing to tell me information about the Demonic Path Syndicate, you won't get a second chance." Apparently, being defeated by a young girl had dealt a significant psychological blow to the assassin. He no longer resisted and obediently bowed his head, answering all of Yun Mun's questions. Based on the information Yun Mun gathered, he was able to get a rough idea of the Demonic Path Syndicate's organizational structure. The syndicate had a total of 8 core forces carrying out the organization's mission: Black Tiger, Green Forest, Black Sword, 18 Seas, 5 Elements Alliance, Blood Veil, Fire Demon Palace, and Solar Palace. These forces under them are known as the Demonic Path Syndicate, 8 gates strong. The assassin also revealed his identity. He was Black Tooth, belonging to the Black Sword Division under the Demonic Path Syndicate. His primary mission was to assassinate enemy leaders when ordered. This time, he was sent to kill whoever dared to challenge the Demonic Path Syndicate, under the orders of the Black Sword Division leader. Yun Mun nodded thoughtfully for a moment, then continued asking questions no longer related to the Demonic Path Syndicate's internal affairs. "All right, I understand, but why did your leader give that order? What was his relationship to the scoundrel we met outside on the main street?" Blacktooth stammered an explanation. The person killed on the main street yesterday was a relative of the Black Sword Division leader. Yun Mun nodded and pondered for a while. Ah, family ties. I can understand why he sent so many people. So, can you take me to the Black Sword Division leader? I want to go there and apologize, to show my sincerity. Blacktooth's eyes widened in alarm as he looked at Yun Mun. No, that's impossible. The leader must already know we failed. The other members will be attacking here soon. If I take you to him, it'll be no different from being a traitor. At that moment, Heavenly Demon sensed unusual activity from the lower floors of Jiangnan Best Pavilion. Hey, Heaven Destroyed, looks like you're about to have more guests entering. Yun Mun immediately turned towards the door with a watchful gaze and pondered for a moment. Then, he smirked and said to everyone, looks like we don't need to go find them. Based on their direction and speed, they'll be here soon. Blacktooth was even more startled and frightened than the intended assassination target. Really, did the assassination order come out that quickly? Yun Mun remained composed and turned to Dan Taijueguang. Hey, crazy demon lord, I'll trust your words and give it a try. Don't let me down. If you fail, you'll be held accountable. Dan Taijueguang's eyes immediately lit up, twinkling like stars, and he said with enthusiasm, Oh, master, are you saying, all right, trust your subordinate, I won't disappoint you. Bei Gong Wanju, having listened to their conversation without understanding, turned to Dan Tai Wulan and whispered, what are they talking about? Dan Tai Wulan whispered back, don't you remember, the Supreme and the Crazy Demon Lord mentioned this 2 days ago. Bei Gong Wanju pondered for a moment and then realized, oh, is that what they're referring to? Let's rewind to 2 days ago, the night after Dan Taijueguang encountered trouble with the scoundrel on the main street. Despite having no fear of retaliation from the Demonic Path Syndicate, there was a minor disagreement about Dan Taijueguang's appearance on this trip. Yun Mun thought his stern face was intimidating and could easily cause conflicts. However, Dan Taijueguang was quite proud of his intimidating face and fiercely argued back, my thoughts differ, master, you have extraordinary martial arts skills, but those who haven't faced you directly will only judge by appearances. They won't be the slightest bit afraid if they see your looks, therefore, a strong appearance is necessary. Yun Mun felt a strong blow to his ego about his appearance and complained, hey, are you saying I look weak? Dan Taijueguang immediately confirmed with a hearty affirmation, yes. However, he quickly noticed Yun Mun's stiffened expression and hastily added, no, well, instead of saying weak, I meant you look too handsome. Yun Mun, despite being complimented on his handsome looks, remained unconvinced and continued to argue back, oh, that's not right, Jueguang, only those with no talent chase after looks and superficiality. Dan Taijueguang, refusing to back down, continued to reason, of course, I understand that, but ordinary people can't discern your extraordinary martial arts skills just from your demeanor. Dan Taijueguang's arguments became increasingly convincing, I'm not talking about you, master, since I know your strength. But those insignificant people in the Central Plains will only judge you by your appearance. I'm afraid you might run into trouble like what happened earlier. Then, Dan Taijueguang, with a mischievous glint in his eye, offered a suggestion, you don't have to think too hard. To prevent them from judging you by your face, why not simply use something like a mask when necessary? Yun Mun pondered for a moment and sighed, well, I actually quite like this face. Anyway, I understand your point, I'll think about it. Now, about to face the leader of the Black Sword Division, Yun Mun seriously considered making his face look more aggressive to create a frightening first impression on his enemy. Still, he felt a bit uneasy and glanced at Dan Taijueguang. Dan Taijueguang gave him a thumbs up, signaling that this would definitely work. After reaching an agreement with Dan Taijueguang, Yun Mun turned to Blacktooth with a cunning smile. You're quite lucky today, Blacktooth. Blacktooth, confused, tilted his head and looked at him, not understanding what was going on. Yun Mun didn't explain but simply waved his hand across his face. Immediately, the transfiguration art transformed his appearance, making him look more fierce and intimidating. He chuckled merrily, teasing Blacktooth, you're the first to see this new face of mine. Blacktooth, having never witnessed such a miraculous thing in his life, was astonished and opened his eyes wide, seemingly in awe of Yun Mun, and exclaimed, oh my. Yun Mun let out a wicked laugh, making his new face even more formidable and terrifying. Now, let's prepare to welcome our guests. Today, Heavenly Demon Scribe Heaven Destroyed will personally make his appearance. Soon, dusk arrived, the perfect time for raids and assassinations. Outside Jiangnan Best Pavilion, people began to gather, and familiar customers made their way to the restaurant on the first floor. However, upon seeing Jiangnan Best Pavilion, everyone shook their heads regretfully and walked by without entering. Whispers and murmurs arose. what's wrong? Is something happening at Jiangnan Best Pavilion today? It turned out that customers noticed the proprietor had extinguished all the lights and there was no one standing at the entrance to greet guests as usual, leading them to believe that Jiangnan Best Pavilion wasn't serving customers today. Most people left immediately, but a few close customers were curious and asked the proprietor directly. Bao Diero, standing at the door for a long time, tried to maintain his composure and forced a smile, saying in a shaky voice, "Oh, yes, esteemed guests, please forgive us. We have something urgent to attend to today, so we have to close for now." The guests could only click their tongues and leave with regret. "Oh, is that so? That's strange, even Jiangnan Best Pavilion has days off." As soon as the guests were out of sight, a curved dagger, resembling a serpent's body, appeared behind the innkeeper. The man holding the dagger, with a triumphant and menacing voice, said to the trembling innkeeper, "You did a good job, that's all. Now, go inside and sit down." Meanwhile, inside the Jiangnan Best Pavilion, the other staff members were captured and gathered in the lobby. The members of the Black Sword Group had infiltrated silently and meticulously searched every corner, from the kitchen to the warehouse. Surprisingly, they carried out their mission with extreme stealth, so much so that no one could make a sound to alert Yun Mun's group on the third floor. After ensuring that the lower two floors were empty and there were no obstacles, the Black Sword Group assassins cautiously proceeded to the third floor, their footsteps silent, not a whisper betraying their presence. They quickly located and approached Yun Mun's room. However, instead of rushing in, the assassins, with high vigilance, signaled to each other to observe from outside before attacking. One foot silently moved closer to Yun Mun's room. The door slowly creaked open, inch by inch. Being a luxury room in the best pavilion of Hangzhou City, the door hinges were well maintained, producing no squeaking sound whatsoever. However, that effort to maintain extreme silence could not evade Yun Mun's keen senses. In a flash, he detected someone observing him from outside the door. They had arrived. Immediately, Yun Mun, without hesitation, loudly challenged the assassins lurking outside the door. "If you're here, then come in boldly. Do you plan to hide like cowardly rats forever?" Outside the door, there was still a gloomy silence and a pitch-black space where faces were indistinguishable. Although no sound responded to Yun Mun's provocation, the door began to open more audaciously. Then, a fierce, murderous eye suddenly appeared from behind the open crack in the door. It belonged to an old man with a ferocious and sinister appearance. The Black Fang, captured by Yun Mun, upon seeing the old man's eye, immediately jumped in fear and fell to the ground. A chilling sensation ran down his spine, making him shiver as if he had a fever and hiccup uncontrollably due to anxiety. Yun Mun, of course, noticed the Black Fang's reaction. He deliberately arranged for him to sit facing the door, intending to probe his actions. If someone from the enemy force could make him terrified to this extent, it could only be the leader of the Black Sword Group. At this moment, the leader of the Black Sword Group, the first Dao member, Xia Xianzhong, entered the room with a cold gaze fixed on the Black Fang, who had failed his mission. His pupils were filled with murderous intent, intensifying the Black Fang's fear. Seeing the Black Fang alone, while his comrades were dead, Xia Xianzhong immediately deduced that Yun Mun must have kept him alive for a reason, obviously to extract information. Therefore, he resolutely commanded him, "It seems you're the only one left alive. Your comrades are all dead. You should commit suicide too." The Black Fang, although unwilling to die, under the oppressive power radiating from Xia Xianzhong's glaring eyes, had no choice but to obey. A labored voice emerged from his trembling throat. "Yes, subordinate, understood." Immediately, the Black Fang stuck out his tongue, his movements trembling and sluggish due to the intense struggle between his desire to live and his fear. Just as the Black Fang's teeth were about to pierce his tongue, Yun Mun quickly inserted 2 fingers into his mouth, preventing him from committing suicide. Hey, don't be in such a hurry, you fool, you're my hostage, so why would you die on someone else's order?" Witnessing Yun Mun's unconventional behavior, Xia Xianzhong, both enraged and gleefully, let out a sinister laugh. "You really don't know your place. Do you know where you are? You're quite daring. You dare stay here and wait for me instead of running away." Yun Mun continued to laugh arrogantly in response. "Of course I know, the inner courtyard of the Jiangnan Best Pavilion, an expensive and cozy place. I'm enjoying myself here, so why would I need to run anywhere?" At this point, Xia Xianzhong was completely enraged by Yun Mun's playful attitude. He unleashed the blade hidden in his sleeve and glared at him. "Are you from the Miram Alliance? You're so arrogant for someone so young. You think you can rely on the Miram Alliance's backing, don't you? But sadly, whether you're from the Miram Alliance or just a vagabond, it won't change the fact that you will die today." Yun Mun continued to laugh. teasing Xia Xianzhong. "Oh, you say that the matter of death today won't change. Are you talking about me or yourself?" "Ah, of course, it's you, right? Your cousin must be very happy to see you reunited with him down below." Xia Xianzhong was furious but didn't want to argue with Yunman any further. He sneered arrogantly with a wicked thought in his mind: one strike, that's all it will take to end this. At the same time, Yunman also cracked a deep, cunning smile, sharing the same thought of ending this quickly with a single move. Immediately, Xia Xianzhong assumed a combat stance. He raised his sword high, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Yunman like a hawk swooping down on its prey. "First down member, Xia Xianzhong. That's the name of the person who will take your life today. Remember it and report it to the King of Hell, you cursed brat." Yunman responded by bending down and raising his sword high, all while letting out an arrogant laugh. His words seemed to prick Xia Xianzhong's body with thorns. "All right, who cares about that? Why do you need to say it?" Xia Xianzhong was provoked and enraged. His pride was hurt, making him gnash his teeth and furiously charge towards Yunman, his tiny pupils dilated like a madman amidst the red bloodshot streaks. With a ground-pounding kick for momentum, Xia Xianzhong launched himself toward Yunman like an arrow, his arm, fixed with the blade, automatically extended forward, the sword's glow flashing menacingly. Yet, Yunman hadn't even bothered to draw his sword from its sheath. Yunman, without any hesitation, observed Xia Xianzhong's sword move. Looking at his swordsmanship, he found it quite ordinary, not befitting the title he had just bragged about. Yunman detected many flaws in Xia Xianzhong's swordsmanship. He couldn't help but laugh at him inwardly. A leader, yet only this capable. At the same time, he raised his hand and swung his sword high, striking the blade in Xia Xianzhong's hand, forcing his entire arm to recoil backward. Xia Xianzhong, stunned, rolled his eyes back as he watched his blade and arm being twisted backward due to the overwhelming force. Impossible, how could this be? Pain swiftly surged as the joints of his hand and shoulder creaked, as if someone was breaking them from within. With just one move, he's broken my sword technique. My hand feels like it's torn apart, numb and immovable. Although his arm wasn't broken or tendons severed, Xia Xianzhong could feel the terrifying spiritual threat in Yunman's internal energy. He was forced to leap backward and panic. Xia Xianzhong gritted his teeth and glared at Yunman. Despite his dominance being gradually eroded, he still tried to appear arrogant and defiant. "You've got some skill, kid, but do you intend to fight me only with your sword sheath?" Yunman chuckled, stroking his chin with a smug, joyful expression. "Well, it's because I'm not confident enough. I'm not sure if I can refrain from delivering a finishing blow once I unsheath my sword against someone like you." Once again, Xia Xianzhong felt deeply insulted by Yunman's arrogant words. He had never faced a situation like this before, and he couldn't easily turn a blind eye to it. A dark cloud quickly descended before him. However, as an old man with years of experience wandering the Jianghu, Xia Xianzhong possessed a calm and composed mind, the very trait that helped him ascend to the position of leader, and what he was most confident in was his ability to assess and judge the situation of a battle. Through Yunman's previous sword move, he sensed that he was concealing something. Not knowing exactly what it was, Xia Xianzhong decided to observe further with caution. Having vaguely guessed that his opponent was still hiding his strength, Xia Xianzhong lowered his sword into a defensive stance. He wouldn't be foolish enough to rush into an attack in this situation. At that very moment, the Black Fang shouted in an urgent voice, "Leader, stop right now. This one is him. The young man you're facing is the heavenly demon scribe, heaven destroyed." Xia Xianzhong stood dumbfounded for a moment. He started muttering with a deep voice of doubt. "What? Heavenly demon scribe, heaven destroyed? You're saying this is the heavenly demon scribe renowned throughout the Jianghu?" Xia Xianzhong's mind was in turmoil. He quickly searched for information related to the name Heaven Destroyed, the one who had single-handedly defeated the Northern Blade Association, a renowned force in the Jianghu, the successor to the title of Heavenly Demon. I vaguely suspected he was someone unpredictable, but yes, that one move just now makes his words even more believable. Unexpectedly, the heavenly demon scribe, whom the Grand Alliance desperately wants to approach, is right in front of me. Xia Xianzhong felt like fortune had fallen from heaven upon him. He hastily changed his attitude towards Yunman. His face lit up with a genuine, friendly smile. "What incredible luck! I'm sure the Grand Alliance will reward me for this." Currently, a rumor was circulating in the Jianghu about someone who had defeated the masters of the Northern Blade Association and the 9 unions, causing them considerable suffering. The individual who dominated the snowy mountain peak, giving the Miram White Dao a headache, was known as the Blood Son of Mount Tai, a figure of legend. That person was the heavenly demon scribe, Heaven Destroyed, renowned throughout both the Black and White Dao. Upon learning that such a legendary individual was following the path of the demonic cult, the Grand Alliance of the Demonic Path Syndicate immediately sent people to search throughout the Central Plains to recruit him, aiming to strengthen the demonic path against the Miram Alliance. However, since then, the heavenly demon scribe had vanished without a trace, never appearing in public again, making him impossible to find for the Demonic Path Syndicate. Now, the heavenly demon scribe was standing before Xia Xianzhong, making all his resentment dissipate like mist. He grinned broadly with countless dreams swirling in his head. If I can become the bridge to help the Demonic Path Syndicate recruit him, my future will soar like a kite in the wind, with endless advancements. Such a good opportunity, how could I possibly miss it? Xia Xianzhong immediately sheathed his blade and knelt down, rubbing his hands together with a flattering smile. Yes, yes, Master, are you truly the heavenly demon scribe, heaven destroyed? Yun Mun, unsure of the situation, raised his eyebrow in doubt. What the heck, you change your attitude as quickly as flipping a pancake, why are you suddenly acting so subservient to me? Seeing Yun Mun's apparent concern, Tantai Zhuiguang leaned into his ear and whispered, My lord. I told you, the face, it's that face, everything can be changed by our outward appearance, Tantai Zhuiguang said, confidently waving his hand in front of him, reminding Yun Mun that the strategy of using the transfiguration art that he proposed had proven effective. It wasn't because of his appearance, but the heavenly demon scribe's reputation that made him behave this way. Yun Mun didn't know anything about it, so he grinned, nodded enthusiastically, and praised Zhuiguang. That's right, that's definitely the case, trusting you this time is the right decision. Good job, Zhuiguang. As the tense atmosphere vanished in an instant, Xia Xianzhong began a serious conversation with Yun Mun. Heaven destroyed, young master, to meet you here is a great honor, let me introduce myself formally once again. Xia Xianzhong clasped his hands, bowing respectfully, he spoke to Yun Mun with flowery greetings. I am Xia Xianzhong, the leader of the Black Sword Squad, directly under the Demonic Path Syndicate. Please forgive my previous mistakes and rudeness, young master, it seems I was blind to Mount Tai. Yun Mun snorted arrogantly, believing that his disguised face indeed had the power to intimidate others. What can't be changed? Earlier, you looked like you would kill me even if the sky split in two, but now, you've already changed your attitude. Is this the power of appearance that makes people admire and fear? Xia Xianzhong narrowed his eyes in confusion, looking at Yun Mun. The power of appearance, what do you mean, young master? However, before waiting for Yun Mun to answer, he quickly steered the conversation towards a more important matter. Anyway, meeting you here today and knowing your identity as the heavenly demon scribe, I would like to respectfully invite you to the main headquarters of the Demonic Path Syndicate. You are the one we've been searching for, we will definitely give you a warm welcome. However, Yun Mun shook his head in refusal and offered a different proposal. You are a squad leader under the main headquarters, right? Since you've met someone who can contact the main headquarters directly, there's no need for me to go there, just convey my message to your main headquarters leader. Soon after, Yun Mun decisively stated his position. I don't stand with anyone in this Miram, but I can't tolerate the way the Miram Alliance uses its power to act so cruelly. They claim to be the orthodox path, yet they suppress others, which fills me with disgust. In other words, we have a common enemy. I want to meet your main headquarters leader to discuss strategies for dealing with the Miram Alliance. You should tell your main headquarters leader that, said Yun Mun, grinning harmlessly while making a special request that left Xia Xianzhong a little dumbfounded. After a while, Xia Xianzhong felt something was missing and hesitantly asked Yun Mun, so you still want to meet the main headquarters leader, right? But if you don't want to go to the headquarters to meet, then where did you choose to meet? Perhaps you have chosen a more convenient location. Yun Mun decisively set a date as if he had planned this all along. 10 days from now, the location is the Neutrality Pavilion Inn at Kaifeng House. Xia Xianzhong was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say, young master? Kaifeng House? You mean to go directly to the main headquarters of the Miram Alliance? Why choose such a dangerous place out of all the options? It will be dangerous for both of us. Yun Mun smiled confidently, assuring him, it's fine, I'm being hunted by the Miram Alliance just like you guys. But the most dangerous place is actually the safest, don't you know? I already have my people at Kaifeng House. Don't worry, your main headquarters leader can go there without fear of being discovered. I hope you understand. Although Yun Mun's reasoning seemed convincing, Xia Xianzhong was still unsure and scratched his head. Yes, I know that, but it still seems a bit dangerous, if something happens. Yun Mun clicked his tongue and pointed a thumb at himself, confidently declaring, all right, if you don't believe my intelligence network, you should at least believe my strength, right? If something happens, I will protect your main headquarters leader and make sure he leaves safely. Those Murim Alliance members are only good at pretending and being hypocritical. Their strength is nothing, you know that too. I've been to their headquarters so many times, it's nothing new. If needed, we can just fight and be done with it. It seemed like Yun Mun's confidence and arrogance had been infected by the heavenly demon. Xia Xinzhong saw Yun Mun's face filled with spirit and pride, and was once again shocked. The heavenly demon scribe is truly as the rumors on Jiamu say, fighting with the Murim Alliance and talking as if it were children playing in the village. This time, I will definitely make a contribution. Immediately after, Xia Xinzhong even bowed 90 degrees in front of Yun Mun to show his respect. I understand, young master, don't worry, I will return and convey your message to the main headquarters leader immediately. So, in less than an hour, the commotion between Yun Mun and the Black Sword Squad ended peacefully, without causing any major disturbances that affected Jiangnan Best Pavilion. However, 3 days later, Bao Diaoren's face became increasingly haggard, his eye sockets were deeply sunken and his complexion was gloomy, as if haunted by a ghost. Bei Gong Xiaochuan, as usual, was running around the hall, gleefully skipping like a child. Yun Mun had to follow and keep an eye on him, constantly reminding him like teaching a child. Xiaochuan, I told you not to run around like that. Meanwhile, Bao Diaoren was sitting behind the counter, sighing deeply, not bothering to pay attention to their commotion. The heavy sighs echoed throughout the hall, more and more frequently, not just once or twice, but a dozen times in a row. Yet, nobody paid attention, making Bao Diaoren feel even more heartbroken. The sighs became more and more distressing. Finally, someone paid attention to the aged innkeeper with his glum face, like a soggy rice cake. Yun Mun stopped chasing Bei Gong Xiaochuan and tilted his head, looking at Bao Diaoren with an expression of confusion. He looked as if he had aged a decade in a few short days. Yun Mun wondered what had made him so troubled. Yun Mun couldn't help but run over and ask Bao Diaoren, Hey, Lao Bao, what's wrong with your face? It looks like you've lost your account book. Is it because of what happened last time? I handled the Demonic Path Syndicate's business perfectly, what are you still worried about? Bao Diaoren, finally receiving some attention, immediately poured out his worries to Yun Mun. Well, it's not about that, it's just that business has been a little slow lately. The number of customers coming to Jiangnan Best Pavilion has decreased significantly in the past few days. In short, Bao Diaoren's story was that after the incident with the Demonic Path Syndicate, which began with the killing of a thug on the main road, then the Black Sword Squad's assassins came but left empty-handed without causing a commotion. Many mysterious figures began to gather around Jiangnan Best Pavilion. Like ants, they didn't enter, but stayed outside, monitoring the place. It seemed they were from the Murim Alliance, suspecting the innkeeper was colluding with the Demonic Path Syndicate but lacked evidence. Naturally, seeing so many Murim practitioners with murderous expressions, not many customers dared to enter Best Pavilion anymore. Even worse, they directly disrupted the guests who wanted to visit. The news spread quickly throughout the city. As a result, the owner of Jiangnan Best Pavilion could only sit and swat flies, passing the days by. Hearing the whole story, Yun Mun flew into a rage and shouted loudly, All right, you damn bastards, dare to sabotage like this. Don't worry, Lao Bao, leave it to me. I'll go find them and deal with them immediately. Seeing Yun Mun charging toward the door with a murderous expression, Bao Diaoren became immediately worried. Young master, where are you going? Yun Mun remained fierce, refusing to endure any longer. Where else? To the Murim Alliance to settle this. Then, Yun Mun followed the directions of Chang Yunxing to the Hangzhou branch of the Murim Alliance. Along the way, Chang Yunxing couldn't stop complaining about the trouble the Murim Alliance people had caused recently. According to Chang Yunxing's complaints, since the Murim Alliance took over management in this area, nearby merchants suffered great losses. They had to pay to pass through checkpoints on all routes. Trading within the city also required paying protection money to them. They also continuously used force to expand their control. If this situation continues, neighboring trade centers will sooner or later be seized by them. The more Yun Mun listened, the more indignant and frustrated he became. These Orthodox Path people are really messing things up. What authority do they have to do this? Could the Murim Alliance even have influence over the trade world? Chang Yunxing was also very upset, his face crinkled in anger. Only merchants and Qiantang who obey them are allowed to trade. If they resist, they are suppressed by force. They claim these merchants are connected to the demonic path, causing them to lose everything, so nobody dares to oppose them. Moreover, they establish trade guilds to force everyone to join. If they don't participate, they cause trouble to drive away all customers. Yun Mun let out a sigh. criticizing the people of the orthodox path for acting like gangsters. That's right, these bastards, they want to sit on top of people's heads. How many more enemies are they planning to create? After that, Yoon Mun suddenly worried about his enormous wealth and anxiously asked Chan Yunqing, what about Jin Oh Qiantang? They must have suffered significant losses, right, with their excessive oppression. Chan Yunqing replied with a slightly relieved tone, we rely on the support of the royal family and the court officials. Our situation is quite different from others. The Murim alliance hasn't dared to do anything too drastic. Yoon Mun was again surprised, looking at Chan Yunqing with his eyebrows twitching. The royal family and court officials, they are indeed reliable sponsors. His admiration for Song No grew even stronger. These two old guys are really good at what they do. No wonder Jin Oh Qiantang is so prosperous. How far-reaching are their connections? After a few hours of riding in the carriage, their butts numb, they finally reached the Hangzhou branch of the Murim Alliance. When the carriage stopped in front of a grand building surrounded by high walls, Yoon Mun calmly stepped out alone. Intuition told Yoon Mun that this massive building was evidence of the Murim Alliance siphoning money from merchants. He immediately curled his lips, angrily sneering, the construction is so grand, you have so much wealth, this small branch is more magnificent than Jiangnan Best Pavilion. Seeing Yoon Mun standing there muttering in front of the branch's entrance, the guards immediately came out to chase him away. Who are you? What are you doing here? You can't enter without an appointment. Yoon Mun ignored the guards and yelled into the building, Hangzhou branch manager, come out here. The guards became aggressive and yelled at Yoon Mun, do you know where you are? How dare you cause trouble? You want to die? Yoon Mun casually looked at the guards with a contemptuous gaze. Just some lackeys, get out of my sight. The guards continued to yell in fury, what did you say? At that moment, the door of the branch office creaked open, and a man stepped out with a sharp voice. What insolent fellow dares to make a fuss here in broad daylight? You must have nerves of steel. Let's see what you look like, to dare to be so disrespectful. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man's figure appeared from behind the door. It was someone familiar to Yoon Mun. As soon as he saw the Hangzhou branch head, Yoon Mun hadn't fully recognized him because he was standing against the sun. He only felt a sense of familiarity and blurted out as if meeting an acquaintance, oh, it's you. Hyunchung stepped out of the office, still with his eyes closed. It was unclear if he was being arrogant or blinded by the sun, but he didn't notice the person standing below was Yoon Mun and grumbled irritably, you dare to call the branch manager you? If you're crazy, at least be moderately crazy, all right. His words were abruptly cut off as Hyunchung opened his eyes and saw the familiar face. He became stunned and confused for a moment, with a series of sounds stuck in his throat. Yoon Mun grinned with joy, pointing at Hyunchung. I had a feeling, it really is an acquaintance. That's right, it's been a long time, huh? Meanwhile, Hyunchung's face turned pale, lacking a drop of blood. After a long series of buzzing sounds in his ears, he started to spew out a string of bitter curses in his mind. Damn it, fate, what the hell is this? Oh, heavens above. Hyunchung froze, his jaw dropping several inches. He was heartbroken and frustrated, wondering what terrible sins he had committed to run from one place to another, only to encounter a devil like Yoon Mun. It was truly a case of fate bringing them together from across the miles. While Hyunchung was dying inside, Yoon Mun, on the other hand, found this encounter quite amusing. This will be much easier to handle. He greeted him excitedly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Wu great warrior. His actions caused the guards to be stunned and they automatically stepped aside, their eyes lowered. After that, Hyunchung invited Yoon Mun to the branch office's reception room and politely poured tea for him. The memories of their previous encounter made him dare not act carelessly. He couldn't even breathe deeply to express his current sense of misery. Yoon Mun began the conversation in a gentle and polite manner. Perhaps because you've been promoted to branch manager, your mentality and demeanor have improved significantly. Hyunchung scratched his head, responding with a tinge of embarrassment. Really, you think so? Haha, maybe you're right. Since ancient times, haven't all warriors at the front lines been filled with such energy? After a few minutes of light-hearted banter, Yoon Mun abruptly slammed his teacup onto the table, startling Hyunchung. Yoon Mun's face turned cold, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he addressed Hyunchung. Let's get down to business. We're at the Jiangnan Best Pavilion, but there are suspicious people lurking around, making it impossible for them to do any business. Hyunchung, feeling guilty, couldn't meet Yoon Mun's eyes. He forced a smile, trying to cover his tracks. Wait, what kind of scoundrel would dare to sneak around where Yoon Great Warrior is? Honestly, these kids nowadays have no fear. Seeing Hyunchung trying to shift the blame onto the thugs outside, Yoon Mun's patience snapped. He let out a contemptuous laugh, exposing him. It was your people, wasn't it? Hyun-chung's two testicles were practically bouncing against each other under the table, but he still tried to appear innocent. No, no, great warrior, what are you talking about? Yoon-mun smirked again, his eyes unwavering. What, not true? With no more excuses to offer, Hyun-chung hurriedly jumped from his chair and ran outside, his body drenched in cold sweat. I need to use the privy, please forgive me, I'll be back in a moment, feel free to make yourself at home, great warrior. Yoon-mun didn't attempt to stop him, knowing where Hyun-chung was headed, he calmly continued to sip his tea, waiting for the desired result. He does run fast, doesn't he? Meanwhile, along the corridor of the branch office, Hyun-chung was sprinting as if he'd strapped a rocket to his rear. He cursed under his breath, damn it, damn it, damn it. Hyun-chung's face had turned pale as a corpse, he was sweating profusely, not from the heat, but from sheer terror. He never imagined that the cursed son of a gun had ties to the Jiangnan Best Pavilion. Flashing back to a few days earlier, Hyun-chung had received intelligence from his spies in Hangzhou about a group of strange young men at the Jiangnan Best Pavilion, who had a conflict with the Demon Path Syndicate but emerged unscathed. After considering the situation, Hyun-chung ordered his subordinate, so, those suspicious individuals are still at the Jiangnan Best Pavilion, keep them under surveillance from now on. Also, send someone to investigate every customer who visits the Jiangnan Best Pavilion. In the end, the outcome for Hyun-chung was a pair of incredibly friendly eyes and a voice dripping with bloodlust, practically demanding murder. It was your people, wasn't it? In that moment, Hyun-chung had to clench his teeth, though he just wanted to burst into tears and release his agony. Damn it, it was me, it was me. Hyun-chung dashed straight to the subordinate responsible for sending people to the Jiangnan Best Pavilion. The subordinate stared at him, bewildered. Branch manager, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Hyun-chung was so flustered he couldn't speak properly. Hey, get to that damn Jiangnan place, he stammered. The subordinate quickly responded, you mean the Jiangnan Best Pavilion, right? Hyun-chung grabbed onto the words, yes, yes, quickly get our people out of there. After finishing that, Hyun-chung hurried back to the reception room, seeing him gasping for breath and his legs stumbling over each other. Yoon-mun couldn't help but tease him, you seem to be in a hurry, is Chow Chow chasing you? Hyun-chung could only force a smile, trying to smooth things over. Yes, my breakfast seems to have been a bit problematic, but I'm fine now. Yoon-mun nonchalantly sipped his tea, his voice laced with subtle meaning. Right, if there's a problem, naturally your stomach will be in turmoil. That's why we should always be cautious in everything, isn't it? Hyun-chung continued to feign ignorance, stammering in response. Why, what do you mean? Yoon-mun's eyes suddenly flicked up to meet Hyun-chung's, cold and sharp as a blade. He gave a sinister smile, warning him, what I mean is, as long as the area around the Jiangnan Best Pavilion remains clean, you won't have any major issues, so, please take good care of it, Wu great warrior. Sweat trickled down Hyun-chung's back. He forced a strained smile, nodding eagerly. Yes, of course, I won't let even an ant get near the Jiangnan Best Pavilion area, please be assured, great warrior. Inside, he was cursing under his breath, this bastard knows everything. Yoon-mun finally broke into a satisfied grin, like a child who'd gotten his way. As expected, Wu great warrior understands me perfectly. Yoon-mun happily clapped his hands, celebrating alone, oblivious to Hyun-chung's face, now the color of a frog's belly. Well, the problem with the Jiangnan Best Pavilion has been settled, hasn't it? How are things in Murim lately? Yoon-mun, wanting to capitalize on the opportunity to extract more information about the Murim Alliance, particularly about the Northern Blade Association, pretended to be friendly, inquiring, I've been away in the outer regions for a while and am curious about the current state of Jianghu. Can I ask you to explain a little, Wu great warrior? Hyun-chung could only force a smile and reply in bitterness, of course, great warrior, anything you wish to know. Recently, the most notable event is the Murim Alliance's all-out war against the Demon Path Syndicate. The information Hyun-chung shared about the war against the Demon Path Syndicate wasn't drastically different from what Yoon-mun had already gathered, but he could still filter out some new details. The Demon Path Syndicate's ability to maintain a foothold in central Murim and continue to grow was because its financial roots were firmly planted in the world of commerce. Upon discovering the continued existence of the Demon Path's commercial dealings, the Murim Alliance was trying to control the merchant class, effectively choking off the Demon Path Syndicate's economic lifeline. However, it wasn't an easy task. Furthermore, there were numerous internal conflicts within the Murim Alliance. The conflict between the Nine Orthodox Alliance and the Five Clans League was still significant. The upper echelon of the Murim Alliance and the upper echelon of the Northern Blade Association clashed over everything, from power and financial resources to policies concerning the eradication of the Demon Path Syndicate and many other issues. In the end, Hyun-chung expressed his unwavering faith in his leader. However, all the righteous forces are now under the command of the Miram Alliance leader. As the Miram Alliance leader has said, these conflicts won't be a major problem anymore. Yoon-mun, however, did not share the sentiment that the Miram Alliance leader was right. Not a major problem, are you sure? In Yoon-mun's mind, the Northern Blade Association leader was overly complacent and underestimated the cracks within the Miram Alliance's unity. These conflicts would pose a significant threat to the Miram Alliance and the campaign to eliminate the Demon Path Syndicate that the leader had launched. For a moment, Yoon-mun's mind flashed back to something his grandfather had told him as a child. Yoon-mun, do you know what can cause a large dam to break? Yoon-mun, naively tilting his head, replied, a major disaster like a landslide. However, the old man shook his head, rejecting his grandson's answer. You're wrong, Yoon-mun, not satisfied, eagerly pressed. Why, what is it then, grandfather? The venerable old man chuckled and taught his grandson, a massive dam can be completely destroyed by nothing more than a mouse. Yoon-mun, he had etched those words into his heart ever since. A mouse can cause a dam to collapse. The holes the mice dig to build their nests will gradually become larger cracks over time. A tiny mouse hole can destabilize the dam. No matter how large the dam, when it loses stability and is gradually eroded, it will eventually collapse. To sum it up, Yoon-mun's grandfather had imparted a truth that a powerful nation is no different from a dam. The seemingly insignificant risks are often the ones that carry the most danger. Always be careful of that, Yoon-mun. Recalling his grandfather's perspective, Yoon-mun solidified his judgment. Even a majestic dam can be brought down by small holes dug by mice. There's a limit to how much we can ignore and avoid dangers, even when they seem insignificant but are steadily growing. For a moment, Yoon-mun was consumed by curiosity, wondering how Dugu Hentian would deal with this. Dugu Hentian was cunning, treacherous, and at times, even more ruthless than any member of the demon cult. Therefore, whatever he was thinking, it might not be immediately apparent. Yoon-mun felt the need to be even more vigilant. Seeing Yoon-mun fall silent for a while, Hyun-chung suddenly became curious and asked, incidentally, Yoon-mun, great warrior, when will you join the alliance? They really need someone like you right now, Hyun-chung suggested. Yoon-mun's eyes widened in surprise, his lips twitching slightly at the unexpected proposal. As dusk began to settle, Yoon-mun found an excuse to leave the branch office. I must be going now. Thank you for everything, Wu great warrior, he said. Hyun-chung escorted him to the door, bowing respectfully. No need to thank me, great warrior, I'll pass your message on to the alliance leader. Turning his back on the branch office, Yoon-mun finally let out a sigh of relief, but his spirit remained far from relaxed. The reason, of course, was Hyun-chung's question from just minutes ago. When will you join the alliance? It was still fresh in Yoon-mun's mind. After a moment of hesitation, Yoon-mun revealed his plans. Well, I intend to go there in a few days. Hyun-chung eagerly welcomed him. Oh, is that so? If Great Warrior wishes to contribute your strength to the alliance, they will always welcome you with open arms. Yoon-mun shuddered at the thought of the invitation, sighing inwardly. It's a real nuisance. I was going to ignore it, but I guess I have no choice. I'll have to visit the Miram Alliance soon. Despite his inner discomfort, Yoon-mun thought this visit to the branch office wasn't entirely bad. He had gleaned some valuable intel. The Miram Alliance was currently unstable, their power not as formidable as it appeared, and their intelligence network wasn't as sharp or tight-knit. Yoon-mun was certain this information would be incredibly useful for his future plans. As the carriage arrived to pick up Yoon-mun, the driver asked immediately, everything went smoothly, master. Yoon-mun responded with a cheerful smile, I couldn't ask for more. Let's head back to the best pavilion now. Upon returning to the Jiangnan Best Pavilion and sharing the good news with Bao Dioren, he erupted in joy, shouting so loud that the sound echoed into the street. Is it true, master? Yoon-mun nodded happily in confirmation. I've already spoken to the Miram Alliance, so now you don't have to worry about your business anymore. Bao Dun, with an excited voice, said, Oh my god, thank you so much, I can finally breathe easy now. Suddenly, Bei Gong Huanju approached Yoon-mun from behind and used sound transmission through Inda's ability to talk to him. Young master, your subordinate has something to tell you. Yoon-mun, still smiling at Bao Dun, replied, What's the matter? Why are you hiding yourself? Bei Gong Huanju continued in a serious tone, There's a guest. Yoon-mun asked with suspicion, An enemy? Why don't I feel any unusual aura? At the same time, he still managed to talk to Bao Dun. Now the only thing left to do is to make a lot of money. Old Bao. Bei Gong Huanju continued to report to Yoon-mun, The person was very careful when entering. They also said they came here to find you. Yun Mun thought harder, feeling puzzled. My guest, but I haven't made any appointments. Then, Baigong Wanju said with an urgent tone, they said they are from the Demonic Path Syndicate. Yun Mun immediately instructed Bao Dun before returning to the reception room. I'm going upstairs to rest for a while. I'm a bit tired today. Don't let anyone come near and disturb me. Bao Dun happily replied with a joyous heart. Yes, yes, please rest well, young master, no servants will bother you. As Yun Mun stepped onto the stairs, he carefully looked around to see if anyone was watching him. Once he confirmed that no one was around, Yun Mun quickly used the transfiguration art and headed towards the third floor. Let's go, Huanju. As soon as he stepped into the room, Yun Mun directly addressed the guest he had guessed. You must be eager to meet me, Syndicate Master. Yun Mun, looking annoyed, glared at the strangers in black clothes standing in the room. Why did you come here without keeping the time and place as promised? A soft voice came from behind the hood of the mysterious figure standing in the middle of the room. As you said, young master, 10 days is too long to sit around and wait, so I came to see you first. Yun Mun quickly realized this voice wasn't a man's. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. The leader of the Demonic Path Syndicate is a woman. Before investigating the mysterious woman further, Yun Mun took the opportunity to silently reprimand Tan Dai Zhueguang. By the way, Zhueguang, how could you let strangers in so easily? Tan Dai Zhueguang scratched his head with a silly smile, because she was very polite and respectful. So Yun Mun became even more annoyed. He roared silently, seriously, you just let people in as long as they're polite, regardless of who they are. Tan Dai Zhueguang quickly lowered his eyes. I apologize, I was wrong. After reprimanding Tan Dai Zhueguang, Yun Mun turned back to the mysterious woman. All right. He began to introduce himself. I am Heaven Destroyed. It's a pleasure to meet you, Syndicate Master. I heard that the Demonic Path Syndicate is very successful in resisting the Miram Alliance despite being outnumbered. I'm very touched to hear that. The woman replied with a veiled voice. Young master, you're only partially correct. Yun Mun raised an eyebrow, looking at her with suspicion. What do you mean, Syndicate Master? The mysterious girl explained in a deep voice. It's true that those arrogant Miram Alliance people have been taught a lesson by the Demonic Path Syndicate. However, young master, you're wrong to say I'm the Syndicate Master. Yun Mun furrowed his brow even deeper. Then you're not the Syndicate Master. I said I only wanted to talk to the Syndicate Master of the Demonic Path Syndicate. The mysterious girl remained calm as she persuaded Yun Mun. You haven't even heard my identity and you're already making this decision. You'll change your mind when you know who I am. Yun Mun, indeed, started to feel curious and interested. Oh, so who are you? The woman raised her slender hand and gently removed her face mask and hood. Then, a beautiful face with a voluptuous figure appeared from behind the cloak. The mysterious girl looked up at Yun Mun with admiring eyes. It's a pleasure to meet you, young master. I am the advisor of the Demonic Path Syndicate, Zhuge Chaohong. The sudden appearance of Zhuge Chaohong made Yun Mun's eyes widen in surprise. Recently I've heard a lot about her reputation, the person who shocked the Miram world, but meeting her in person like this makes me really surprising. Zhuge Chaohong giggled, her eyes twinkling mischievously, and waved her hand. You should be the one surprised. Based on the rumors in the Jianghu, I thought you'd be a much more fierce-looking man. Who would have thought you could be this handsome? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuge Chaohong narrowed her eyes, seeming to savor the moment. A glint of desire to conquer flashed in her eyes, leaving Yun Mun flustered and unsure how to respond. So what? Right then, Baigong Xiaochuan chimed in with a chuckle. Big sister, I told you, my master is truly handsome. Zhuge Chaohong replied with a cheerful laugh. Yes, just like you said, little junior. Yun Mun was further stunned to find his silly disciple had even become close with Zhuge Chaohong, calling each other sisters. Seeing Baigong Xiaochuan still giggling happily at Zhuge Chaohong with shining eyes, Yun Mun couldn't help but feel uneasy. This little Xiaochuan, she hasn't said something she shouldn't have, has she? Even though everyone else was quiet, with only Baigong Xiaochuan and Zhuge Chaohong giggling, Yun Mun cleared his throat and gently reminded them, Ahem, it's a bit noisy to talk now, isn't it? Zhuge Chaohong immediately understood his meaning and suggested, then maybe we can have a more in-depth conversation after sending our subordinates down. Yun Mun calmly nodded. All right, let's do that. Immediately afterward, Yun Mun glanced at Dan Tai Zhueguang, a slight smirk playing on his lips, and called out his name. Dan Tai Zhueguang understood and clasped his hands in acceptance. Yes, my lord. Zhuge Chaohong also turned her head and ordered her subordinates, all of you, go back. The guards immediately nodded in unison. Yes, ma'am. Everyone obeyed without a word except for Beigong Xiaochuan, who had to be dragged out by Dan Taizhueguang. Come on, out you go, Xiaochuan. Beigong Xiaochuan immediately started to wriggle like a naughty child. I want to play with master and big sister. Beigong Huanju sighed and muttered, are you going to act like a baby forever? Beigong Xiaochuan was powerless against Dan Taizhueguang's strength, so she could only shout towards Zhuge Chaohong, big sister, you have to finish the story you started earlier. Zhuge Chaohong generously laughed, all right, I will. Finally, Yun Mun and Zhuge Chaohong could enjoy some peace and quiet. They sat down together, had some snacks and drinks, and discussed future plans. Yun Mun began the conversation with a mix of embarrassment and curiosity. Junior must have bothered you a lot. I feel really bad about that. But what was that story the little girl wanted you to finish? I'm curious too. Zhuge Chaohong replied with a mischievous smile, her voice as enthusiastic as Beigong Xiaochuan's. It's nothing major, she just asked who the top expert is among Miram's promising talents right now. Yun Mun couldn't help but let out a sigh filled with apprehension. A question perfectly fitting that little girl's personality. He then continued, curious, so, who did you say it was? Zhuge Chaohong fiddled with her teacup, her expression mysterious and clearly enjoying the story she was about to tell. I told her about two people. Seeing Zhuge Chaohong pausing after each sentence, Yun Mun tilted his head and furrowed his brow in eagerness. Two people. Curiosity was only part of the reason. He wanted to fully understand the information in the Jianghu to create a perfect plan. Zhuge Chaohong slowly sipped her tea and continued, her voice filled with admiration. One is the bloody star of the demonic path, heavenly demon scribe, heaven destroyed. And the other is the divine star of the orthodox path, jade-faced divine dragon, Mun Yun. As she finished speaking, Zhuge Chaohong was captivated by her own alluring smile, completely unaware that the two people she just mentioned were actually the same person. Yun Mun's expectant smile immediately froze, the corners of his mouth twitching in confusion. He couldn't believe that his two identities had become so renowned, despite only surfacing a few times. Zhuge Chaohong chuckled at Yun Mun's strained smile and knowingly guessed his thoughts. Haha, based on your expression, it seems you've also heard something about Jade-Faced Divine Dragon, haven't you? It's not just rumors about Mun Yun. I am Mun Yun. But he couldn't reveal his identity to outsiders, so he forced a natural smile to hide his inner confusion. Yes, I have indeed heard a few rumors circulating in the Jianghu recently. Then, what Zhuge Chaohong said was even more shocking. Yun Mun, in his two identities, along with the Miram Alliance leader, the Grand Master, and Zhang Sanfeng, the true master of Wudang, had started to be called the Five Heavens of Miram by people in the Jianghu. In other words, they were the most powerful figures in Miram right now. Even though he was extremely surprised inside, Yun Mun skillfully concealed his emotions. The Five Heavens of Miram, this is the first time I've heard that. Zhuge Chaohong simply nodded in response. It's understandable, that name only recently appeared in the Jianghu. Then, she smirked with a hint of admiration as she mentioned handsome men. However, the world's attention is still focused on the Bloody Star and the Divine Star. Everyone is paying attention to you and Jade-Faced Divine Dragon. Yun Mun raised an eyebrow in doubt. If they're called the Five Heavens of Miram, shouldn't they care about all five? Why just those two? Zhuge Chaohong chuckled. It's natural to focus attention on newly emerging talents, isn't it? Moreover, who wouldn't want to know who's stronger, Heaven Destroyed or Mun Yun? That's something I'm also very curious about. As she spoke, Zhuge Chaohong narrowed her eyes mischievously at Yun Mun, as if urging a confrontation between him and Jade-Faced Divine Dragon. Yun Mun once again strained to pull the corners of his mouth up to hide his inner confusion. So that's how it is. Deep down, he was crying out because of how troublesome this situation was. Basically, in the past, he had just created identities based on the situation to make it easier to act and blend in. Who would have thought that Heaven Destroyed and Mun Yun would cause such an uproar in Miram after being recognized as two separate figures by the Jianghu? Right when Yun Mun's mind was in chaos, Heavenly Demon suddenly spoke with a sinister smile. What are you so flustered about? Yun Mun immediately glanced at him with a deeply skeptical look. Heavenly Demon excitedly analyzed the situation for Yun Mun. Those two identities of yours will actually become secret weapons, wouldn't you say? Do you not know what it means to turn danger into opportunity, you idiot? While Yun Mun was carefully considering Heavenly Demon's suggestion, an argument broke out. Huining Old Monk smiled kindly and reminded Heavenly Demon, "Oh ho, Heavenly Demon, you're being wicked again." Heavenly Demon immediately grumbled coldly, "I'm not talking to you, you bald old geezer." Huining Old Monk immediately became annoyed and retorted, "Heavenly Demon, have you ever been beaten with a wooden mallet?" Heavenly Demon, of course, didn't back down and responded, What, you bald old geezer, are you crazy? Yunmun ignored their bickering and started to agree with Heavenly Demon's proposal. What Heavenly Demon said isn't wrong. As long as I use those two identities effectively, I'll have many advantages. After a moment of silence, Zhuge Chaohong spoke softly, Master, if you don't have any more questions, can I tell you my story now? Yunmun immediately nodded. Oh right, I still don't know why the advisor personally came here. Strangely, Zhuge Chaohong tilted her head and looked at Yunmun with a sly, mischievous smile, as if scheming some deep intentions in her heart. Then, her eyes changed, suddenly becoming intense and resolute. Her voice also became more serious. I'll cut to the chase. The Demonic Path Syndicate needs your strength. Yunmun immediately chuckled to himself, because things were exactly as he had expected. However, he pretended to be unenthusiastic about the proposal. Is that so? But didn't you already solve all the problems with your outstanding intelligence? Knowing that Yunmun was just being modest, Zhuge Chaohong cleverly persuaded him, no matter how capable I am, the truth is, a single tree cannot make a forest. I can't stand against the power of the Muram Alliance alone. Yunmun immediately raised an eyebrow in doubt and challenged Zhuge Chaohong's argument. So you're saying that I'm also alone, even if I'm as talented as you say? How can I contribute much to the demonic path? Am I thinking wrong? Zhuge Chaohong narrowed her eyes with a cunning smile, flattering Yunmun. Master, you're mistaken, you're the bloody star, aren't you? The one sitting before me is not an ordinary person, but a star. Zhuge Chaohong's pun, as bland as boiled water, made the atmosphere in the room instantly tense. For a moment, Yunmun didn't know how to react, as she seemed to be very pleased with her own cleverness. Finally, Yunmun chose to laugh belatedly, his pale skin lacking vitality, as if he were the one who was slow to understand, not because of Zhuge Chaohong's tasteless joke. Conversely, Zhuge Chaohong was extremely satisfied with her own pun and felt that Yunmun's laughter was like a compliment, causing her to blush and nod. Ho ho ho, seems like you like the way I talk, Master. Although Yunmun wasn't laughing because Zhuge Chaohong's pun was funny, he still reluctantly acknowledged her ability to make herself the butt of the joke. Yes, you are quite good at making people laugh, but what will you do if I refuse this proposal? Zhuge Chaohong, of course, anticipated that persuading Yunmun wouldn't be easy. She had also considered the worst-case scenario, so she was very calm in the face of his question. If you absolutely refuse, there's nothing I can do. But if rumors spread that you're here, the Muram Alliance will go to any lengths to capture you. They will use all their strength. Zhuge Chaohong's eyes quickly became sharp, like a blade pressed against his throat, threatening Yunmun. Yunmun wasn't intimidated by Zhuge Chaohong's threat. Instead, he became even more interested in provoking her. How will they find out about that? So, you'll spread the rumor immediately if I don't cooperate, right? Zhuge Chaohong immediately shrugged and responded to Yunmun's provocation with a firm and decisive voice. Well, that depends on what you think, but whether they fight you or fight us, the outcome will still be a significant loss for the orthodox path. As long as it benefits our cause, I won't hesitate to use any means necessary. At this point, Zhuge Chaohong's demeanor had completely changed, becoming insidious and cunning, sending shivers down Yunmun's spine. Of course, that was just a fleeting chill in his heart. I thought she had a gentle and soft personality like flowing water, but she turned out to be quite a formidable woman. Now I know why those guys in the Muram Alliance were beaten by her. Yunmun was unfazed, knowing he held the upper hand. The one who had to kneel and plead was the weaker one. He decided to make a bold move to maximize his own benefit, also a test to see how far Zhuge Chaohong could endure. After careful consideration, Yunmun chuckled slyly and asked Zhuge Chaohong, no matter what conditions I ask for, you can accept them all, right? Zhuge Chaohong knew this question was a prelude to unreasonable, even arrogant demands. She had to be cautious and probe. Could you first tell me what those conditions are, young master? Yunmun clicked his tongue seriously and stated plainly, my conditions are only two. First, no one can give me orders, nor can they obstruct my actions. Second, give me the right to mobilize the Demonic Path Syndicate's forces whenever I ask. As expected, those were conditions almost impossible to accept. However, Zhuge Chaohong replied with a half-joking tone, even though you've only presented two conditions, they are not easy to accept. It sounds like you want to become the Grand Master of the Demonic Path Syndicate. Yunmun didn't hesitate to reveal his sly smile. Really? Well, then I don't think there's any need to complicate things. I want to become the Demonic Path Grand Master. He was waiting to see Zhuge Chaohong's reaction, whether it would be as she said. As the advisor of the Demonic Path Syndicate, Zhuge Chaohong didn't hesitate to express her steadfastness and determination to serve the common good. She smiled calmly as if she had accepted those two conditions, making Yunmun surprised. I understand. However, in return, I would like to request something from you, young master. Yunmun heard this and realized she was worthy of being the Demonic Path Syndicate's advisor. Even while yielding to others, she would still calculate the most benefits for her side. In Yunmun's eyes, his joining the Demonic Path Syndicate was already a favor. He couldn't help but sarcastically respond to Zhuge Caohong's request. You want to request something from me? That's a bit audacious, wouldn't you say? Zhuge Caohong suddenly stood up, her graceful movements bringing her closer to Yunmun. I know, but even if I have to kneel, I still want to borrow your strength. Yunmun pursed his lips and looked at Zhuge Caohong with a serious gaze, acknowledging her effort. So you truly are willing to do anything for the Demonic Path Syndicate's benefit? Zhuge Caohong nodded resolutely. That's right. Yunmun was finally convinced by Zhuge Caohong's passionate heart for the Demonic Path and sighed. All right, look at how desperate you are. Let's hear what your request is. Zhuge Caohong was elated and quickly explained the problem to Yunmun. The Demonic Path Syndicate today is rotten from the inside. The Elders' Council, seizing power within the organization, is threatening even the Grand Master's authority. Yunmun raised an eyebrow in confusion and immediately made a decisive gesture of cutting his throat. He can directly eliminate those Elders' Council members, right? Zhuge Caohong's eyes darkened with sorrow at this point. I wish we could, but right now, we're facing the Miram Alliance. If our forces or the Grand Master act to resolve this issue, our organization will suffer irreparable damage from internal strife and collapse. Yunmun was bewildered, as the situation was more complicated than he imagined. What, after the Miram Alliance, now the Demonic Path Syndicate also has such a complex internal situation? Then, he suddenly remembered the key point in this matter. Wait, if that's the case, even if I take over the Demonic Path Syndicate, what good is it, right? Zhuge Caohong smiled contentedly at Yunmun's sharpness. She frankly admitted and proposed, it's true, but it would be a different story if you could cut away that festering wound and reform the Demonic Path Syndicate, wouldn't it? Yunmun immediately grasped the core of Zhuge Caohong's words. She was telling him that to truly use the Demonic Path Syndicate, he had to directly repair it, and then he could legitimately take it over. Although he was 90% sure of Zhuge Caohong's meaning, Yunmun still half-jokingly probed to confirm. Can I understand that you're telling me to make the Demonic Path Syndicate entirely mine, advisor? Zhuge Caohong's eyes lit up with excitement, and her sly smile reappeared. Do whatever you want, as long as you feel it's suitable. The Demonic Path Grand Master, no, I mean, the Demonic Path Grand Duke. Zhuge Caohong's words were followed by her sweeping robe, as she knelt down and clasped her hands respectfully before Yunmun, as if acknowledging him as the high-ranking leader of the Demonic Path Syndicate. Yunmun couldn't help but look down at Zhuge Caohong's kneeling posture in astonishment. The Demonic Path Grand Duke, what is that title again? Zhuge Caohong continued to bow her head sincerely, showing respect to Yunmun. Grand Duke, now you can talk to me comfortably without any restraint. The Grand Duke position is equivalent to the Grand Master. Even the Grand Master has no right to give orders to the Grand Duke, and you can also examine or punish all the disciples of our organization. Yunmun carefully pondered in his heart. Although he wasn't the Grand Master, his position would be equivalent, but she was someone lower than the Grand Master. How could she guarantee his position? Yunmun felt doubtful and questioned. You're not even the Grand Master, how can you make such a decision? Zhuge Caohong chuckled slyly and gave an ambiguous answer. I really can't give you the details, but please don't worry about that, I can handle it. Yunmun also smirked slyly and probed. So you won't tell me everything? Could this be related to a plan you've made? The more mysterious Zhuge Caohong was, the more curious Yunmun became and pressed for answers. However, Zhuge Caohong remained tight-lipped. She only nodded slightly in confirmation, her sinister smile fixed on Yunmun, readily admitting she was scheming something deep. The more mysterious Zhuge Caohong was, the more interested Yunmun became. He burst into laughter with sparkling eyes. If that's part of your plan, then I should become part of this game too. Tell me the exact location of the Demonic Path Syndicate's headquarters. I'll find it myself in the next few days. After his private conversation with Zhuge Caohong and reaching a satisfactory agreement, Yunmun summoned his subordinates to a mountain at the outskirts of Hangzhou City. It was a deserted place, ensuring no one would bother or eavesdrop. Yunmun stood confidently and proudly on the mountaintop, overlooking his subordinates. Now, are all of you here? Dan Tai Zhueguang, Beigong Huanju, and Dan Tai Wulan all clasped their hands in front of their chests and shouted in unison, Yes, Lord. Their gazes alone revealed a serious, well-ordered demeanor, ready to receive orders. Only Beigong Xiaochuan was out of sync. Not only did she shout a beat later than everyone else, but her movements were also chaotic, looking like a new multi-level marketing employee raising their hand and shouting a slogan. Furthermore, Beigong Xiaochuan went on to bother Beigong Huanju. By the way, Huanju, what do you think Master wants to tell us? Beigong Huanju angrily pushed the troublesome girl aside. You could figure that out if you just stayed quiet and listened, couldn't you? If you get any closer to me, I'll chop you into pieces. Beigong Xiaochuan immediately snuggled up to Dantai Wulan to get sympathy and was defended by her. Huanju, don't be so cold to the little one. Beigong Huanju muttered, seriously, you're siding with her just because you two have become a bit closer. Yun Mon and Dantai Zhueguang saw this chaotic scene and were too bored to speak. After waiting so long for the three kids to settle down, Yun Mon finally sighed and called out, Ha, Zhueguang. Dantai Zhueguang immediately clicked his teeth warningly to the mischievous kids with a snap of his fingers. Hey, you morons, our lord is talking, shut your mouths. The three youngsters quickly stood upright with guilty expressions. Yes, yes, sir. When the air had calmed down, Yun Mon cleared his throat and began his speech. All right, now that everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. Yun Mon shared with everyone a summary of the information he had learned since returning to Miram's Central Plains, as well as what he had recently learned from Zhuge Chaohong. Naturally, Yun Mon also revealed his dual identities, Heavenly Demon Scribe Heaven Destroyed and Jade-Faced Divine Dragon Mon Yun, the rumors surrounding those identities, their impact on Miram, and miscellaneous stories about the Demonic Path Syndicate. Everyone, except for Beigong Xiaochuan, listened seriously and understood easily. After summarizing those basic issues, Yun Mon instructed everyone, whenever I change my position and identity, you must also change accordingly, there must be no mistakes in this matter. Dantai Zhueguang nodded thoughtfully for a moment then carefully asked Yun Mon, that means we subordinates must also use transfiguration art to hide our true faces when we act, right, Lord? Yun Mon snapped his fingers, praising his sharpness. Exactly. Fearing that Beigong Xiaochuan still hadn't grasped the issue, Yun Mon pointed directly at her. Zhueguang, Huanju, and Wulan can use transfiguration art, that's fine, but Xiaochuan, your internal energy is still weak, so you can't use transfiguration art. From now on, you can only accompany me when I appear as Heavenly Demon Scribe. And when I'm Jade-Faced Divine Dragon, pretend like you don't know me at all. Beigong Xiaochuan protested with a long face. Wait, how can I do that? Besides, many people have seen us together in Hangzhou. Yun Mon firmly shook his head and explained, we haven't entered Central Plains for long, so it's okay, no one will pay attention to that. I just want us to be more careful from now on. Later, when you're proficient in transfiguration art, we can go together. Besides, you can only go with me when I'm not Jade-Faced Divine Dragon, so don't pout like that anymore. Beigong Xiaochuan reluctantly nodded, still pouting. Yes, sir. Better safe than sorry. Yun Mon continued to remind his hot-tempered subordinates, and as I always say, don't act hastily without my orders. Especially you, Zhueguang, because your martial arts skills are more prominent than the others. Be extra careful in all situations. Having said that, Yun Mon plopped down with a serious expression, making Dantai Zhueguang jump in fright. What is it? Yun Mon was just joking a bit, then immediately burst into laughter, praising Dantai Zhueguang. I mean, you're too strong, so be a little more careful, you understand. Dantai Zhueguang, flattered by the praise, puffed up his chest and looked up at the sky with a smug grin, immediately replying, yes, my lord. Yun Mon then turned to the three young men. Beigong Xiaochuan was already lying down playing with ants, so he didn't bother with him. He asked the other two, Huanju and Wulan, can you use the martial arts of the righteous sect? Beigong Huanju replied confidently, yes, my lord, but Dantai Wulan hesitated. I know it, but I've never used it before, so I'm not sure. Yun Mon smiled brightly and encouraged Dantai Wulan, it's alright. Knowing it is enough, Wulan, your special skill lies in your lightning-fast swordsmanship, so, try to imitate the martial arts of the righteous sect, utilizing that advantage. Encouraged by Yun Mon's words, Dantai Wulan felt her heart bloom. She was touched that he remembered her special skill. With a happy smile, she bowed her head and clasped her hands. As you command, my lord. At the end of the meeting, Yun Mon declared with a burning spirit, from now on, demonic arts are strictly forbidden unless I give the order. In the Miram of Central Plains, we must be able to blend in with the crowd, no matter who we are. Is that clear? Everyone roared in unison, as you command, my lord. A few days later, Yun Mon and Dantai Zhueguang were on their way to Kim Oa Qiantang in Hangzhou, following their plan to meet Song No again. Both Yun Mon and Dantai Zhueguang were dressed as members of the righteous Miram, their posture dignified and well composed, a stark contrast to their previous appearances. Seeing Dan Zhueguang's new appearance, Yun Mun couldn't help but chuckle and tease him. How do you feel, Zhueguang? Can you comfortably move around in that attire? The long scar across Dan Zhueguang's face had been flawlessly erased by the transfiguration art, even more miraculous than the 4 great demonic arts of Asia. However, he seemed uncomfortable with his new handsome appearance. Yes, although I feel a bit awkward, I can manage. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, that woman was truly amazing, my lord. Most people wouldn't even be able to open their mouths because of the pressure emanating from your chi. It's unbelievable that she had the courage to make such a proposal. Yun Mun shuddered as he recalled his previous conversation with Zhuge Chaohong. Yes, that woman is definitely not ordinary. There's a monster lurking within her heart. Dan Zhueguang, unaware of the specifics of their conversation, became even more astonished and curious. A monster? What do you mean, my lord? Returning to their previous conversation, Yun Mun declared excitedly, if that's part of her plan, then I should become a part of this game. Tell me the exact location of the Demonic Path Syndicate's headquarters. I'll find it myself in the next few days. Zhuge Chaohong smiled radiantly and eagerly described the location of the Demonic Path Syndicate's headquarters to him. Our base is located beneath Dongting Lake. You won't regret making this choice, my lord. Yun Mun's eyes lit up with curiosity as he asked Zhuge Chaohong, underneath Dongting Lake, you must have chosen that location because you knew a major battle would erupt with the Miram Alliance. So, is this part of your strategy? Zhuge Chaohong, with a proud demeanor, raised her head and explained, when the righteous sects become stronger, they always oppress the demonic path. I'm simply preparing for the future by reflecting on the lessons of the past. It can't be called a strategy, it's simply a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Yun Mun nodded and praised Zhuge Chaohong. That's what makes you extraordinary, you always think ahead. Let me ask you one final question. I heard you're a descendant of the Zhuge family, but why do you want to overthrow the righteous Miram? Zhuge Caohong's excited expression instantly turned ashen as if covered by dark clouds, her eyes filled with a look of resentment, as if recalling a deep-seated vendetta. Yun Mun's question was like a drop of water stirring up the resentment in Zhuge Caohong's heart. Horrifying scenes flooded her mind, but at the center of it all was a crimson venomous snake, as if her whole body was stained with blood. In that moment, Zhuge Caohong's eyes also glowed with a blood-red killing intent, sending shivers down anyone who dared to meet her gaze. She frankly told Yun Mun, there's a man I want to kill, and now he's the leader of the righteous Miram. Even Yun Mun was terrified by the intense killing intent and cruel smile in Zhuge Caohong's eyes. More importantly, the leader of the righteous Miram, who was now opposing the Demonic Path Syndicate, was Dugu Hentian. As soon as Dan Zhueguang heard the name Dugu Hentian, he grimaced in displeasure. Even though he had never met the old man before, that guy again. Yun Mun clicked his tongue and shrugged. Well, in a way, he's truly remarkable, but it seems he's making a plan that will turn everyone in Jianghu into his enemy. Dan Zhueguang had also heard rumors about Dugu Hentian's wicked deeds and could not disagree with Yun Mun. It's surprising that even the people of the demonic path can't fathom his actions. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Kim Oa Qiantang. Dan Zhueguang couldn't help but ask Yun Mun with curiosity, my lord, who are we going to meet after all? Yun Mun complained with a click of his tongue. How many times are you going to ask that? I told you they are my benefactors. Dan Zhueguang, even more curious after hearing that, thought about the people his lord called benefactors. I simply can't control my curiosity about them. Yun Mun couldn't give a detailed explanation. He continued to mumble vaguely and gave a rare gentle smile. I'm very curious too. For a moment, memories of Song No flooded Yun Mun's mind. They were the ones who saved him from death and showed their unwavering loyalty not only to the previous emperor but also to the king who lost his throne and fell into misery. At first, Yun Mun thought they were strange and foolish. He didn't even dare to believe they would be loyal to him. Sometimes, they scared him with their incredibly impoverished appearance. However, after spending time with them, being carefully looked after by the two old men and witnessing their absolute loyalty, Yun Mun gradually found them friendly and lovable, and of course, trustworthy. Yun Mun recalled the beautiful memories of Song No helping him be reborn in a new form and adapt to this life. He had not heard any news from them since saying goodbye on the mountain, so he was worried about how they were doing now. Yun Mun waved cheerfully to Chang Yunqing as soon as he saw him standing at the door to greet him. Hey, Chang Yunqing, I'm here. Chang Yunqing smiled broadly and invited him into the secret room. You've arrived, they are waiting for you inside. After knocking a few times, Yun Mun, unable to hold back his excitement, opened the door directly. I'm coming in. The moment they saw Yun Mun's figure appearing outside the door and heard his familiar voice, the people inside the room were so moved that they dropped their teacups. Luckily, the thick and soft carpet prevented the cups from breaking. While Huan No dropped his cup, Hui No also excitedly jumped up, causing the wooden chair to fall over. Yun Mun's footsteps slowed down as his emotions surged. The reunion of the three began in silence. It took a while for the choked voices of Huan No and Hui No to come out from their trembling throats. Master, Lord, tears welled up in their eyes. Yun Mun also choked up, smiling brightly like a child who had gone far away and finally returned home after a long time. How are you two doing, Huan No, Hui No? Huan No and Hui No immediately burst into tears like children. Master, Lord, they rushed towards Yun Mun with tears streaming down their faces, full of longing. The scene was no different from when grandparents reunite with their beloved grandchild after many days apart. Yun Mun also excitedly embraced the two old men. Song No, are you both well? Huan No and Hui No continued to sob. Of course, your servants are well. We never expected to see you again with such vitality. We're so happy, we don't know what to do. Huan No stared intently at Yun Mun from head to toe, his eyes sparkling like stars, seeing that his previous gloomy and disheartened appearance had completely vanished and his aura had become radiant again. He didn't know what to do to thank heaven and earth. A powerful force flowed like water, surrounding Yun Mun, and his majestic demeanor, whether in the palace or in Murim, carried the aura of an emperor. Huan No's heart ached even more for Yun Mun as he thought about it. He couldn't bear to see his king wandering through Jianghu, but since that was Yun Mun's new goal in life, he could only do his best to support him. Seeing Huan No and Hui No continue to sob, Yun Mun comforted them. Don't cry so much, Song No, you're making me cry too. Huan No and Hui No continued to sniffle for a long time, muttering, it's good, Lord. Just as the three of them reluctantly let go of each other and were about to sit down to drink tea and chat, a series of hurried footsteps came rushing in. It was the sound made by one person, but it seemed as if dozens of people were running, shaking the ground. Another cheerful voice called out, Lord. Yun Mun couldn't even recognize the voice and turned his head towards the door in doubt. What's that? Who is it? To his surprise, Gun Pyo appeared in a new guise that Yun Mun didn't recognize at first. He proudly thumped his chest and introduced himself. What do you mean? It's me, Gun Pyo, the elegant demon king. Not only had he shaved his shaggy beard, but Gun Pyo had also become twice as muscular as when he last met Yun Mun. The sight made him stare in disbelief. Wow, Gun Pyo, when did you become so big? What kind of training have you been doing, and why aren't you wearing any clothes? Seeing Yun Mun's surprise, Huan No and Hui No smiled proudly, as the effort they put into training Gun Pyo was not insignificant. Gun Pyo mentioned training and shed tears, both bitter and grateful to Song No. I've been through a time I don't even want to remember, but thanks to your grace, my lord, everything is all right. Although Gun Pyo had trimmed his hair neatly, Dan Tai Guang, who had just entered the room afterwards, looked at him with disdain. What the hell is this hairy guy with all those scribbles on his face doing? How dare he act so familiar with the Lord? I can't stand looking at him. After observing Gun Pyo for a while, Yun Mun suddenly burst into laughter. Looking at you, I feel like I'm seeing Zhuai Guang. Gun Pyo immediately tilted his head in curiosity. Who is Zhuai Guang? Yun Mun excitedly introduced. Oh, sorry, I'm introducing him a bit late. The mad demon monarch, come over here. Dan Tai Guang, as soon as he approached Gun Pyo, put on a provocative attitude. With a smug grin, he pointed at his chest and boasted, I am Dan Tai Guang, the demon monarch. I can proudly say that I am the Lord's most trusted subordinate. Gun Pyo, not to be outdone, flaunted his own status. Most trusted subordinate, I'm the Lord's first subordinate. Aren't you supposed to show respect to your seniors, you rude bastard? Dan Tai Guang immediately bared his teeth and challenged him. If you want to be respected, you should at least demonstrate some skills. A fierce competition immediately erupted, the two of them butting heads like bulls. You bastard, are you asking for death? All right, bring it on. Yun Mun, seeing the tense situation, got angry and yelled, Hey, don't ruin a good day like this. The two bastards, Dan Tai Guang and Gun Pyo, immediately shrank back and obeyed. Yes, we obey your orders, Lord. Then, it was Beggar Sex Beggar Pung's turn to appear and greet Yun Mun. Lord, long time no see. Yun Mun also warmly welcomed him. Fong Lao, how have you been? Beggar Pung laughed heartily. How can I not be happy when I'm living with the granddaughter of a good friend? Yun Mun was stunned, completely forgetting about the girl, the granddaughter of a good friend. Just then, a voice as thin as silk, soft as satin, suddenly rang out. Could it be that you, young master, have forgotten me? As soon as Yun Mun heard that sweet voice, he remembered the girl he had entrusted to Beggar Pung. he immediately turned his head towards her, and Dan Tai Jueguang and Gunpyo, seeing such a beautiful woman for the first time, couldn't take their eyes off her. Dako Shuelan walked in from behind the door, smiling gently as she greeted Yun Mun. "Young master, are you well?" As one of the two great beauties of Mirim, she still emanated the same captivating brilliance as before, her beauty even more mature. Seeing the beauty, Yun Mun immediately recalled that night. He had hugged Dako Shuelan and jumped like a squirrel, stepping on branches and rocks to escape Dako's family. The late autumn night air was cold, so they unconsciously huddled close to each other. Now, Dako Shuelan also recalled their closeness in the quiet night. All her senses were focused on Yun Mun, so she couldn't forget the alluring scent on his body. At that time, to escape, they landed right in front of the Emperor Temple Gate, situated on a hill from where they could see the Northern Blade Association in the distance. This place was also the main base of Beggar Sect, led by Beggar Peng. Before leaving, Yun Mun gave Dako Shuelan a mischievous smile and instructed, "No matter what, make sure you hide well. I'll come back when I have time, and don't do anything reckless. I can't guarantee your safety if you leave Beggar Sect's territory." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the sky and disappeared into the darkness, leaving Dako Shuelan gazing after him, still lost in thought. She even exclaimed to Wansa, "He's gone so fast." From that moment on, Dako Shuelan's heart was filled with a longing for Yun Mun. "He'll definitely come back, young master," but he carelessly forgot what he had said and wandered through the Jianghu for months. As soon as they reunited, Dako Shuelan expressed her displeasure, but her voice, even when she was angry, remained gentle. "Young master, you disappeared for a long time after telling me you'd return soon." Yun Mun could only awkwardly laugh and scratch his head to justify his carelessness. "I couldn't help it. I got caught up in some troubles here and there. How are you, young miss?" Dako Shuelan smiled sweetly, forgiving his minor offense. "Yes, thanks to you, I'm living very comfortably beside the Supreme Sect leader." Her voice, sweet as honey, made Beggar Peng, who was observing from behind, feel a chill down his spine. She had never spoken to anyone else like that. Beggar Peng, sensing Yun Mun's awkwardness when interacting with Dako Shuelan, coughed and interrupted their conversation. "Ahem, this emotional reunion has come to an end. We should discuss why you summon everyone here, shouldn't we, Lord?" Yun Mun, at a loss for words on how to continue talking with Dako Shuelan, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Beggar Peng with deep gratitude. "Ah, yes, let's talk about the main matter." Dako Shuelan, on the other hand, was shocked by Beggar Peng's interruption. She immediately turned and looked at him with a piercing gaze. "Grandfather, can you please be less childish?" Beggar Peng knew the reason for Dako Shuelan's anger but pretended to be innocent. What did I do wrong?" Afterwards, Dako Shuelan reluctantly left the room. Only Yun Mun and his subordinates remained to begin their internal meeting, everyone listening and discussing strategies to help Yun Mun ascend to the position of ruling Mirim. Beggar Peng, who had been keeping an eye on the Mirim Alliance for a long time, summarized their situation. "There's currently chaos within the Mirim Alliance. This situation is no laughing matter. The Mirim Alliance, led by the Northern Blade Association, is suppressing those who oppose them. They're using the pretense of conquering the demonic path to put pressure on all opposing forces. The Nine Orthodox Alliance and the Five Clans League are now so weakened that they have to collaborate with each other." As soon as he heard, Yun Mun made his judgment. "That's clearly a political scheme, but I never expected the Nine Orthodox Alliance and the Five Clans League to cooperate." Beggar Peng shook his head in disappointment. "There's no other choice, their power is now seriously weakened. However, it's not without hope. There's a new organization that's actively operating." Yun Mun tilted his head in curiosity. "A new organization?" Beggar Peng explained. "A secret organization has been formed around the promising talents of the Nine Orthodox Alliance and the Five Clans League, while the Mirim Alliance was formed to conquer and suppress the demonic path as well as their opponents. This secret organization was formed to prevent the Alliance leaders' tyranny and dictatorship, aiming to control the actions of key forces within the Alliance, in case the suppression continues even after the demonic path is conquered." Yun Mun pondered for a moment and clicked his tongue, speculating, "The Mirim Alliance leader that I know isn't someone who would tolerate such an organization." Beggar Peng immediately nodded in agreement. "That's right, that's why the Mirim Alliance leader is quite troubled." According to Beggar Peng, although the Mirim Alliance leader wants to get rid of this organization, he can't find a valid reason. Moreover, there are rumors that many Mirim masters who don't have good relations with the Mirim Alliance are supporting this organization. It's not only members of the Mirim Alliance participating, but even young masters from the Northern Blade Association, who founded the Mirim Alliance, have switched sides and joined this organization. After briefly outlining the situation, Beggar Pong suddenly turned to challenge Yunmon's intellect. Lord, by the way, can you guess how Dogu Hentian would deal with his enemies? Yunmon immediately made his guess without much thought. If there's an enemy he can eliminate, he won't spare them. And if there's an enemy he can't eliminate, he'll try to win them over and turn them into his ally. If it were me, I would do the same. In fact, what Yunmon said was based on his own experience from his previous encounter with Dogu Hentian. Beggar Pong nodded in satisfaction with Yunmon's insight and continued, "That's exactly right, Lord. Initially, the alliance leader supported the establishment of this organization, gave them more authority, and encouraged them to operate to draw them to his side. He's planning for someone on his side to become the leader of that organization. However, due to the large number of talented individuals who have joined this organization, most of them refuse to accept anyone as their leader. The alliance leader's plan has backfired. I bet he's lying awake at night, troubled." Beggar Pong laughed heartily at Dogu Henshin's struggles. Hearing that this secret organization still doesn't have a leader, a spark of excitement flickered in Yunmon's eyes. This is getting more and more interesting, a force independent of the Miram Alliance but opposing its tyranny. More importantly, the position of leader is currently vacant, a perfect opportunity for me to seize. After carefully planning a deep scheme, Yunmon smiled brightly, praising Beggar Pong. "Supreme Sect Leader, you truly grasp the situation in Jianghu better than anyone else. I couldn't ask for more." Beggar Pong laughed boisterously. "Lord, you're too kind." Huan No, seeing Beggar Pong being praised, felt envious and urged Hui No, "That damned old man is trying to monopolize the Lord's attention. Hui No, tell the Lord about that information." Hui No also glared at Beggar Pong with competitive eyes. "Sure, watch this." Immediately, Hui No quickly spoke up. "Lord, we also have something to report to you." Yunmon rolled his eyes towards them. "What is it, Song Lao?" Hui No said with a solemn voice, "We've prepared a special force for you, Lord. We've secretly gathered and trained orphans for over 30 years. The current number of fighters has reached nearly 1,000. Yunmon wasn't surprised, as he had guessed that the Song Lao duo must have their own army, but he was still very pleased with their dedication. "That's a considerable number. What level are those fighters at?" Hui No replied, "Although no one has reached the older brother's strength yet, there's a child who possesses deep internal energy equivalent to 120 years of practice." Yunmon laughed heartily and nodded in praise. "Really, that's incredible. You two have done a great job, Song Lao." Hui No and Huan No replied excitedly with bright eyes. "Thank you, Lord." Yunmon nodded in satisfaction. Although this force is much weaker than the Heavenly Demon Cult's army, it's still a large force. There's no need to diminish the value of their hard work by comparing the two forces. Suddenly, Beggar Pong, with a curious gaze, leaned closer to Yunmon. "Lord, what's your relationship with Lanner?" Yunmon was startled and confused by his unexpected question. "Dako young miss, we just know each other." Beggar Pong squinted at Yunmon, stroking his beard with a mischievous smile. "Since you entrusted Lanner to me and disappeared, she's been asking many things about you. I thought there was something special between you and Lanner, beyond ordinary friendship." Yunmon, being questioned, was flustered and couldn't speak. "Ah, is that so?" Flustered, Yunmon quickly changed the subject to divert everyone's curious gazes. "Oh, Wansa, where's the subordinate beside Dako young miss? Why don't I see her here?" Beggar Pong's expression immediately turned serious and he replied in a low voice, "Ah, about that, I was going to tell you, Wansa, she's missing." Yunmon was shocked and stared at Beggar Pong with wide eyes. "What?" "In my mind, the area under Beggar Sect's jurisdiction is arguably the safest place in Jianghu now, but if Wansa went missing, the story behind it must be anything but simple." After hearing about Wansa from Beggar Pong, Yunmon couldn't find a satisfactory solution for the moment, so he could only continue the meeting with the plans already in his mind. Before leaving Jin Oa Chien Tang, Yunmon confirmed once again to ensure everyone remembered the tasks he had entrusted to them. The first person called was Gunpyo. Since Gunpyo had a position in the demonic path, his mission would be to secretly gather demonic path members who were not members of the demonic path syndicate and form a separate organization. Then, he would await Yunmon's further orders. After Gunpyo clearly repeated his mission, Yunmon nodded in satisfaction. "Good, next." Beggar Pong immediately stepped forward. "My mission will be to mobilize all the forces of Beggar Sect to investigate the forces involved in trading with the Miram Alliance and the actions of the Miram Alliance's upper echelons." Yunmon smiled brightly in satisfaction. "Good, now it's the Song Lao's turn." The Song Lao duo excitedly repeated their mission. "We will monitor and control the flow of money in Central Plains through Jin Oa Chien Tang. We must be especially careful of the forces trying to connect closely with the royal family. In addition, we must use Jin Ohian Tang's financial power to consolidate the strength of medium and small merchants and secretly shake the Muram Alliance's trading system. As expected, Yun Mun beamed a bright smile and declared, "All right, everyone is very reliable, let's end today's meeting here and see you next time." Everyone replied in unison with an overwhelming energy, "As you command, my lord." After the meeting, Beggar Peng and Song No, the two elders, took the opportunity to catch up and share stories they hadn't had a chance to tell each other for the past 10 years. Despite seeming to compete for Yun Mun's attention during the meeting, they were actually close old friends who knew each other better than anyone else. Ai Zhueguang quickly warmed up to Gunpyo and even bid him farewell with a friendly middle finger. "See you next time, let's have a duel." Gunpyo replied with a cocky smirk, "All right, I won't forget your stupid face, you bastard." Sure enough, their friendliness didn't last long before they were glaring at each other again, eyes sparking. As Yun Mun was about to intervene, Dako Shuelan suddenly approached him. Dako Shuelan shyly walked up to greet Yun Mun with a soft smile. "My lord, I wanted to say goodbye to you personally. I don't know when we'll have the chance to see each other again." Yun Mun was flustered like a chicken with a feather in its mouth when faced with Dako Shuelan. I don't know what young miss thinks of me, but I still have a lot to do. I probably won't be able to meet your expectations." Dako Shuelan was a little sad, but she still forced a smile, accepting Yun Mun's indifference. "I know, it's just my own feelings." To alleviate the awkwardness between them, Dako Shuelan cleverly explained, "Because Wansa is on a mission and hasn't returned, the only person I know in Beggar's sect now is the Grandmaster. Perhaps that's why my longing for you has become even more profound." At this moment, Yun Mun remembered that in a previous meeting, Beggar Peng had said with a bitter tone, "Lanner still doesn't know about Wansa's disappearance. She would go through a difficult time if she knew that the person she trusted and relied on was missing, so I haven't told her the truth." Yun Mun finally realized why Dako Shuelan had been so longing for him. Yes, she must have been so lonely. "I'm sorry, I should have paid more attention to her." As Yun Mun was still flustered, unsure how to comfort Dako Shuelan, she suddenly reached out and removed her precious necklace. Then, Dako Shuelan held the necklace up to Yun Mun. "My lord, please accept this, it's a token of my affection. I would be happy if every time you saw it, you would think of me." Yun Mun looked at the necklace with hesitation. "It's too elaborate and valuable, how could I accept something like this from young miss?" Seeing Yun Mun's outright refusal, Dako Shuelan couldn't help but feel disappointed. She slumped her shoulders and gave a dejected smile. It's all right, my lord, it was just a moment of stubbornness, please don't worry about it." Yun Mun immediately took the fabric cord, leaving the jade pendant behind. He then beamed a bright smile and patted Dako Shuelan's hand. "No, that's not what I meant. It would be a bit inconvenient to carry the whole necklace, but this alone is perfect. If I wear it here, I'll never forget young miss, don't you think so?" Yun Mun said, happily tying the red fabric cord around his wrist, seemingly very pleased with his new accessory. Dako Shuelan, flattered, burst into a radiant smile like a blooming flower. "Haha, yes, thank you, my lord." Finally, her fragile heart, adrift in loneliness, found a more solid anchor. After a brief encounter with those Yun Mun had always longed to see, he had to rush off again, leading his heavenly demon sect subordinates down the Yangtze River by boat. Even after boarding the boat, everyone was still unsure of their next destination. Beigong Huanju couldn't help but ask Yun Mun with curiosity, "After leaving Hangzhou, where are we headed, my lord?" Yun Mun pondered, recalling yesterday's meeting. The conversation with Beggar Peng about Wansa's disappearance had revealed the next place he needed to go, even though it wasn't related to her disappearance at all. According to Beggar Peng, Wansa disappeared while searching for the whereabouts of the hidden Dragon Emperor, Doguzhen. There were many questions even Beggar Peng couldn't answer. When Doguzhen disappeared, there was no trace of him ever leaving the Northern Blade Association. Yun Mun frowned seriously, stating his deduction. Does that mean the hidden Dragon Emperor has never left the Northern Blade Association since his disappearance? Beggar Peng nodded with conviction. That's the conclusion of the Beggar sect. We're still having people investigate for more clues, but we haven't gathered anything more. Yun Mun speculated once again. That means the hidden Dragon Emperor is still within the Northern Blade Association during the time he was rumored to be missing. He hasn't actually gone anywhere, Beggar Peng replied firmly. Although there's no concrete evidence, we believe that to be true. Returning to the matter of Wansa, Beggar Peng revealed that a month ago, she had infiltrated the Northern Blade Association again to scout the situation and investigate Doguzhen's whereabouts further. However, no news had ever come back since then. Wansa had vanished without a trace. All the beggar sect knew about this matter was her whereabouts before entering the territory of the Northern Blade Association. And her sword was found by a wall, perhaps dropped during a surprise attack. However, there was no blood around, so her life was probably not in danger. After pondering for a while, Yun Mun furrowed his brow and asked Beggar Peng's opinion. I think there's something fishy about the Northern Blade Association. Should we investigate them first? Beggar Peng didn't hesitate to stop him. Even if it's you, my lord, I think now is not the right time for you to clash with the Northern Blade Association. There's a more important place that I think you should visit beforehand. Yun Mun had originally intended to go to the Northern Blade Association or the Demonic Path Syndicate's base, but hearing Beggar Peng's words, he changed his mind with a curious look. A place I must visit. Where? Seeing that Yun Mun was lost in thought for a long time without responding, Beigong Huanju impatiently urged, My lord, what are you thinking so hard about? Where are we going now? Yun Mun clicked his tongue, looking towards the distant horizon, and asked a question that had nothing to do with the topic of their conversation. Huanju, have you ever experienced fighting against someone who uses a saber? Sure enough, Beigong Huanju immediately froze with a confused expression. Saber, what do you mean, my lord? In a blink of an eye, Yun Mun leaped high into the air with a mischievous smile. That's right, get ready for a fight against saber energy. Despite the boatman's cursing and stomping feet as a random guy suddenly jumped onto the top of the mast to catch the breeze, Yun Mun continued to act nonchalantly. Our next destination is Southern Blade Coalition. As he finished, Yun Mun burst into hearty laughter, looking towards the long river stretching before him, as if it were his own boundless future. With this smile, everyone could guess that he was already scheming something devious again. On the ship carrying Yun Mun's group down the Yangtze River, the boatman's shouts echoed continuously, while the 5 heavens of Murim soared through the sky. The 4 hegemons ignited the flames in the 9 continents, as their spears and swords shone brightly, and the 7 wonders awakened from their long slumber. The 4 dragons and 2 phoenixes also responded. Which emperor will they join hands with? On the boat, Yun Mun's group stood at the forefront of the wind and waves, gazing into the distance with joyous hearts, except for Beigong Xiaochuan, who had to remove his mask. Everyone was using transfiguration art to match Yun Mun's jade-faced divine dragon appearance. Initially, Yun Mun didn't pay attention to the boatman's song, but he kept humming those lyrics, making it impossible for Yun Mun to ignore. Curiosity urged his gaze towards the boatman. Yun Mun politely asked the man, who was leisurely singing and doing odd jobs on the boat, Excuse me, boatman. He immediately stopped singing and stared at Yun Mun. Yes, my lord, what is it? Yun Mun asked directly, with curiosity. What song were you humming? The boatman burst into laughter at the naive question. Hey, aren't you a Murim warrior? Even a boatman like me knows this heroic song, and you don't. Yun Mun continued to ask excitedly. That's true, but I really don't know. Could you tell me a little bit about the song? I mean, what are the 4 hegemons and the 7 wonders? The boatman finished his work and chuckled generously. Ah, of course, what's so difficult about that? Then, he started to explain each nickname used in the song one by one. The 5 heavens of Murim include the Murim Alliance leader, the Demonic Path Grand Master, Zhang San Fengzhenren, Heavenly Demon Scribe, and Jade-Faced Divine Dragon. The 4 hegemons refer to those who rule outside the borders, including the Northern Sea Sword King, the Azure Sea Assassin, Liege Tasheshu Ema, and the Heavenly Emperor Palace. As soon as he heard Tasheshu Ema, Yun Mun's expression turned sour, because they were the ones who caused chaos in the Heavenly Demon Sect before. Then, there were names he had never heard of before, but they seemed to be powerful forces, such as the Northern Sea Sword King, the Azure Sea Assassin, and the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The boatman continued to speak non-stop, becoming even more excited as he explained. The 7 wonders refer to the greatest masters of the 36 sects, including the 5 great families, 9 sects, and 1 alliance. The 4 dragons and 2 phoenixes are the most prominent and powerful among Murim's promising talents. Finally, the 2 emperors are the common people's way of referring to the 2 leaders of the orthodox path and the demonic path within the 5 heavens of Murim. Seeing that the boatman was even more enthusiastic than him, but the meaning of the song still wasn't clearly explained, Yun Mun couldn't help but awkwardly smile. Yes, thank you for explaining to me. We can let this go here. Soon after, the boat carrying Yun Mun's group arrived at Wuchang. The boatman steered into the harbor and shouted, Prepare to disembark, we've reached Wuchang. On the Yangtze River bank, west of Wuchang, there stands a renowned tavern through the ages, Yellow Crane Tower, a place that has stirred the emotions of many great poets, leaving behind countless immortal poems. The only suffering is that today's students have to struggle to memorize and analyze them. When Yoon Mun's group entered Yellow Crane Tower, it was packed inside, worthy of its reputation as the best pavilion on the Yangtze River bank, a place where contemporary literati and noblemen gathered. As Yoon Mun's group waited for a while without finding a seat, a waiter ran over and told them, "Please forgive us, but our tavern is currently full." Yoon Mun sighed and looked around. "Really no more tables?" The waiter awkwardly nodded. "Yes, as you can see, it's crowded here. Our tavern is busy all year round, so without a reservation, it's difficult to get a table." After the waiter left, Yoon Mun mumbled and sighed. What should we do now? This makes me feel even more guilty towards Xiaochuan, because she's still not proficient in transfiguration art. She had to wait at the Wuchang branch of Kim Oa Qiantang until I finished and came back to pick her up. When Yoon Mun left Beigong Xiaochuan at Kim Oa Qiantang, she cried for a long time. Why leave your disciple here alone?" Although knowing she was very upset, Yoon Mun could only comfort her. "Didn't we discuss this before? We'll be back soon." While Yoon Mun was pondering how to resolve this quickly, Dan Tai Zhueguang suddenly whispered, "Lord, aren't we on our way to the Southern Blade Coalition? Do we really need to stop at this tavern? Like what happened at the Hangzhou branch of the Miram Alliance, we can directly storm into the main gate of the Southern Blade Coalition." Yoon Mun immediately waved his hand to dismiss Dan Tai Zhueguang's idea. "That's because I don't want to cause any unnecessary commotion at this time. Moreover, unlike last time, we have no reason to justify our actions this time." At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Isn't that Yoon Great Warrior?" Yoon Mun was startled and turned to look towards the source of the call. The one who called Yoon Mun was Namgung Hyukrian. He beamed with joy upon confirming it was him. "I can't believe we met like this. It's truly destined that we meet after 1,000 miles. Accompanying Hyukrian were definitely Namgung Ian, the young lady who yearned for Yoon Mun day and night, and Namgung Hyami, the stubborn yet incredibly intelligent and quick-witted girl. Besides them, Zhang Hu and Dang Zhongwu were also present, old acquaintances who were overjoyed at the chance encounter with Yoon Mun. "Long time no see, Yoon Great Warrior." But the happiest person at this moment was Yoon Mun. The appearance of the group of Miram's promising talents at Yellow Crane Tower meant they had reservations secured, so he quickly seized the opportunity, greeting them joyfully. "Oh, it's you all. How have you been lately?" As expected, Hyukrian noticed that Yoon Mun didn't have a seat. "We're doing well, but why are you standing here instead of sitting down?" Yoon Mun awkwardly explained. "Well, they said there are no seats because I didn't make a reservation, so. And as you can see, I'm with a few others, making it even harder to find seats," Yoon Mun said, scratching his head as if he was very flustered. Hyukrian immediately noticed the group with Yoon Mun, simply out of curiosity to know what kind of people had the honor of being companions to the imposing Jiangmu Jade-faced divine dragon. Just by glancing at Dan Tai Zhueguang, Beigong Huanju, and Dan Tai Wulan, Hyukrian felt goosebumps. He quickly realized these were all masters with profound internal strength, increasing his admiration for Yoon Mun even more. He wondered how Yoon Mun had acquired such strong companions. Out of curiosity and respect for Yoon Mun, Hyukrian didn't hesitate to invite him. "Great Warrior, don't stand there anymore, join us. Like last time, we have many reserved seats, so there's still room for your companions." Yoon Mun burst into laughter upon achieving his goal but still pretended to be embarrassed. "Oh my, I'll be indebted to you for this favor, Namgung. It's so embarrassing." "Well, let's do it then." The heavenly demon, seeing Yoon Mun's pretentious act, curled her lips in disdain. "This shameless thick-faced guy." After Yoon Mun's group sat down at the same table with the Miram's promising talents of the Five Clans League, all eyes in the tavern were focused on their table. Especially the young ladies, all in their prime, stared at Yoon Mun without blinking. They whispered amongst themselves, "That young man, is he the jade-faced divine dragon, one of the 5 heavens of Miram? Oh my god, he's so handsome." Yoon Mun felt his whole body flush as he sensed everyone's eyes on him. Although flattered, he was still uncomfortable being stared at like that. Unable to hide his embarrassment, Yoon Mun said to the Miram's promising talents, "Excuse me, but aren't we getting too much attention?" Hyukrian burst into laughter, teasing him. "Ha ha ha, you're still humble as ever, Yoon Great Warrior. How could we not attract attention when someone like you is here?" However, Hyukrian also felt a little uncomfortable chatting under everyone's gaze, so he quickly pulled his chair up and stood. Instead of making a scene and shouting at everyone, Hyukrian politely dismissed those around him with the standard etiquette of a noble family. "Dear guests of the Yellow Crane Tower, we appreciate your concern. However, we'd like to spend some private time now. We'd truly be grateful if you could give us some space to chat." The whispers continued, but they gradually subsided as people dispersed. That young master is the heir of the renowned Namgung clan, isn't he? He's so polite. We should leave now. We've been too curious. Let's not bother them anymore. Yoon Mun smiled contentedly as he witnessed Hyukrian's way of handling people. He sincerely expressed his desire but also considered others' feelings. Namgung remained unchanged. Thanks to Namgung Hyukrian, the atmosphere in Yellow Crane Tower returned to normal. No one paid too much attention to this group of handsome men and beautiful women anymore, and the conversation filled with curiosity about Yoon Mun began. Hyukrian started the conversation with a reproach similar to Dakolan. Anyway, I'm a little disappointed. Great warrior, how could you disappear for so long without any news? Besides, you didn't even visit the Five Clans League once. Yoon Mun could only laugh and find an excuse to get away with it. That's true. I'm really sorry. I had to go outside the borders for a while, so I couldn't do anything else. Hyukrian, seeing Yoon Mun's awkwardness, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I'm sure you must have a reason. Great warrior, I was just kidding. You don't have to worry so much. Yoon Mun, relieved, shyly said, thank you. Ayan, seeing Yoon Mun being teased, whispered complaints to Hayami. Seriously, what kind of joke is older brother telling? He'll make Yoon uncomfortable. Hayami, munching and clicking her tongue, grumbled, oh, you're starting to defend him again. Don't you guess why that young master is here? Big sister, Ayan, hearing that, was startled and looked alarmed, as if Yoon Mun shouldn't be here at this time. At that moment, Hyukrian also curiously asked Yoon Mun what Ayan was wondering. Speaking of which, Yoon Great Warrior, is your arrival here at this time because of that? Yoon Mun smiled and nodded frankly, indeed, nothing can escape your eyes. Namgung, I'm here because of something related to the Southern Blade Coalition. The reason behind this was a story Yoon Mun heard from Beggarpong at the meeting in Hangzhou. He strongly believed that this wasn't the right time for Yoon Mun to directly confront the Northern Blade Association, and that he should visit another place to find clues beforehand. A martial arts tournament is about to be held at the Southern Blade Coalition, gathering many Muram masters under 40 years old. Of course, there's a deeper reason behind this age limit. This martial arts tournament is not simply a competition of martial skills, but the final victor will be married to heavenly sent Jade Phoenix, the disciple and adopted daughter of the Southern Blade Coalition Alliance leader. In other words, it's a form of choosing a son-in-law. Upon hearing about the marriage, Yoon Mun displayed an indifferent expression. I don't think that's more important than the important matters of the Muram Alliance. Besides, what does someone else's marriage have to do with me? Beggarpong immediately retorted, no, Lord, rumor has it that the son of the Southern Blade Coalition Alliance leader, who was supposed to inherit his position, has gone crazy and become an invalid. Yoon Mun thought for a moment and remembered that the name sounded familiar. You mean the perverted one that old Dugu Hentian of the Northern Blade Association wanted to marry his daughter to? Oh my god, that bastard. Beggarpong nodded in confirmation and continued to share his speculation. Please don't worry, Lord, I've heard from Lan Nhi. Although she didn't tell me the details of what problems were hidden in that arranged marriage, I can still sense that something is truly strange about it. From what Beggarpong knows, initially, the Northern Blade Association and Southern Blade Coalition didn't have a good relationship. They were two forces that constantly controlled each other. However, an arranged marriage like this happening so quickly and secretly raises suspicion. Furthermore, looking deeper into the issue at the Southern Blade Coalition, although details are still being investigated, except for the crazy son, the only remaining child of the Southern Blade Coalition leader is his adopted daughter, heavenly sent Jade Phoenix. Doesn't that mean his son-in-law, the one who marries his adopted daughter, will become the legitimate successor of the Southern Blade Coalition? Upon hearing this, Yoon Mun still raised his eyebrows in confusion, looking at Beggarpong. That's suspicious. You mean that? You think this choosing a son-in-law through the competition isn't just for ordinary reasons, right? Beggarpong continued nodding. If we just look at the competition and its reasons separately from the context, there's nothing suspicious, but what makes me suspicious is something else. The more Yoon Mun heard, the more he became puzzled. Beggarpong to finish. What else? Beggarpong's eyes sharpened as he continued to reveal the problem. Recently, orders issued by the Southern Blade Coalition leader have been passed through his adopted daughter. In reality, the Southern Blade Coalition leader himself hasn't shown up at all. Yoon Mun finally understood where the problem lay. He continued Beggarpong's words. This is similar to the previous leader of the Northern Blade Association, the Hidden Dragon Emperor, right? They all disappeared from Jianghu mysteriously. Beggar Pung nodded decisively, seemingly certain that the Southern Blade Coalition was deeply involved in the disappearance of their good friend Dugujen. That's exactly right, Lord. He believes this choosing a son-in-law is an arrangement so that the adopted daughter of the Southern Blade Coalition leader can legitimately take over the Southern Blade Coalition through the pre-selected son-in-law. Finally, Beggar Pung sincerely expressed his wish to Yun Mon. The problem wasn't just that the Southern Blade Coalition, which should have been restraining the Northern Blade Association, suddenly wanted to forge an alliance, but also because someone as familiar with the Southern Blade Coalition as he was wouldn't do such a thing. Therefore, he hoped that the Lord would consider choosing the Southern Blade Coalition instead of the Northern Blade Association as his next destination. Yun Mon had thought carefully about the benefits of this. If everything went smoothly, the Southern Blade Coalition would support him in the future, in that case, the Muram Alliance. Or, to be more precise, the Northern Blade Association would struggle even more. As Yun Mon held another card in his hand, thinking about Dugu Henshin's troubled expression, Yun Mon smiled slyly, greatly enjoying Beggar Pung's suggestion. Of course, Yun Mon didn't reveal his true intentions to Hyukrian. He quickly kicked the ball back towards him. So, is the Namgung gentleman here for the right to succeed the Southern Blade Coalition? Hyukrian immediately shook his head firmly. Haha, no. I already have the renowned Namgung clan. I'm here because I find this event interesting. There are so many outstanding talents gathered together at this event. I hear 2 of the 4 dragons have officially declared their participation, and now with the great warrior Yun present, I'm really looking forward to how the competition will unfold, Hyukrian said with a sly smile, looking at Yun Mon with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. But Yun Mon immediately dismissed that thought. No, I don't have any intention of participating in the martial arts competition. I haven't considered marriage yet. In fact, he had decided from the beginning to come only to investigate, not to participate in the martial arts competition. Hyukrian widened his eyes in astonishment. What? But you just said you came here because of the Southern Blade Coalition. Why haven't you thought about marriage yet? Ayan exclaimed as soon as she heard Yun Mon. Kwaya, did you hear that? He said he didn't come for the inheritance of the Southern Blade Coalition. Yun Mon was a little flustered, not knowing what to do in this unexpected turn of events. About that. Now he was thinking about this problem, and realized that the chance encounter with Hyukrian's group was actually a better opportunity than expected. To investigate, he needed to somehow gain access to the inner workings of the Southern Blade Coalition. But appearing alone at the Southern Blade Coalition and revealing his identity as the Jade-Faced Divine Dragon would make Yun Mon too conspicuous. The more eyes were on him, the harder it would be to do what he wanted comfortably. On the other hand, if he went with everyone in this group of Muram's promising talents, it would be quite a nice picture with the masters of the 5 clans league gathering together, making Yun Mon less prominent. Yun Mon carefully considered what he should do in this situation. Should he continue to take advantage of this group of Muram's promising talents? After careful consideration, Yun Mon smiled slyly and waved his hand. It's true I came here for the Southern Blade Coalition, but I'm not here to compete in martial arts. I saw the Northern Blade Association's event last time, so this time I just want to see the Southern Blade Coalition's event. Immediately afterwards, Yun Mon extended his hand towards Hyukrian with a friendly smile. Speaking of which, I have a good idea. How about we go to the Southern Blade Coalition together? Hyukrian's group readily agreed to Yun Mon's proposal. As they arrived in front of the Southern Blade Coalition's gate, a huge flagpole stood behind a pair of double swords, and on it fluttered the motto, "Fight with all your strength." Inside the Southern Blade Coalition, Muram's promising talents received a warm welcome due to their status in Muram. Laughter echoed incessantly from the guest villa of the Southern Blade Coalition. At this time, the laughter resounding throughout the villa quickly drew the attention of the servants of the Southern Blade Coalition. Song Chusu, who was sweeping the courtyard, couldn't help but glance towards the villa curiously. I wonder what's going on over there that's so noisy. Another servant, carrying a tub of clothes, passed by and answered Song Chusu's question. I heard there are more new guests visiting. They seem to be people of some renown in Jianghu. Song Chusu, even more curious, pressed, really, who are they? The servant, named No Xian, thought for a moment, trying to recall the identities of the guests, and described them to Song Chusu. I heard it's the son of the renowned Namgung clan and his friends, and also, Jade Face. What was that person's name again? You know, the one who's been quite famous in Jianghu lately. Song Chusu, after hearing a little bit, immediately guessed. Jade Face, you're not telling me it's the Jade-Faced Divine Dragon, famous in Jianghu, are you? A few hours later, on a bustling street in the heart of Wuchang, very close to a branch of the Jin Oa Qiantang, a rebellious girl was strolling, her mood sullen and uninterested in the busy streets around her. This girl, walking grumpily down the street with a superhero mask covering half her face, was Baigong Xiaochuan. She grumbled as she walked, "Damn it, transfiguration art. I always get left out just because of this damn transfiguration art." Just when Baigong Xiaochuan was in a bad mood, she saw an injustice unfolding in front of her. Loud shouting came from the door of an inn. "Don't you know how to behave? Why do you keep trying to sneak inside? Don't you want to be beaten up?" Honestly, in all my life as a waiter, I've never seen a beggar as stubborn and troublesome as you. He's making everyone so annoyed, the tall man yelled as he pushed a beggar child to the ground, causing the little boy to cough miserably. Baigong Xiaochuan saw the beggar boy struggling to get up. She wasn't very sympathetic, but she did have a little empathy. It seems I'm not the only one who gets left behind. The beggar boy, who was being driven away, still smiled brightly with great strength. "Sir, I won't be a beggar forever. Who knows? Maybe I'll become someone important in Jianghu in the future, so please, be generous with your alms just this once." The waiter, instead of hitting him or getting angry, actually tried to advise the beggar boy. "Ha, kid, you should be grateful that I'm the one who chased you out. If the chief manager caught you, you'd be dead for sure." At that moment, a stout man appeared behind the waiter and sneered. "What did you just say behind my back? Are you tired of living?" The waiter turned around in panic. "Yes, chief manager, I didn't. That's not what I meant. The waiter was so terrified that he kept hiccuping and couldn't explain himself. He unconsciously took a step back from the chubby chief manager. Not giving the servant a chance to explain, the chief manager immediately swung his hand and hit him right in the face. A cracking sound rang out, accompanied by the terrified scream of the unlucky waiter. The chief manager broke his servant's nose and began to scold him. "How can you be so lazy? Not only can't you deal with a damn insignificant beggar, but you're also making a commotion right in front of my shop. You're a real waste of space. The inn has been getting fewer customers lately, which is already making me angry. Do what you're told and quickly get to work, or I'll kick you out like that beggar right now." The waiter, reprimanded, didn't dare say a word. He covered his bloodied face and ran into the inn. Just as the chief manager was about to turn and enter the inn, a broken bowl suddenly appeared, held up in front of his face, blocking his view. The chief manager furrowed his brow in suspicion, looking at the broken bowl in front of him. He couldn't understand what the beggar boy wanted. Could it be that he still dares to beg for food after seeing the waiter get beaten up like that? Seeing the beggar boy holding the bowl in a hunched position for a while without saying anything, the chief manager couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "What's the meaning of this?" The beggar boy, with utmost respect, bowed deeply and pleaded with the chief manager. "Sir, I only ask for a little bit of leftover food and broth. Even cold rice would do. I would be very grateful if you could show me mercy." Baigong Xiaochuan, standing aside eavesdropping, was stunned and gaped. What the hell? This beggar boy is crazy. At this point, he's still begging for something. He met a cold-blooded person like that and still doesn't know to get out of there quickly. Instead of venting his anger on the beggar boy, the chief manager unexpectedly smiled cunningly. "Oh, is that so? That's enough, right?" Seeing the beggar boy still bowing respectfully, holding the bowl and waiting for alms, the chief manager decided to humiliate him. He opened his mouth and spat a wad of phlegm into the bowl held up in front of his face. "There you go, your food, now get lost." The beggar boy looked at the phlegm in the bowl with a mixture of bewilderment and shock. It seemed like this was the first time he had encountered such a filthy person. Seeing the beggar boy standing frozen in place with a confused expression, the chief manager got even bolder. "You stupid bastard, you're pretty bold. Instead of wandering under bridges like other beggars, what are you trying to prove here?" Hearing the chief manager's insults, Baigong Xiaochuan, as an outsider, felt her blood boil. She was angry on behalf of the beggar boy, but she forced herself not to intervene. Yun Mun had instructed her not to cause trouble when he was away. The beggar boy, humiliated, seemed unable to hold back any longer, his teeth clenched together, his voice trembling with anger. "Chief manager." Baigong Xiaochuan saw the boy's indignant expression and grew even more anxious. In her heart, she fervently prayed that he would be patient and go beg for food somewhere else. If he resisted now, he would definitely be beaten to death by that chief manager. The chief manager saw the beggar boy trembling and assumed it was from fear. He smirked and taunted. "That's why you should have gotten out of my sight sooner." "So what? Are you going to leave now, or do you want more food?" The beggar boy looked up at the chief manager with a face full of fury. His lips trembled as he clenched them tightly together, trying to control the torrent of anger surging within him. However, contrary to Baigong Xiaochuan's expectation, the anger that seemed to be about to erupt dissipated like a wisp of smoke. The beggar boy smiled innocently and replied, "Yes, sir, I really feel that this isn't enough to fill my stomach, therefore, could you allow me to go into your inn to find some more leftover food? The chief manager was immediately taken aback and enraged by the beggar boy's carefree smile. What, this is the first time he's acted so respectfully? Not only is he shameless, but he's not afraid to die. Even Beigong Xiaochuan was shocked, her eyes widened in disbelief. This guy must be wanting to die, but whatever the case, he definitely has the aura of a beggar. The head steward couldn't use words to trample on the little beggar, so he resorted to violence. You little bastard, are you trying to piss me off? Do you think I can't kill you? Alright, if you want to die, I'll be happy to fulfill your wish, you bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, the head steward's flabby hand, raised high, slammed down towards the little beggar. In a blink of an eye, a loud slap echoed. The little beggar was held by the head steward's hand, making him completely unable to dodge. The slap left half of his face nearly disfigured, twisted and contorted, his teeth and lips jumbled together. Although the little beggar spat out blood right after the first slap, the brutal head steward had no intention of stopping. He raised his right hand again, while his left hand firmly gripped the little beggar's collar. Before the little beggar could struggle to resist or cry out, the head steward's massive hand, like an elephant's foot, slammed into his face again. This time, the slap landed on the bridge of his nose, making the little beggar's face even more bloody. The head steward, bloodthirsty from hitting the beggar, lifted him up, but as he was about to deliver another slap, he suddenly realized that his right hand was covered in the boy's blood. The head steward immediately stopped. His eyes, filled with contempt, stared at the bright red blood on his hand. Damn it, this is disgusting. My hand is stained with your blood, you filthy, low-life beggar. Immediately, he hastily let go, dropping the little beggar to the ground like a sack of rice. His eyes were devoid of compassion, only harboring deep disdain. Fortunately, the little beggar was still alive. He quickly opened his eyes after falling to the ground. Although his face was swollen like it had been stung by bees, bruised and terribly discolored, he still didn't cry. The head steward, after moving only a few steps, was gasping for breath, but still sarcastically sneered at the little beggar. Now do you understand what I said? You brought this on yourself, you bastard. He immediately turned back into the inn, looking grumpy. Damn it, I have to go wash my hands right now. Good thing his blood didn't get on my expensive clothes. As soon as the head steward finished speaking, the little beggar's hand, covered in mud and dirt, grabbed hold of his coat. The head steward turned his head and looked down at the boy with a gaze as sharp as a knife. He immediately felt murderous intent when he saw that his clothes, worth dozens of silver niangs, were soiled. The little beggar stubbornly clung to the head steward's coat and continued to make his request. You should give me some food to compensate me for beating me like this. Or at least give me some money. How can you just leave like that? The little beggar's eyes were now glistening with tears, but his gaze was still strong, and his hand tightened, refusing to let go. The little beggar's stubborn behavior angered the head steward, making him draw his knife. You damn dog of a beggar, you dare touch my clothes with your dirty hands. Pay for the cleaning with your dog life. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the knife up. The blade flashed, making the little beggar terrified, but, whether he was too afraid to stand up or for some other reason, he didn't run. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Beigong Xiaochuan snatched a young lady's coat nearby and pulled it over her face, covering it completely. Young miss, please lend me this garment for a moment. Meanwhile, the head steward erupted in fury, slashing his sharp blade down towards the little beggar with a ferocious roar. Die! Beigong Xiaochuan quickly wrapped the garment, covering her features, revealing only her eyes. She reassured herself before rushing in to save the little beggar. My face is covered this much. No one will recognize me, right? So this isn't Beigong Xiaochuan causing trouble, master. Beigong Xiaochuan charged towards the head steward, her eyes sharp as a hawk's. Her coat billowed in the wind, highlighting her aura and strength. As she began to unleash her palm techniques, her delicate hands concealed terrifying power, generating swirling winds around her body. The Azure Devil Heaven palm was unleashed. Every move carried with it an overwhelming force, making the surrounding atmosphere tremble. Her feet moved swiftly and gracefully, like she was dancing, yet radiating an invisible killing intent. One move from the Azure Devil Heaven palm was unleashed, shattering the Qianchuang and striking directly at the head steward's chest, making his massive body shake. The palm force was so powerful that it seemed like the surrounding air was compressed, creating a deep rumble like thunder. The knife in his hand hadn't even reached its target before it was flung away. His massive body trembled, the head steward's face turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unimaginable power emanating from the unknown attacker. Beigong Xiaochuan also took the opportunity to slap him in the face, a blow that made blood spurt from his lower jaw. The palm strike to the chest sent the head steward tumbling to one side, staggering for a few steps before colliding with the opposite wall. Beigong Xiaochuan then calmly retracted her hand, appearing as if she had never made a move. The little beggar, seeing the head steward spitting blood and then passing out, was even more terrified than when his own life was threatened. Oh my god, is he dead? Beigong Xiaochuan suddenly scooped up the little beggar under her arm and whispered to reassure him, he's just injured, he won't die, don't be afraid, I controlled my strength very carefully, now let's run away. Immediately afterwards, Beigong Xiaochuan, carrying the little beggar, leaped onto the wall and disappeared into the air. The boy, seemingly experiencing flight for the first time, was even more panicked. Wait, slow down. As Beigong Xiaochuan's figure completely vanished, the crowd cautiously approached the unconscious head steward and whispered among themselves, is he dead? Someone check him. After a few minutes, the head steward suddenly opened his eyes, jolting awake, and gasped in terror, inhaling a deep breath to fill his lungs, as if Beigong Xiaochuan's earlier palm strike had forced all the air out of his body. An aged waiter from the inn rushed over and helped the head steward up. Sir, are you all right? As soon as he regained consciousness, he immediately looked around, searching for the attackers. Damn it, where did those bastards disappear to? The kind-hearted waiter hurriedly advised him, Sir, you're injured, don't move too much. However, the arrogant head steward pushed the old waiter away and shouted, Get out of my way, old man, I can't let them get away with this. Next time I see them, I'll definitely kill them. Alright, first I have to report this to the Southern Blade Coalition. Then, the head steward, dragging his heavy body, walked towards the Southern Blade Coalition's manor. However, he hadn't gone far when he suddenly felt an unknown hand on his shoulder. What was even more strange was that although he sensed someone's hand on his shoulder, when he looked over, there was no one there, as if haunted by a ghost. Immediately afterwards, before the head steward could react, another invisible hand struck him directly in the face, making his chubby cheeks contort. Spittle flew out, splattering everywhere, while his consciousness gradually blurred. Finally, in the blink of an eye, the head steward fell face-first onto the ground, rolling over like a dead pig. But he wasn't dead. The blow was just enough to knock him unconscious for the next few days. Everyone thought he had fainted due to trying to move after the initial shock. The person who had just intervened to prevent the consequences of Beigong Xiaochuan's actions was Beigong Huanju. He was on his way to do something, so he stopped by to check on Beigong Xiaochuan. Because he used the art of concealing his presence, he couldn't be seen by ordinary people. As long as this head steward couldn't report the news to the Southern Blade Coalition, everything would be temporarily settled. But in reality, Beigong Huanju couldn't understand why Beigong Xiaochuan had gotten herself into this unnecessary trouble. Although he might scold Beigong Xiaochuan for causing trouble, Beigong Huanju silently defended her in his heart. After all, we can't achieve our goals with a heartless soul, so, the Lord will definitely forgive her actions this time. As Beigong Huanju vanished, the aged waiter happened to run over with a worried expression. Sir, how did you end up rolling on the ground? I told you not to move, but you wouldn't listen, you just got beaten up, how can you stand up like that? Not long after that, Beigong Xiaochuan brought the little beggar to the outskirts of Wuchang, on the banks of the Yangtze River, trying to find the most deserted place possible to let him go. Finally, Beigong Xiaochuan found a spot on the riverbank where only one person was sitting fishing. She landed, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, her hand immediately released its grip, letting the little beggar fall to the ground like a sack of rice. The boy was still stunned, unable to stand up for the moment. But Beigong Xiaochuan, full of energy, ripped off her face covering and began to lecture the respectful beggar loudly. I'm so annoyed. Hey, how can you be so stubborn when you have no strength? If you're a beggar, you should act like a beggar. Her voice boomed like thunder, making the boy jump in fright. Obviously, he had already been very respectful, begging for food with all his might, but in Beigong Xiaochuan's eyes, this was not a beggar who was humbly bowing down. The little beggar, with one eye swollen shut, was still full of positive energy. He grinned excitedly, praising Beigong Xiaochuan. Wow, a beautiful big sister. You're not only beautiful, but also very strong, big sister. Suddenly praised like this, Beigong Xiaochuan's voice softened, her cheeks flushed. Me, beautiful big sister, and strong, too, ahem, I guess you're not blind after all. The little beggar proudly pointed his thumb at himself. Of course, I have a keen eye for people, but, big sister, you're still wrong about one thing. Beigong Xiaochuan, intrigued by the boy, pressed him further. What's wrong? The little beggar immediately raised his chin, with a smug smile as if he was proudly boasting, "Although I'm very grateful that you saved me, my destiny as a beggar is different from others." At this moment, the man fishing by the river unexpectedly approached, interrupting the little beggar's words. "So, what is this beggar's destiny of yours?" His deep, resonant voice, combined with his silent footsteps, made both Baigong Xiaochuan and the boy jump. After scaring the two kids, the old man began to chuckle in a rather strange way. His eyes, hidden under the bamboo hat, constantly darted back and forth, observing the little beggar and Baigong Xiaochuan, making the feeling even more unsettling. Baigong Xiaochuan couldn't help but be wary of this strange old man, because she hadn't sensed any aura from him when he approached. She furrowed her brow and cautiously asked, "Old man, who are you?" The old man finally raised his head slightly, revealing his copper-colored eyes, a characteristic of the beggar Peng, but he and Baigong Xiaochuan were unaware that they were both subordinates of Yun Mon, so he casually replied, "I'm just a beggar who happened to pass by." However, after hearing those words, the beggar boy's face became serious, as if he knew that the old man in front of him was no ordinary beggar. His intuition told him that the old man was the leader of the beggar sect, so he boldly asked directly, without hesitation, even with a hint of disrespect in his words, You are the leader of the beggars, right?" Baigong Xiaochuan glanced at the beggar boy with a questioning look. Is this kid saying that the leader of the beggars is the beggar sect leader? She thought, didn't Master say he met the beggar sect leader in Hangzhou not long ago? How could he be here? Baigong Xiaochuan immediately laughed and denied the beggar boy's assumption. "Kid, I think you're mistaken, he's not here, he's all the way in Hangzhou." Before she could finish, beggar Peng directly admitted frankly, "Yes, I am the leader of the beggar sect." Baigong Xiaochuan couldn't help but open her eyes wide in surprise. You're really the leader." In her simple thinking, the beggar sect leader was an ally. If he didn't come with Yun Mun's group on the boat, he must have a different schedule, so she thought he couldn't be here. Before the surprise subsided, another shock came. The beggar boy, without hesitation, made a seemingly ridiculous request to beggar Peng, then apologize. "You're ruining the beggar sect." Baigong Xiaochuan could only stare in disbelief at the incredible scene unfolding before her. Beggar Peng, suddenly accused of being a saboteur, began to grumble, but he still patiently asked the beggar boy, "I'm ruining the beggar sect, what nonsense are you spouting?" Then, the beggar boy frankly poured out his grievances. "I also tried to join the beggar sect before, but they said I wasn't qualified, so they wouldn't accept me. A beggar needs qualifications. How ridiculous. They call themselves beggars, they live as beggars, but they don't actually think like beggars. If you're the leader of such beggars, then this is all your fault." The beggar boy's words became sharper with each sentence, leaving both beggar Peng and Baigong Xiaochuan surprised. But the boy's criticism wasn't over yet. Beggars, by nature, have no power in nothing, that's why they have to endure humiliation and beatings to survive. If you are a beggar but pretend you're not, then you're no longer a real beggar. Beggar Peng, no longer annoyed, gradually became interested. He sat down and chatted with the beggar boy. "It seems this old man has met a kid who can match him today, so, tell me, what should I do to become a real beggar?" The boy looked up at the clear blue sky with eyes filled with ideal. To be a beggar, even when you beg for alms from people, you shouldn't feel ashamed to look up at the sky, and we need to awaken people's compassion. Even when we live the most tragic life, we must show people the happy image of a true beggar, so that others, seeing us, can gain the courage to walk their own path. The moment he spoke these words, the boy's eyes and voice were filled with passionate zeal, as if it was something he had been cherishing for a long time. Beggar Peng fell silent after hearing the beggar boy's words. In truth, his purpose from the beginning was not to become a true beggar, it was all for the purpose of supporting Yun Mon when he needed it, so he had never thought about the problem the boy had just pointed out. After thinking for a while, beggar Peng suddenly burst into laughter, feeling even more excited and interested in the beggar boy. This kid, if nurtured well, could become an outstanding figure who could inherit my position as leader. Immediately, he excitedly leaned closer to the beggar boy. "Thanks to you, I've gained great enlightenment today. Do you have anywhere to go? If not, follow me, what do you think?" However, the beggar boy didn't even consider beggar Peng's proposal. He immediately waved his hand in refusal. "I don't want to. I won't go to the beggar sect." Beggar Peng had anticipated that the stubborn boy wouldn't easily agree to join the beggar sect that had rejected him before, so he cleverly redirected his offer. "I'm not telling you to go to the beggar sect, I'm asking you to follow me, beggar Peng." Just when the beggar boy seemed to be wavering before beggar Peng's offer, Baigong Xiaochuan suddenly interrupted with an indignant tone. "Hey, Grandpa, I'm going to take this kid with me, I'm the one who saved him." So, before she could finish, Baigong Huanju appeared suddenly using his transfiguration art. "Stop being stubborn, why don't you hand over this child to the old senior?" Baigong Xiaochuan was startled and exclaimed, "Huanju, when did you use the transfiguration art?" Baigong Huanju immediately replied with a cold and menacing voice, "Don't get so close to me, I'll chop you." Beggar Peng stood up and scrutinized Baigong Huanju from head to toe, narrowing his eyes and carefully assessing him. "Old senior, I'm just an old beggar, who are you?" Baigong Huanju clasped his hands and greeted Beggar Peng respectfully. "My lord is Jade-Faced Divine Dragon. I've heard stories about the sect leader from my lord. My name is Baigong Huanju." Beggar Peng narrowed his eyes and looked at Baigong Huanju for a while before breaking into a mischievous smile. He secretly felt satisfied. So this guy is also a new subordinate of the lord. Indeed, I can sense a remarkable amount of internal energy from him. Thanks to Baigong Huanju's intervention, the beggar boy was handed over to Beggar Peng, of course, with the boy's consent. As for Baigong Xiaochuan, she continued to cry and whine for a long time in regret, but she couldn't change the senior's decision. As the four were about to part ways, Beggar Peng suddenly remembered he hadn't asked the beggar boy's name. "Hey, what's your name?" The beggar boy shook his head. "I don't have a name." Beggar Peng was a little surprised and then chuckled. "Oh, well then, let me give you a name, okay?" After thinking for a while, he pursed his lips and asked the boy, "How about the name Peng Jirak?" The beggar boy, upon hearing this, immediately squinted his eyes and wrinkled his nose, showing his dislike. "Fong, Trilak, it doesn't sound good at all." Just then, Baigong Xiaochuan, with tears streaming down her face, came up with an idea for the beggar boy's name. "Baigong Xiaowang, take this if you need a name, it's a parting gift from your big sister." The beggar boy, who already had a good impression of Baigong Xiaochuan, immediately smiled brightly and agreed, "Wow, Baigong Xiaowang, that sounds much cooler than Peng Jirak. I'll take that name." "Hee, thanks, beautiful big sister." Beggar Peng, seeing the little kid already rejecting the name his master gave him for a girl, started grumbling and snorted coldly. Seeing Beggar Peng take Baigong Xiaowang away, Baigong Xiaochuan, with tears welling up, waved goodbye to the boy. "Take care of yourself, Xiaowang." Huanju, say goodbye too. Baigong Huanju, with his usual cold expression, shooed Baigong Xiaochuan away. "I told you to stay away from me." And so, the little commotion between Baigong Xiaochuan and Baigong Xiaowang ended, leaving a good impression on everyone. Baigong Huanju and Beggar Peng both had a hunch that in the future, that stubborn beggar boy would become a great figure in Jianghu. After escorting Baigong Xiaochuan back to Kim Oa Qiantang and scolding her for getting into unnecessary trouble, Baigong Huanju immediately set off on the mission Yunman had entrusted him with. He had been traveling since dawn until sunset. Baigong Huanju also took the opportunity to change into the clothes of the heavenly demon sect. Instead of using the transfiguration art, he used his true appearance. He stealthily glided through the quiet night with the shadowless art, his body blending into the shadows. Each of his steps was as light as a gentle breeze, making no sound. The faint moonlight cast only hazy shadows as he moved through the wind, secretly and gracefully like a fallen leaf in the night. Baigong Huanju's sharp eyes flashed under the moonlight as he recalled Yunman's instructions. His hurried, silent footsteps glided lightly across the ground, crossing ancient walls and dense forests without leaving a trace. Not long before Baigong Huanju left the guest villa in the Southern Blade Coalition estate, Yunman had tasked him with scouting around the Southern Blade Coalition under his true identity, to avoid revealing his connection to Yunman if he were discovered. The reason Yunman wanted Baigong Huanju to do this was because he hadn't yet fully grasped the Southern Blade Coalition's strength. If he acted rashly without careful investigation, there was a risk of failure and counterattack. According to the plan, Baigong Huanju would roam around Wuchang before returning to the Southern Blade Coalition. He would create traces as if someone had infiltrated the place before starting his investigation. Meanwhile, Yunman, Dantai Zhueguang and Dantai Wulan would stay in the Southern Blade Coalition waiting for him to return. If too many people were absent from the group, it would easily raise suspicion. Baigong Huanju was also quick to understand Yunman's intentions. If he started his investigation directly within the Southern Blade Coalition, it was likely to raise suspicion. But if he created fake traces of infiltration from outside and then investigated, it could divert attention as if a stranger had broken in. Yunman was extremely satisfied with Baigong Huanju's intelligence and continued to advise, after re-infiltrating the Southern Blade Coalition, to investigate the alliance leader Southern Blade Coalition, his son and especially the nurse's wife. "I believe you will do this task well." Seeing Yunman's trust and expectations, Baigong Huanju's face turned tense and he began to doubt himself. He had never doubted his abilities within the heavenly demon sect before, but he wasn't so sure about that on this unfamiliar land of Central Plains. Yun Mun quickly noticed Baigong Huanju's anxious and confused expression and kindly asked him, "Why do you look so worried, Huanju? Is something the matter?" Baigong Huanju knelt down and hesitated before expressing his concern. "I'm not sure I can complete the mission successfully. I'm wondering if it would be better to give this mission to the demon monarch instead of me." This was the first time Yun Mun had seen Baigong Huanju so hesitant, but he wanted to take this opportunity to help him gain experience and build his confidence, so he decisively ordered, "No, you will do this mission, Shadowless Monarch. Believe in yourself." Yun Mun's firm words both surprised and motivated Baigong Huanju. Yun Mun continued to encourage him, looking at Baigong Huanju with eyes full of trust and expectation. "In our sect, no one can match you with a heavenly demonic hidden art, except, of course, me." Remembering Yun Mun's words, Baigong Huanju, on his way to carry out the mission, felt his will and determination ignite even more. "I will not betray my lord's trust." Baigong Huanju's shadowless art was indeed excellent, just as Yun Mun had said. After wandering around Wuchang and infiltrating the Southern Blade Coalition again, he searched through the entire estate undetected and began investigating the places Yun Mun had mentioned. Looking through a window into an empty room, Baigong Huanju couldn't help but feel strange because no one was in the room of the Young Alliance leader, who was rumored to have gone mad and become an invalid. Furthermore, Baigong Huanju also noticed another strange thing while hanging around the Southern Blade Coalition. It was that the masters lurking in every corner of the Southern Blade Coalition weren't wielding swords but using blades. These people also didn't seem like guests of the Southern Blade Coalition, as they moved freely as if they were in their own home. After eavesdropping on the servants' conversation, Baigong Huanju quickly discovered the likely location of the adopted daughter of the Southern Blade Coalition's leader, Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, and agilely leaped across rooftops to approach her room. However, the first sight that greeted him as he peered through the window of Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix's room was an extremely eye-catching scene. The atmosphere became steamy as the beautiful and alluring girl in the room was gently shedding her clothes, preparing to take a bath or perhaps just to relax comfortably. Baigong Huanju hastily turned away, but in that moment, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed, or perhaps ashamed at secretly observing the woman's semi-naked body, and a tiny burst of air escaped him in his flustered state, causing his stealth technique to be momentarily deactivated. It was in this brief moment, when Baigong Huanju's stealth technique faltered, that the cunning shadow who always followed to protect Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix did not miss that tiny burst of air. He suddenly approached Baigong Huanju with cold eyes. "Who are you?" It was too late when Baigong Huanju realized he had been discovered. He was both startled and panicked, momentarily unsure how to react. The shadow of Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix didn't give Baigong Huanju much time. He immediately leaped up, delivering a powerful kick that forced Baigong Huanju back. "I'm asking, who are you?" As he spoke, his entire knee and lower leg slammed down towards Baigong Huanju's head. Fortunately, he managed to react in time, even though he was still in a state of shock. As the knee of Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix's bodyguard launched the attack, a sharp blade appeared on his shin guard. Fortunately, Baigong Huanju quickly swung his sword to deflect the attack, pushing his opponent back and avoiding a fatal wound, but he couldn't avoid making a loud sound in the quiet night. Sure enough, the sharp sound of the clashing blade and dagger startled Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix inside the room, even though she couldn't see anyone outside the window. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix was immediately frightened and looked towards the source of the sound. She questioningly called out to her bodyguard instinctively, "SIU." However, all she received in response was a tense silence. Rooftop, hidden from Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix's view, blood was dripping steadily onto the tiles, but the thick and brief sound couldn't reach Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix's room. Of course, the blood belonged to Baigong Huanju, but he had only sustained a minor injury and quickly drew his sword. SIU, on the other hand, had retracted his leg firmly, standing in a stable golden chicken stance. Thinking back to Yun Mun's earlier question while they were on the Yangtze River, Baigong Huanju couldn't help but furrow his brows with suspicion as he looked at the dagger attached to SIU's knee. Is it that no one in the Southern Blade Coalition uses a dagger? Seeing the blood-stained blade on his opponent's knee, SIU arrogantly chuckled. "Who knows? It doesn't matter anyway, as long as I take your life. Whether I use a dagger or not is irrelevant, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, SIU's eyes flashed with a deadly aura. At this moment, Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, inside the room, not receiving any response from her closest bodyguard, began to worry and shouted loudly towards the window, "SIU, SIU, is that you? What's going on up there?" SIU finally responded to reassure Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, Don't worry, young miss. Then he turned his eyes back towards Baigong Huanju and unexpectedly introduced himself. I am Siu, which means deadly rain, and I live up to my name. Baigong Huanju, sensing his opponent's unusual behavior, exclaimed, why are you suddenly introducing yourself? What a foolish thing to do. At the same time, his sword silently moved into a ready-to-attack position. Siu continued speaking in an arrogant tone, and the content of his conversation seemed unrelated to the fight. Can you completely avoid a downpour of rain falling on your head? It was clearly a threat, not a question. But Baigong Huanju didn't understand. He simply raised his eyebrows in question. What do you mean? Although his instincts told him to be cautious when dealing with him, deep down he still felt that his words were meaningless. Do all martial artists in Zhongyuan, Central Plains, speak in riddles like this? Seeing that Baigong Huanju was naive and didn't understand his threat, Siu became even more arrogant. He sneered in disdain at him. He silently flicked his wrist, drawing out the small daggers hidden in his sleeves, and continued to distract his opponent with words. I'm asking you, can you completely avoid a deadly rain or not? As he finished speaking, Siu abruptly crouched down and leaped high like a frog, simultaneously launching countless hidden weapons from both his wrists. Dozens of daggers rained down on Baigong Huanju's head, resembling a downpour. Baigong Huanju couldn't help but be astonished by the opponent's lightning-fast attack speed, but he was still confident that he could grasp all the attacks and block the shower of daggers. Immediately, Baigong Huanju swung his sword, the gleaming sword energy forming a circle around him like a ribbon. You won't be able to take me down like this. The daggers that were heading towards him were easily blocked by a few simple sword moves. While Baigong Huanju was focusing on observing the hidden weapons, Siu launched another swift attack, charging forward and closing in with a curved dagger that popped out from his elbow guard. Sorry, but that move just now was just a distraction. Immediately after, he flipped through the air, unexpectedly approaching Baigong Huanju from behind and swung his arm to strike his back. The sharp blade created a deep wound, causing Baigong Huanju to immediately spew blood in shock. It was the first time Baigong Huanju had encountered an opponent with such cunning tactics. He couldn't help but feel terrified inside. Damn it, I was too careless. Siu, seeing Baigong Huanju's panicked expression, became even more triumphant and laughed in delight. See, I told you, you couldn't escape it. Now die, you damned brat. Immediately, Siu bent his arm, extended the dagger to its fullest, and thrust it towards Baigong Huanju's head. At such close range, it would be difficult for him to have the opportunity or enough space to dodge such a sudden attack. In that instant, the glint of the dagger reflected in Baigong Huanju's eyes. Thoughts flew through his mind like a gust of wind. Is this the end? Am I going to die like this? I don't have any regrets in this life. I'm just a little sad. As his life hung by a thread, Baigong Huanju recalled his past. When he was living in the secret base of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he was a member of one of the 4 families that had founded the Heavenly Demon Sect: Baigong, Dantai, Yelu, Oyu Yang. Hearing the word family, one might think that the Heavenly Demon Sect was an organization maintained by strong blood ties, but in reality, the families within the Heavenly Demon Sect were very different from the families in Zhongyuan, Central Plains, The families within the Heavenly Demon Sect would allow individuals of suitable age to pair up with each other, or those who were interested would seek each other out, but none of these relationships lasted. They would quickly part ways without regret after their desires were fulfilled. If, during this process, the woman became pregnant, the child born would inherit the surname of either the father or mother. But regardless of whose surname they bore, the child would only have a mother, never knowing their father. Children born within the same time frame would be gathered together and raised by their mothers. Those children grew up without any strong bonds to their families or clans. They were then trained to become warriors for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Of course, their upbringing and resources were always provided at the highest level, because their origins were different from the orphans within the sect. The children who grew up in this way not only had the conditions to develop their talents, but they also had a deep connection to the Heavenly Demon Sect instead of clan affection. They always felt gratitude towards the sect that raised them and became fiercely loyal warriors, united as one. It was because of his upbringing in that environment that Baigong Huanju, from the age of 5 or 6, no longer felt much connection to his mother, although he still knew who she was and received her personal care. As for his father, whose face he never knew, he didn't even bother to try and find out. A few years later, on a gloomy day, Baigong Huanju received the news of his mother's passing. However, not many people organized a funeral for her. There wasn't even any mourning. Of course, this was nothing unusual within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even Baigong Huanju himself only visited his mother's memorial with a stick of incense and an indifferent voice. Life is short, so don't regret anything. That's why I won't be sad, mother, please don't resent me too much. After placing the incense into the sect's communal incense burner, Baigong Huanju coldly turned away and left without even glancing back once. In the desolate and lonely scenery, only his faint murmurs could be heard, carried by the wind. One day, I will also leave this short life, just like mother. Afterwards, Baigong Huanju went to a waterfall in the heavenly demon sect's cave. Usually, in the situation of having just lost a loved one, the sound of the rushing waterfall would only make people feel more sorrowful, but Baigong Huanju calmly sat on the cliffside and practiced his martial arts. Seeing this, his closest friend walked up to him and asked, "Huanju, you have seen your mother off, right?" Baigong Huanju simply replied coldly, "Yes, I have finished what I needed to do." Baigong Huanju's close friend, Baigong Sheshua, would also become one of the 12 demon princes in the future, but he didn't seem as cold-hearted as Baigong Huanju and felt sympathy for his mother. "You heartless one, she's the one who brought you into this world, don't you feel sad at all?" Baigong Huanju's face remained unchanged. He continued to stare blankly into the distance. People die when it's their time to die, it's that simple. In that moment, as he uttered those seemingly harsh words about his mother, Baigong Huanju truly didn't harbor any resentment or hatred towards her. It was simply that his indifferent attitude, cultivated since childhood, made him nearly numb to emotions. Baigong Huanju had truly come to believe that life and death were simply like that. Blood ties were also simply like that. There was nothing to cling to or regret. Even when he died, it would simply be a death that perhaps no one would care about or visit. There would be nothing to regret. But when he truly faced death, Baigong Huanju realized how strong his desire to live was. Is it really that simple? Do I really have nothing to regret? The thirst for life and the regret that Baigong Huanju felt were awakened when Yunman clearly showed that he believed in him. In this sect, no one can catch up with you in the heavenly demonic hidden art, of course, except me. And, I haven't told you the most important thing yet. Baigong Huanju tilted his head in curiosity. The most important thing, Lord. Yunman nodded resolutely, fueling his curiosity. Yes, the most important thing. Before, I said that you guys are my limbs, right? Baigong Huanju nodded vaguely but still didn't understand the meaning behind the question. Yunman continued asking, then what would happen to me if I lost my limbs? Baigong Huanju thought for a moment and then hesitantly replied, Lord, maybe you'll feel very inconvenient, right? Yunman grimaced, looking at the EQ-deficient fool in front of him and shook his head. No, it will hurt, incredibly painful. At that moment, Baigong Huanju's eyes lit up in astonishment. He had never valued his own life because in the heavenly demon sect, the liege's orders and the sect's interests always came first. Children like Baigong Huanju were raised that way, but he never expected Yunman to place such importance on his life. As the atmosphere began to become poignant and heart-stirring, Yunman suddenly changed his expression, becoming grumpy and ordered Baigong Huanju, I hate being hurt, so you must survive and come back, Huanju, no matter what happens, understand. Yunman's face seemed grumpy and his words were harsh, but it was this commanding tone that made Baigong Huanju remember that the most important thing while on this mission was that he had to survive and return. Previously, Baigong Huanju used to think that when it was time to die, he would just die. It was simple, he wouldn't back down even if he had to die and wouldn't regret death even though he was still young, but now his thinking has completely changed. Facing imminent death, his fighting spirit and thirst for life were intensely stimulated. Baigong Huanju's pupils suddenly turned blood red. I can't die like this here, I need to live and return to Lord's side. Immediately, Baigong Huanju flipped backwards in the air, activating the breaking chains. His feet, hardened like stone, struck Siu's elbow armor from the inside out, breaking his attack without being struck by the blade, producing a cascade of shattering metal sounds. After a graceful somersault, Baigong Huanju not only countered the dangerous situation but also created distance from Siu, pushing him back and himself retreating a few steps. The knife embedded in Siu's elbow had shattered into pieces. Seeing Baigong Huanju's resistance, Siu simply dismissed it as a last-ditch effort and sneered sarcastically, you still want to fight, but it seems like you've lost a lot of blood after that move, haven't you? Baigong Huanju, filled with a thirst for life, no longer had the meek expression he once had. He replied with a confident and somewhat defiant smile, sorry, but I can't possibly die here. After finishing his words, Baigong Huanju activated the heavenly demonic hidden art at its highest level. A brilliant red energy rapidly enveloped his body, and his form gradually faded like a mirage. Before Siu could react, a red mist erupted from where Baigong Huanju stood. It was also a part of the hidden arts skill, designed to temporarily blind the enemy, creating an opportunity for him to escape. When Siu dispersed the thick fog, Baigong Huanju's form had completely vanished, as if he were a ghost. There was not even a trace of blood or lingering aura left. No matter how hard Siu searched, he found no clues. The scene caused him to widen his eyes in tense astonishment. That brat must be heavily injured, but he still managed to disappear without a trace. Does an advanced stealth technique like this exist in the world? Siu stared into the darkness, pushing his senses to their limit to search for any trace of Baigong Huanju, but there was only a silent night and chilling winds howling like they were tearing through the darkness. Meanwhile, at the Southern Blade Coalition's villa, Yun Mun was still awake and wandering outside. Seeing this, the heavenly demon began to ask curiously, "Heaven destroyed, why are you still out here instead of sleeping? Is there something else you need to do?" Huaining old monk, on the other hand, wasn't as curious as the heavenly demon. "Ho ho, master must have his own reasons," he said. The heavenly demon, interrupted, angrily snapped, "Shut up, you know nothing." Yun Mun raised his eyebrows, looking at them both with concern. "You two are fighting again. Are you still children, for real?" While the heavenly demon tugged at Huaining old monk's beard and Huaining old monk used his clapper to hit the heavenly demon's head, Yun Mun didn't bother to intervene in their fight. He looked up at the night sky. "I can rest later. Right now, I need to wait for Huanju to come back." Just as Yun Mun was about to intervene in the fight between the 2,000-year-old souls, Dantai Zhueguang suddenly appeared, panting, making Yun Mun slightly surprised. "Zhueguang, what are you doing there in the middle of the night?" Dantai Zhueguang scratched his head sheepishly and replied. This subordinate was about to practice while waiting for Huanju to return. Yun Mun hadn't seen Dantai Zhueguang train in a long time, making him even more surprised. "You're preparing to practice, why suddenly?" Dantai Zhueguang grinned, with sweat still glistening on his face after practicing. This subordinate thought that to maintain his dual identity in Murim's central plains and be ready for any duels, he needed to strengthen his foundation, so, this subordinate decided to practice whenever he has free time. Yun Mun thought for a moment and then mumbled half-jokingly, "It seems like you're taking the mission seriously. I thought you'd just be enjoying yourself in the central plains." Dantai Zhueguang, hit where it hurts, became flustered. "Lord, how can you say that about me?" Seeing Dantai Zhueguang eager to learn and improve himself, the heavenly demon suddenly smiled wickedly and told Yun Mun, "Hey, heaven destroyed, you should relay this message of mine to that guy." Yun Mun saw the sly smile and frowned in suspicion. "What is it?" After listening to the heavenly demon's idea, Yun Mun also felt interested in passing on his words to Dantai Zhueguang, but he only said 3 words, "Heavenly demon I," which made Dantai Zhueguang confused and bewildered. "Heavenly demon I, what?" Yun Mun nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm just passing on the heavenly demon's message to you. He wants to teach you that." But Dantai Zhueguang continued to look clueless. Although he had heard of the heavenly demon eye, he had never delved into its details. Yun Mun had to explain in more detail. The heavenly demon said that if the opponent is struck by the heavenly demon eye, there will be an emotional bond and unconditional obedience to all commands of the caster. Dantai Zhueguang nodded with a playful smile but continued to wonder. "So, it seems like a kind of soul-seizing technique, but why would Lord Heavenly Demon suddenly want to teach this subordinate that technique?" This subordinate thinks focusing on martial arts and internal energy is good enough. The heavenly demon simply wanted Dantai Zhueguang to have other skills to enrich his boring life, but Dantai Zhueguang was like a fool, making him furious and complain, "That stupid idiot, what other reason could there be? You brainless muscleheads only know how to train crudely, there's no fun in that." Yun Mun didn't want to make Dantai Zhueguang crumble under those harsh criticisms, so he chose his words carefully. "I guess he thinks that technique might be useful at some point." The heavenly demon, ignored, became even more grumpy and complained, Hey, why didn't you convey it as I intended?" Huaining old monk sighed helplessly at the heavenly demon's rudeness. Sigh, "Heavenly demon master, please consider the listener's feelings." Dantai Zhueguang was finally persuaded by Yun Mun's words. "Yes, if Lord says so, then." After checking that not even an ant would approach the villa, Yun Mun began to practice the heavenly demon eye with Dantai Zhueguang following the heavenly demon's instructions. The practice lasted until well past midnight. Dantai Zhueguang had grasped the basics of this technique and would continue to practice on his own. 2 hours later, when Yun Mun finished practicing and stood up, he still hadn't seen Baigong Huanju return, but because he trusted the hidden art, he assumed Baigong Huanju was delayed due to extensive reconnaissance. Finally, he decided to take a bath because the practice had left him soaked in sweat. On his way to the bathroom, Yun Mun thought about Baigong Huanju and couldn't help but sigh and mumble to himself, Huanju is capable, but the problem is he lacks confidence in his skills. If he were more confident, he would. At that moment, he stepped on some broken roof tiles scattered on the ground. However, before, when he checked around the villa, these tiles weren't there. Intuition told Yun Mun that something was wrong. It was as if there had been a fight or something had broken those tiles while he was practicing with Dan Tai Jueguang. Yun Mun anxiously followed the trail of broken tiles. A horrifying scene was unfolding not far from where he stood. Yun Mun was stunned and froze for a moment before slowly clenching his fists. He called out Huanju's name in agony. He couldn't believe this could happen. Before Yun Mun's eyes, lying on the cold ground, was Baigong Huanju, writhing in a pool of blood. He had managed to crawl back to the villa, but his severely injured body passed out after a fall from a height. Then, Yun Mun immediately called Dan Tai Jueguang and Dan Tai Wulan to help clean up the scene to hide the evidence and quickly took Baigong Huanju to the golden-toed Qiantang for treatment. Though there was only one deep wound on his back, his entire body was riddled with internal injuries. Dan Tai Wulan knew a bit about bandaging techniques, so she disinfected the wound and provided first aid to Baigong Huanju, but he remained unconscious, making everyone worried and restless. Yun Mun was the most anxious of them all. Seeing that an hour had passed and Baigong Huanju hadn't regained consciousness, he anxiously asked Dan Tai Wulan, "How is Huanju?" Dan Tai Wulan couldn't help but sigh with sorrow as she looked at Baigong Huanju, who was breathing heavily and seemed to be in a lot of pain. His wound is very deep and he lost a lot of blood. It seems he used acupoint pressure to stop the bleeding, but forcing himself to use martial arts to escape while his acupoints were sealed caused fatal internal injuries. Dan Tai Wulan's voice became choked with emotion and heartache. But more importantly, she couldn't understand why Baigong Huanju pushed himself to such an extent. "You should have run away as soon as you got injured like that. Huanju, what were you trying to do that you delayed and made the wound so serious?" Although Dan Tai Wulan didn't understand, Yun Mun had already figured out the situation. Baigong Huanju must have done this to lose his pursuer. Even with such serious injuries, he forced himself to use the hidden art and seal his acupoints simultaneously. As Yun Mun had guessed, Baigong Huanju really had tried his best to maintain the hidden art while sealing his acupoints. He even deliberately ran away from the Southern Blade Coalition estate before returning to the villa to avoid the enemy discovering any clues. Baigong Huanju had moved with the hidden art at its highest level, maintaining it for half an hour. Suffering serious internal injuries was inevitable, but he still persisted, circling outside until he felt safe before returning to the villa. Yun Mun could only imagine the scene, and it was enough to make his heart ache. "You didn't even realize how badly you were internally injured. Why did you have to try so hard, Huanju?" Then, Dan Tai Wulan took out a stack of papers and gave it to Yun Mun. "Lord, this is what this subordinate found in his chest pocket while bandaging him. This subordinate thinks he wanted to give this to you." Yun Mun put away the letter with a look of distress. "All right, thank you, Wulan." Dan Tai Wulan respectfully clasped her hands together. "All I did was relay it to you, Lord." Dan Tai Jueguang had been silent for a while but was already fuming with rage. He couldn't contain his anger and turned to Yun Mun, proposing, "Lord, should we wipe out those bastards from the Southern Blade Coalition right now?" Yun Mun, though equally furious inside, controlled his anger to calm Dan Tai Jueguang. "Hold on, don't stir up trouble. First, we need to treat Huanju back to health." After taking out his Emperor's golden token, Yun Mun began assigning tasks to each person. "Jueguang, deliver this to Kim Oa Qiantang, and ask them to transfer it to the branch in Hangzhou, requesting Huino's assistance. He'll understand immediately upon seeing this token." Dan Tai Jueguang immediately accepted the golden token. "As you command, Lord." Yun Mun then turned to Wulan, instructing her, "Continue caring for Huanju and wait for news from Song Lao. If there's any emergency, report to him immediately." Dan Tai Wulan immediately nodded solemnly. "As you command, Lord." After assigning tasks to his subordinates, Yun Mun finally began reading what Baigong Huanju had written in the letter, his notes from infiltrating the Southern Blade Coalition. The pages were stained with blood, the most heavily soaked being the first page, the last page Baigong Huanju wrote before collapsing. Upon seeing the report reflecting Baigong Huanju's dedication and effort despite the danger he was in, Yun Mun couldn't stand idly by and decided to take action. He transformed back into the heavenly demon scribe, muttering under his breath, "I just want you to come back alive, you idiot. That's all I want." In a blink, Yun Mun unleashed a surge of energy, his body enveloped in a crimson hue as if he had just bathed in blood. The heavenly demon hidden art at the Lord level had been activated. The terrifying aura emanating from Yunman caused even Dan Tai Jueguang to shiver with fear, involuntarily taking a step back. It had been a long time since he felt such an intense demonic energy. For Dan Tai Wulan, the fear was even more intense. The pressure radiating from Yunman made it almost impossible for her to breathe, her body even wanting to kneel before him. After utilizing the heavenly demon hidden art, Yunman told them both, "I'll be back soon." Dan Tai Wulan was confused, not understanding why Yunman needed so much energy for where he was going, especially since he had just told them not to act recklessly and cause chaos. She was bewildered and asked, Lord, where are you going?" Dan Tai Jueguang, on the other hand, focused on the overwhelming power bursting from Yunman. Indeed, the heavenly demon hidden art at its peak, the shadowless monarch's skills were already impressive, but they're nothing compared to our Lord. As Yunman stepped out of the room, nobody could sense his presence anymore. Every step, whether fast or slow, made no sound. He moved gracefully like a serpent, stealthily like a black cat in the darkness. Yunman didn't explain to Dan Tai Wulan and Dan Tai Jueguang where he was going or what he was going to do. He just left silently, because he felt partially responsible for Beigong Huanju's injuries. He had assigned this task to him, pushing him to complete it at any cost. What Huanju wrote in the letter was a compilation of his findings in the Southern Blade Coalition, as well as the issues he couldn't investigate, including his personal guesses and opinions. A detailed report, allowing Yunman to make decisions and plan his next moves. He had to admit, it was an exceptional report, something he hadn't seen even when he was in the Imperial Palace reviewing reports from the ministers. Even when he was in the Imperial Palace, he hadn't seen such a well-prepared report from the ministers. Yunman had been furious upon seeing Beigong Huanju's serious injuries, but his anger subsided after reading the reliable reports written with Beigong Huanju's cool head, understanding his effort in this mission. Finally, Yunman activated the heavenly demon hidden art, returning to the Southern Blade Coalition and leisurely entering through the main gate. However, he wasn't there to annihilate the Southern Blade Coalition but to complete the mission that Beigong Huanju couldn't finish earlier. Yunman wanted to complete this task to lighten the psychological burden on Beigong Huanju. After he woke up, he would surely feel immense guilt and self-reproach for not being able to reciprocate his trust and expectations. Standing before the Southern Blade Coalition's gate, Yunman took out the reports that Beigong Huanju had obtained at the cost of his own blood. Instead of rereading them, he unexpectedly crumpled those papers in his hand and muttered to himself, "Huanju, the information you gathered for me has completed 90% of the mission I assigned. The remaining portion, I will complete it for you." After finishing, Yunman raised the dry clump of paper to his mouth and swallowed it whole without taking a sip of water. It was remarkable that he didn't choke to death from that action. After swallowing the report, Yunman's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Blood surged through his veins as the remaining 10% of the information involved the alliance leader of the Southern Blade Coalition, his son, and heavenly sent Jade Phoenix. They would be extremely valuable top-secret intel. Subsequently, Yunman, lightning fast, moved towards the room of heavenly sent Jade Phoenix as instructed by Beigong Huanju's report. He leaped effortlessly across dozens of steps in a flash, leaving behind only faint, blurry red afterimages. Soon, Yunman infiltrated the building where the Southern Blade Coalition leader's son resided. He chose this location to scout first because the report stated that this was an unmanned place, potentially hiding some secrets. However, his steps were cautious, probing the floor instead of confidently strutting like before. Of course, it wasn't that Yunman was afraid of being discovered. The issue was that the building was riddled with traps and mechanisms, on the ceiling, roof tiles, floor, and corridors. Just as Beigong Huanju had reported, if he accidentally triggered any mechanism, it wouldn't necessarily be dangerous, but it would definitely alert the enemy, making them more cautious. As Yunman approached the door of the Alliance leader's son's room, strangely, he saw bright light shining out. If it was true, as Beigong Huanju had written, that nobody was there, then why was there light in the middle of the night? More importantly, inside the room was a woman Yunman didn't recognize either. He didn't know that heavenly sent Jade Phoenix had come here after being startled by Beigong Huanju's intrusion, and she was even meeting with SIU right here. Heavenly sent Jade Phoenix seemed impatient and annoyed, questioning SIU. "SIU, haven't you found any trace of the intruder yet?" SIU was completely helpless in this situation and could only bow his head, begging for forgiveness. "Please forgive me, young miss." As soon as Yunman heard the name SIU, he understood. It was the last name mentioned in Huanju's report. That meant he was the one who clashed with Huanju and injured him. Of course, Yun-mun, with his sharp intellect, quickly deduced the identity of Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix. If that's the case, the woman he addressed as young miss must be Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix. But what was she doing here so late at night? Couldn't she meet with her subordinates in her own room? Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix continued to press SIU with a worried tone. He couldn't have just randomly appeared here. Could it be that that bastard knows something about us? SIU offered his guess. As I see it, he might belong to the Ta Xieshui demonic cult or one of the three demonic forces. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix immediately interrupted with a skeptical expression. What makes you think that? As far as I know, there have been no reports of them appearing in Central Plains. Could there be another force we're unaware of? How could he disappear without a trace? SIU felt the anger ready to erupt from Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix and tried to explain. I think he's not that skilled, young miss. I'm certain that he was seriously injured by me. Finding him is just a matter of time. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix burst into anger, shouting, What, seriously injured? You're saying that someone seriously injured can easily escape like that, and you can't even track him down properly, yet you're making excuses. After venting her anger, Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix took a deep breath to calm herself and carefully considered, I have a bad feeling about this. Maybe I should report this to the Grandmaster and see what to do. Yun-mun immediately noticed the irregularity. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix was the adopted daughter of the Southern Blade Coalition leader, but instead of reporting the intruder to her adoptive father, she intended to inform someone called the Grandmaster. Things were getting more complicated. After pondering for a moment, Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix waved her hand, ordering SIU, All right, SIU, return to your post. This is no longer something I can handle alone. Strengthen the guard, please. SIU could only dejectedly bow his head. As you command, young miss. Immediately, he shot out the window and disappeared into the night. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix still watched with a cold glare, grumbling curses. That bastard, because of his arrogance, even a rat got away. Anyway, I don't feel safe about this. Suddenly, her expression softened, and she smirked mischievously. Well, maybe I should do something to change my mood. Next, Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix turned towards the large bronze mirror leaning against the wardrobe. She placed her hand on the mirror and caressed it for a while, leaving Yun-mun puzzled. Could she be trying to relieve her mood by admiring herself? However, the next second, his question was answered. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix's slender finger glided along the edge of the mirror, finding a hidden button and gently pressing it. Unexpectedly, the base of the mirror rose, revealing small wooden wheels and a meticulously crafted track underneath, firmly attached to the floor. The entire mirror, along with its stand, began to move slowly along the track, rolling to the side. The faint clicking sound revealed the meticulousness of the person who designed this mechanism. Yun-mun was astonished to see the mechanism opening, revealing a secret chamber beneath the mirror's original location. The passage looked rather narrow, only wide enough for one person to crawl through. While Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix climbed down, Yun-mun was lost in his own speculation. This was something Huanju hadn't discovered during his infiltration. This room was always dark and unvisited. Perhaps only Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix knew about this secret passage, but what was odd was that the passage was located in the room of the Southern Blade Coalition leader's son, not her own room. Anyway, even if he thought about it now, he wouldn't be able to figure it out, so Yun-mun decided to follow Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix into the secret chamber. It was a rather risky move, but with his heavenly demon hidden art, he was confident he could handle it. When Yun-mun reached the secret chamber, inside was a massive prison with long, dark, and deep corridors. Based on its scale and age, it could be inferred that this secret chamber was built by the Southern Blade Coalition leader himself, not created by Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, which explained why it was located beneath his son's room. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix went straight to a dark, damp prison cell at the beginning of the tunnel. Inside, a thin man was curled up trembling. Initially, he seemed terrified and trembled when facing Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix. However, as Yun-mun looked closer, the captive, despite trembling and clutching his head, dared to glare at Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix. He spoke in a commanding tone, but ended with a plea. Give it to me, please, please. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix immediately burst into mocking laughter. You pathetic wretch, look at your miserable state. Who would imagine you're the leader of the Southern Blade Coalition? Despite being humiliated, the leader only repeated his request. Give me the medicine. Yun-mun was astonished to see the dilapidated state of Dako Shui-lan's former fiancé. This bastard. So he's the leader. I heard he became insane and crippled, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix enjoyed her brother's agonizing writhing before tossing two strange purple pills onto the ground. Immediately, the leader frantically lunged for the pills, screaming, "Medicine, give me the medicine!" His face was gaunt, revealing his skeletal features, and his actions were those of an addict. He chewed and swallowed the 2 pills in under 3 seconds, seemingly starved and relying solely on the pills for sustenance. After swallowing the pills, the leader suddenly began to smoke. Literally, smoke rapidly emerged from every pore of his body, a pleasant sensation coursed through his meridians, and the blood in his veins surged as if boiling. In a flash, the leader's body was filled with energy. He roared like a wild beast, his muscles taut and bulging, a stark contrast to his previous thin and frail appearance. Blood vessels and tendons quickly became prominent under his pale skin. But the most significant change was in his eyes. The whites turned blood red, as if filled with blood, and the pupils became a zombie-like green. His jaws clicked shut, covered in drool. Yun-mun had never witnessed such a grotesque transformation. His eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that? The situation became even more bizarre as Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix sauntered towards her brother, gracefully removing her cloak. "You damned pig, you only know how to roar." "Shut up, you bastard," she said, immediately planting a passionate kiss on her brother's lips. Even though they weren't related by blood, her immoral act made Yun-mun's skin crawl. However, Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix didn't stop at a mere kiss. She began to suck on the leader's mouth with force. Blood vessels began to bulge on her straining jaw. As Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix continued to suck, the leader's blood vessels poured toward his mouth, defying the laws of human blood circulation. Despite being unbound, he offered no resistance. Shortly after, the life force that had just been injected into the leader's body dissipated like smoke. All his yang energy was completely drained by Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, leaving him in a pathetically emaciated state. As soon as Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix released her brother's mouth, he collapsed onto the ground like a broken puppet, his body completely devoid of strength to lift himself. Having satisfied her needs, Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix licked her lips with a seductive smile, internally savoring the abundant yang energy she had absorbed. The leader lay on the ground, twitching slightly, as if having a seizure. He was no longer aware of anything, his eyes empty and lifeless, just like before. Having absorbed enough energy to relieve her stress, Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix chuckled as she left the cell. "Your yang energy, I'll make sure to utilize it well. Now, let's move on to the next location." Even Heavenly Demon, who considered morality a rusty nail, felt a chill upon witnessing this scene. Is that the Taiyin Bu Yang technique? Aren't they brother and sister, even if they're adopted? This is too disgusting. Huining old monk chanted for a while before regaining his composure. Worldly desires are truly ugly. Yun-mun, despite feeling disgusted by Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix's actions, remained determined to follow her, wanting to see how much more terrifying she could be. Now isn't the time to dwell on that. I have to follow her. There seems to be a bigger mystery behind all this. However, when he wanted to tail Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, it was too late. She had turned into one of the dozens of passages connecting to the main tunnel. He didn't expect so many branches. Where did she go? After searching through 77 branches without finding Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, Yun-mun decided to take the rat hole approach for a more efficient search. He didn't know why he thought of that, but after navigating through the drainage pipes, he emerged from the floor of a room covered in gold. Yun-mun was stunned by the blinding brilliance of the gold-plated room. Its magnificent splendor was no less than a royal palace. No, this room surpassed even the Emperor's council chamber. From the floor to the ceiling, the furniture and decorations were all made of gold, inlaid with gold that blinded the eyes. Except for the red carpet laid in the middle of the room, everything shimmered with a dazzling golden light. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix walked gracefully across the red carpet and greeted the man sitting on the golden throne with a mocking tone. "You're still in good health, father." Based on her address, Yun-mun immediately recognized the man on the throne as the head of the Southern Blade Coalition. He didn't look as dilapidated as his son, but he seemed quite thin, with a weathered face that glared at Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix with animosity. Yun-mun couldn't help but feel anxious. "I never expected to end up at the head of the Southern Blade Coalition's residence, even with the heavenly demonic hidden art. Can I really deceive a master like him?" Heavenly Demon chuckled, reassuring Yun-mun. "We absolutely can." Yun-mun, still worried, pressed. "How are you so sure? Is the heavenly demonic hidden art that extraordinary?" Heavenly Demon arrogantly tilted his head. "Of course it is, but there's another crucial factor." "Look into his eyes," Heavenly Demon said. Yun-mun, intrigued, frowned and looked at the head of the Southern Blade Coalition. "His eyes, what's special about them?" Heavenly Demon clicked his tongue, expressing his disappointment in Yun-mun's lack of perceptiveness. "Look at his eyes, he's been poisoned." Just like the leader earlier, he can't detect you anymore. The head of the Southern Blade Coalition was starting to tremble, exhibiting the same symptoms as his son, but his eyes and voice remained firm. You disgraceful child, you've ruined my son and me. Now the Southern Blade Coalition belongs to you. Are you still not satisfied? Ziyun, heavenly sent Jade Phoenix, stood unfazed by her adoptive father's accusation. Instead, she smirked provocatively. She casually acknowledged her ambition. Of course it's not enough, father, your daughter wants to become the greatest woman in history. The head of the Southern Blade Coalition sneered, gritting his teeth. Ridiculous, the greatest woman in history. Why don't you just go for the most wretched woman of all time? If that's your goal, you'll achieve it without any obstacles. Ziyun didn't get angry at the sarcasm, knowing it was just a weak resistance from the head of the Southern Blade Coalition. Everything is going according to plan. You should have listened to the Grandmaster's wishes from the beginning, then you wouldn't be in this situation. Don't blame me too much. Oh, right. I came here today to tell you this. Your son, I should call him older brother, right? He will die within 10 days, Ziyun said with a sarcastic smile. The head of the Southern Blade Coalition was stunned. He knew this day would come, but he hadn't expected things to unfold so quickly. The feeling of helplessness before his son's preordained death made his whole body tremble violently. Ziyun, unsatisfied with his reaction, continued with a bitter remark. You don't need to worry too much, he'll have a happy death, in my arms. The head of the Southern Blade Coalition, enraged, fell from his throne. He could do nothing but curse Ziyun. You wicked wretch, how dare you? Yun Mun, stunned, swallowed hard as he witnessed the effects of the poison afflicting the head of the Southern Blade Coalition. I didn't expect someone as powerful as him to be in such a sorry state. He looks like a frail old man. Heavenly Demon clicked his tongue. Of course he is. He was poisoned by no ordinary drug. Yun Mun continued to question, is that why he didn't react even when she went crazy? Heavenly Demon replied with a grave expression, what else could it be? It's a miracle he's still conscious at this point. Yun Mun shuddered once more, feeling a chill run down his spine as he saw Ziyun's smug expression. She's truly a wicked woman. How can she treat someone who was both her master and adoptive father like this? More important than Ziyun's morals and character, Yun Mun was certain that a powerful force must be manipulating everything behind the scenes, providing her with immense benefits. As Yun Mun contemplated, Heavenly Demon and Huaining Old Monk both urged him, I think we have a basic grasp of the situation here. What are you going to do now, Amy Tuafo? I'm sure you won't stand idly by while someone dies. Less than a second later, Heavenly Demon roared in protest of Huaining Old Monk's suggestion. If we wait silently, he'll die, and we can find out who's behind that bitch. Why make a mess? We can take down both of those strong individuals and swallow the Southern Blade Coalition in one go. Isn't that too delicious, Amy Tuafo? Heavenly Demon, that's not the way a true lord behaves. As the argument between Heavenly Demon and Huaining Old Monk escalated, Yun Mun pondered between two options, helping the head of the Southern Blade Coalition and saving the Southern Blade Coalition, or ignoring their plan and letting it unfold to find out who's behind Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix. Heavenly Demon yelled, urging Yun Mun to make a decision. That's right. I'm telling you to look at the bigger picture. Heaven destroyed. Huaining Old Monk, refusing to concede, advised Yun Mun, Master, you cannot listen to Heavenly Demon. However, Yun Mun's response was unexpected. You're both wrong. Heavenly Demon and Huaining Old Monk stopped arguing, looking at him with puzzled expressions. What do you mean, Master? Yun Mun quietly closed the vent and jumped back into the tunnel decisively, regardless of the internal affairs of the Southern Blade Coalition or whoever's behind Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix. I don't care about any of that right now. I came here personally to complete Huanju's unfinished task, and I have just finished it. It is not the time to discuss further plans. Then Yun Mun left the secret chamber under the bewildered eyes of both Heavenly Demon and Huaining Old Monk. After Yun Mun left the Southern Blade Coalition manor, he returned to the Kim Oa Chantang branch in Wuchang. Only half an hour had passed, and both Dan Tai Wulan and Dan Tai Zhueguang were still awake, worried about Beigong Huanju and waiting for Yun Mun to return. Yun Mun's decision was beyond the expectations of both Heavenly Demon and Huaining Old Monk, because he returned to Kim Oa Chantang, calling Dan Tai Zhueguang and Dan Tai Wulan to join him in taking revenge for Beigong Huanju. They used stealth techniques to enter the Southern Blade Coalition once again with fierce and menacing faces. Dan Tai Zhueguang, thinking about revenge, excitedly stretched his muscles. My lord, you won't let them get away with this, will you? Taking revenge for Huanju is surely our responsibility. Dan Tai Wulan also drew her sword with eyes filled with killing intent. Blood debt must be repaid with blood, that's only natural. Yunmon fixed his sharp gaze towards the building of heavenly sent Jade Phoenix and commanded, "Before the sun rises, starting from the building of heavenly sent Jade Phoenix that I mentioned earlier, we will kill all those who use demonic art, except for her." At this moment, Yunmon's eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent like rubies. The revenge mission was carried out quickly under his command, and of course, without leaving any trace. As dawn broke, before the sun rose above the mountain peak, the mission was silently completed. The Southern Blade Coalition still welcomed the new day with the same quiet atmosphere as midnight. Ziyun didn't even notice the unusual silence of the manor at dawn. She leisurely stretched and walked outside to greet the morning sunshine. Wow, I slept so well. As Ziyun took a deep breath to enjoy the fresh morning air, what greeted her wasn't the fragrance of dew-soaked grass, but the pungent smell of blood, causing her to open her eyes wide in horror and look around. As per Yunmon's final order to show them hell, Ziyun screamed in horror upon seeing the scattered corpses lying before her, all of them sword users and wearing the uniforms of Southern Blade Coalition guards. After the bodies were gathered, they were transported to the Southern Blade Coalition's secret basement through a passage wider than the one Ziyun took last night. This place also had an autopsy room besides the prison cells and interrogation rooms. Ziyun waited outside for the results of the body examinations. Unable to sit still, the widespread massacre in just one night, estimated to be hundreds of lives, made her even more uneasy, especially after the undetected intrusion last night. Seeing the coroner come out of the blood-soaked room, Ziyun eagerly asked, What happened?" The coroner removed his face mask and replied in a worried tone, 671 people. However, Ziyun immediately understood that it was the number of dead. She was stunned, swallowed dryly and continued to inquire, how many were injured? The coroner directly opened the autopsy room door for Ziyun to see the horrifying scene inside and emphasized, "That's all we found, they are all dead." Ziyun had done evil deeds many times, but this was the first time she had witnessed such a horrifying massacre. Cold sweat poured down her body. Who in the world could have committed such a massacre in one night without our knowledge? Have you found any clues about the perpetrator? The coroner shook his head with a bitter expression. As for the perpetrator, we need to investigate further. So far, we have only discovered a few things from the bodies. Ziyun impatiently snapped, "Stop beating around the bush and tell me the main point." The coroner raised 3 fingers with a serious face. "The bodies are classified into 3 distinct types." Ziyun frowned in doubt. 3 types. The first case, 162 people died with fatal wounds in the middle of their foreheads. Now let's go back to what happened last night to see how these people died. When the first guards fell into the clutches of death, a clear voice echoed in the night, "You didn't bring a sword, did you?" The guard, hearing the ghostly echo, was startled and turned left and right to check. "Who's there? Come out now." As he looked up at the roof, he saw the silhouette of someone standing motionless. "Is that a woman?" Before the guard could realize what was happening, a sharp sword pierced through his forehead. The attacker's move was so swift that the guard didn't have time to feel pain or scream. He could only helplessly roll his eyes in shock as death approached him. Out of the 3 attackers who caused the massacre, the one who favored swordsmanship with the speed of an arrow was Dantai Wulan. She killed her enemies with a single fatal blow, repeated in the same attack location on their foreheads. Of course, this attack style doesn't bear the characteristics of any swordsmanship or school, so Ziyun's subordinates couldn't find any relevant clues. The first wave of death was enough to make one's skin crawl, but there were still 2 more. Ziyun couldn't hold back her eagerness and asked, "What about the second type of death?" The coroner, just thinking about the second type of corpses, was horrified and stuck his tongue out. "The second type is more brutal." After swallowing dryly to suppress the urge to vomit from remembering those horrific deaths, the coroner hesitantly described, 205 people died with their bodies crushed literally. Ziyun just had to imagine it and felt a shiver run down her spine. Crushed. Going back to what happened last night, in another corner of the Southern Blade Coalition manor, 2 guards who had just finished their night shift were grabbing a quick bite to eat. However, their food was only body-nourishing pills instead of rice, as the evening intrusion had left their superiors with no mind to worry about food for their subordinates. As the 2 guards were reluctantly swallowing the dry pills, Dantai Zhueguang suddenly appeared behind them with a decisive sentence, "No sword, kill them now." The 2 guards just jumped in surprise, not having time to scream. In a blink of an eye, one of the guards had his head grabbed by Dantai Zhueguang's large hand and literally crushed. The brutal hand was like a hydraulic press, causing the enemy's brain and blood to splatter everywhere. The other guard hadn't even had time to understand what horrific event had just occurred. When the survivor regained his senses, he still didn't remember to scream for help, but instead turned to look at Dan Tai Jueguang with a panicked expression. Who are you? Without any explanation, Dan Tai Jueguang immediately grabbed his head. Only the sound of shattered bones being crushed was heard after that. There was no need to see the scene close up to understand that this guard's fate was no different from his companion. The reason Dan Tai Jueguang used his bare hands wasn't just because he was confident in his strength, but also because he felt it was an insult to use his sword on this worthless trash. As a result, over 200 people died in that horrific manner. Seeing Ziyun's stiff face, the coroner generously offered, "If young miss doesn't believe me, you can take a look." Ziyun quickly dismissed the crazy idea. "All right, clean it up, just hearing it is terrifying enough." Ziyun constantly chewed her nails in panic. 671 people died in one night without any clues. If each killing method represents a perpetrator, does that mean last night's massacre was carried out by only 3 people? Ziyun began to calculate the number of victims again and was even more terrified in her heart. 162 people died from a fatal stab in the middle of their foreheads. 205 people died from having their bodies crushed, totaling 367, so the remaining 304 victims died at the hands of the third perpetrator. Just imagining the death of the remaining 300 people is enough to terrify Ziyun. Her whole body froze like stone, her face turned pale, devoid of any blood. The chilling feeling occupied her mind as she imagined the last perpetrator. She couldn't even begin to fathom how horrific their killing method would be. However, the reality contradicted Ziyun's speculation. The most terrifying massacre last night, which took place right in front of the building where Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix resided, was not as gruesome as Dan Tai Jueguang's brutal slaughter. He simply walked through the crowd of enemies like a ghost. Although the guards were as thick as a wedge, none of them could detect Yunmun's presence. Basically, the difference in class was too great, allowing him to stroll around in front of them without any obstruction. After Yunmun drew his sword, his eyes were filled with horrifying killing intent. His way of killing was just as silent as his arrival, completely without any commotion. At this moment, after a night of rest and a trance, Beigong Huanju finally woke up. His face was still horrified, covered in sweat, as if he had just escaped from hell and returned to the mortal world. As Beigong Huanju struggled to sit up, the wound on his back was still tormenting him, causing him to struggle for a while before he could get up. The surroundings, the living room and Kim Oe Qiantang, helped to calm him down. As Beigong Huanju, with his weakened body, was about to get out of bed, Beigong Xiaochuan just happened to peek in with a bright smile. "Oh, Huanju brother, you're awake, that's great." Seeing Beigong Xiaochuan appear instead of Dan Tai Jueguang or Dan Tai Wulan, Beigong Huanju felt a bit awkward because he wasn't sure if this little girl could answer the questions in his mind. Since there was no one else around, he could only ask Beigong Xiaochuan, "Has Lord read the report I left behind? Where did he go?" Sure enough, Beigong Xiaochuan immediately scratched her head. "Report? I'm not sure about those things either." Just then, Dan Tai Jueguang entered the room and answered Beigong Huanju's question. He read it. Seeing Dan Tai Jueguang, Beigong Huanju immediately sat up, momentarily forgetting his own injuries and wanting to act according to proper etiquette towards his senior. Seeing Beigong Huanju moving forcefully and groaning in pain, Dan Tai Jueguang clicked his tongue and scolded gently, "All right, just sit there, you fool, your wound was just bandaged, it'll reopen." After calmly sitting back on the bed, Beigong Huanju continued to ask Dan Tai Jueguang about Yunmun. "Where is Lord now?" "Oh, never mind. I have no excuses to offer him anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Beigong Huanju let out a heavy sigh. Just as Yunmun had predicted, he was still deeply troubled by his failure to complete the mission. Dan Tai Jueguang knew that Yunmun wouldn't blame Beigong Huanju for this, so he found his shamefaced expression quite silly. "Why apologize? Because you couldn't complete the mission." Beigong Huanju was genuinely embarrassed for failing to meet Yunmun's expectations. He couldn't think of any justification for himself, so he could only hang his head low, his face creased with worry like a dried jujube. Seeing Beigong Huanju's sour face, Dan Tai Jueguang put on a serious act. "The Lord has ordered me to relay this to you. Listen carefully, Beigong Huanju." Beigong Huanju was startled and quickly sat up straight. "Master, what does the Lord say?" After clearing his throat a few times, Dan Tai Jueguang continued to speak in a serious tone, repeating Yunmun's exact words. "Your mission has been completed, so don't worry about it anymore." However, Beigong Huanju couldn't forgive himself. He immediately shook his head dejectedly. "I made a mistake, I failed this mission, I am truly ashamed." Just then, Yunmun walked into the room with a bright smile. "I knew you'd be like this, Huanju." If it weren't for his still healing wounds, Beigong Huanju would have jumped up in surprise. He was flustered. Not knowing what to do, he could only stammer out a greeting, "Master, Lord." Dan Tai Zhueguang saw Yun Man and began to complain, "Lord, didn't you order me to relay your message? Am I not trustworthy?" Yun Man clicked his tongue in response. "I just thought that wasn't enough to pull him out of his self-reproach." Immediately afterwards, Yun Man ignored Dan Tai Zhueguang and looked towards Huanju. "Hey, Beigong Huanju." Beigong Huanju nodded nervously, swallowing dryly, "Yes, Lord." Yun Man smiled kindly at Beigong Huanju's anxious eyes. "You did a great job." Beigong Huanju fell into contemplation, his expression still no better. How could the Lord say such kind words to a miserable failure like me? What am I going to do with this guilt? After a moment's thought, Beigong Huanju remained resolute and taking responsibility. "It is my fault. Please punish me for my mistake, Lord." Yun Man immediately cut him off decisively. "No. Didn't you return as promised?" Beigong Huanju's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He had only thought that preserving his life was a secondary order to bring back a report to Yun Man, not expecting that he would prioritize the secondary order over the main mission. Sensing Beigong Huanju's bewilderment, Yun Man took the initiative to explain, "If Beigong Xiaochuan has swordsmanship as graceful and flexible as a branch, Dan Tai Wulan has lightning-fast combat speed. Dan Tai Zhueguang possesses strength that can literally explode and shatter anything. Then Huanju, your mere presence is extraordinary." Beigong Huanju still stood there dumbfounded, not understanding Yun Man's meaning. He continued to encourage him, "Everyone has their strengths, even if your presence isn't flashy, brilliant, or obvious, you're always there for us." Indeed, as Yun Man said, even in unexpected situations, like when Beigong Xiaochuan fought the manager of an inn, Beigong Huanju silently stood by, observing everything and quietly resolving the consequences for her. Dan Tai Zhueguang, Dan Tai Wulan, and Beigong Xiaochuan all grinned and nodded in agreement with Yun Man. "He's a reliable presence, even though he's a little cold. I always liked him the most, Huanju." That's also why Beigong Xiaochuan often clings to Beigong Huanju, even when he pushes her away. Yun Man chuckled with satisfaction at the support of the other three and continued speaking to Beigong Huanju. "So, why don't you stop being so harsh on yourself? Because you did a great job." He was a man with a face as cold as ice, who wouldn't shed a tear even when his mother passed away. But now, Beigong Huanju couldn't hold back his tears. Finally, his dry heart was watered by everyone's warmth. However, Beigong Huanju still wanted to save face. He immediately turned his face towards the wall to hide his tears. Dan Tai Zhueguang saw this and began to grumble. "Humph, you dare turn your back to the Lord just because you're crying." Beigong Xiaochuan also chuckled along, teasing him, "Oh, Huanju, you really are crying." Beigong Huanju was choked with tears but still gritted his teeth to keep from sobbing. He stubbornly preserved his dignity by denying the truth. "I'm not, damn it." Returning to the situation in the Southern Blade Coalition's basement, Ziyun continued to ask the coroner, "So, how did the rest of them die? What was the cause?" The coroner stammered and shook his head, unable to find any clues. "As for that, I haven't been able to find anything. All I can say is that they all died of natural causes, like an elderly person who passes away after a heart attack." Ziyun's face turned pale with shock, and she began to scold angrily. "Natural death, even though they were all so young? Are you telling me that all those people died of natural causes at the same time? Are you making fun of me?" The coroner flustered and explained, "But they had no internal or external injuries. There's no other explanation for those cases." Yun Man's methods were exceptionally unusual, so of course no one could find the cause of death for those 304 people. Actually, if it weren't for so many people dying at the same time, his killing of 1 or 2 people would never have been discovered. Returning to what happened last night to understand Yun Man's killing methods, he was still maintaining the peak state of his shadow concealing technique and began to create countless blades using his evil energy. Compared to the early days of his training, the number of blades had increased tenfold. When the sword energy erupted around Yun Man, the bright red light began to flicker and appear, attracting the attention of the guards around him. "Hey, what's that light? What is that?" However, the only things revealed were faint red lights reflecting a hazy shadow in the darkness. Yun Man himself was not visible. The guards surrounding him, both curious and wary, surrounded him to see what the strange light was. Seeing the crowd approaching but not attacking, Yun Man questioned the heavenly demon with a hint of doubt. "They still can't see me even when I do this," the heavenly demon affirmed excitedly. "Of course, because of the difference in strength between you and them." Yun Man's eyes widened, radiating murderous intent. "Perhaps that's good," the heavenly demon, aroused by the thought of killing, eagerly asked. "What do you mean?" Yun Man declared in a cold voice. "Because they will die without even having time to feel anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Yun-mun swung his sword in a sweeping arc, unleashing the third form of the heavenly demon's three swords. The sword energy shot out, spreading like sound waves, cutting through the chests of his enemies, but leaving no wounds, just like a wave washing over them. The sword energy spread continuously, overlapping. With just one move, 10 blades, formed by Yun-mun's internal energy, were simultaneously unleashed, sweeping across a wide area. Wherever the sword energy went, it left behind a mysterious red light. In the final moment of their lives, what these dying people saw was just that fleeting flash of light. Then they immediately felt their hearts constrict as if an invisible hand were squeezing them from the inside. Soon, the corpses collapsed one after another around Yun-mun, their movements as light and graceful as the bodies of skilled dancers. There were no cries or even the sound of the bodies falling on top of each other. Before him, behind him, and on both sides of Yun-mun were corpses in various sitting and lying positions, scattered and uneven. It was as if they had all fallen into a deep sleep after the curse of the Sleeping Beauty was activated. Although there was no stench of blood, the oppressive death energy was chilling. The heavenly demon laughed happily at the spectacular scene before him. Ha ha ha, heaven destroyed, you bastard, do you know what you've done? Yun-mun had no idea that his mass slaughter had given the evil seed of the heavenly demon a chance to sprout, and his power was gradually increasing, breaking free from the restraints of Huaining Old Monk. Huaining Old Monk realized this, and more importantly, Yun-mun's massacre left him speechless with shock and disappointment. This, master, the previous advice he received to turn the good had vanished into thin air, and he didn't know what to say anymore. On the other hand, Yun-mun felt no guilt whatsoever. He didn't enjoy killing either. He simply thought that those who were killed were Zi-yun's subordinates and her master. They weren't members of the Southern Blade Coalition, so there was no need to show mercy. Everything was so bewildering that Zi-yun became more and more flustered. Even hearing the coroner's report wouldn't help or change anything now. So, she angrily waved her hand and turned away. I'm leaving. The coroner simply bowed respectfully. Yes, young miss. Suddenly, Zi-yun remembered something important and hurriedly turned back to ask the coroner, did you see SIU among the corpses? The coroner replied nervously, well, because many of the bodies had their heads crushed. Zi-yun impatiently interrupted him, all right, I'll find him myself. Immediately afterwards, she hastily left the tunnel. In reality, she didn't ask about SIU's whereabouts out of concern for him, but ultimately for herself and the plan of the master behind her. What worried Zi-yun was that the martial arts tournament to select a husband was approaching. If SIU couldn't participate in the competition and win, then she would have to marry some man, and she couldn't be sure he would obey her orders. However, Zi-yun quickly came up with a different plan in her mind and regained hope. No, that doesn't matter anymore. The competition must go on as planned. We can't let the plan we've been carefully preparing for crumble in just one day. Therefore, the martial arts competition to select a husband at the Southern Blade Coalition went on as planned the next day. All information about the massacre from the night before was covered up within the sect. The selection contest attracted countless Miram masters to attend and gossip. Although it wasn't as large-scale as the Miram convention organized by the Northern Blade Association, there was no lack of high-level experts present. The martial artists filled the entire stands, but their discussions weren't limited to heavenly sent Jade Phoenix's beauty or who would be the lucky son-in-law. The shocking massacre was also brought up for discussion. No house is completely windproof. No matter how hard the Southern Blade Coalition tried to suppress the information, they couldn't completely conceal such a shocking event. With this publicly held selection contest, speculation and doubts became even deeper. However, the Southern Blade Coalition acted as if nothing had happened, and the martial competition continued as if it were a grand celebration. Zi-yun appeared in a magnificent robe, like a queen, still showing everyone the calm expression and strong presence of a martial artist's young miss. Seeing her in an outfit embroidered with gold thread and adorned with gold jewelry encrusted with emeralds, those who didn't know might even think it was the Empress herself visiting. The martial competition was held with more extravagance than ever before. Giant stone lion statues lined up beneath a massive bronze bell. Zi-yun sat majestically on a golden throne placed under a stone sculpture, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. Seeing Zi-yun's arrogant demeanor and ambition for power displayed in this show of strength, Yun-mun couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Seriously, is she the replacement for the alliance leader of the Southern Blade Coalition, or has she already become the alliance leader? Why is she so ostentatious? What a scary woman. While Yun-mun was lost in his thoughts mocking Zi-yun, Hukrian, sitting beside him, called out, "Excuse me, Yun great warrior. Have you heard about the Southern Blade Coalition's bloodbath last night? It's said that over 300 people died naturally," Hukrian said. Yoon Mun laughed nervously, a little embarrassed. Ah, yes, I heard about it. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Heavenly Demon, sitting nearby, immediately chimed in, mocking Yoon Mun's lie. Unbelievable, my ass. Their lives were simply severed. Yoon Mun could only bite his lip to keep from bursting into laughter as he listened to the old man's mutterings. That's enough, Heavenly Demon, stop poking fun at me. Yoon Mun quickly changed the subject, talking to Hyukrian. There are so many people attending today, though. Hyukrian, finding the view from their location wasn't very good, cleverly replied, ha ha ha. It's fine for us to be sitting in this area, but someone like the Great Warrior should be seated in the area reserved for honored guests. Yoon Mun immediately shook his head, refusing. It's okay, I prefer sitting here with everyone. Hyukrian was even more delighted by his friendly personality. I'm glad to hear that, Great Warrior. Actually, part of the reason was that, after what happened last night, Yoon Mun didn't want to be seen anymore. He especially didn't want to stand out among the crowd of Miram masters fighting for a wicked woman. After everyone settled into their seats and the martial competition was about to begin, Yoon Mun stroked his chin and glanced towards the seats of honor to see if any familiar faces were there. The first thing that caught Yoon Mun's eye was the unpleasant face of Zhao Tian, the advisor of the Northern Blade Association. Just looking at him was enough to make him dislike the man. So, Yoon Mun quickly turned his gaze away from that unpleasant face and looked towards another area. Another familiar face caught his eye. At that moment, the martial artists in the stands were still chattering amongst themselves when suddenly a loud rumbling sound echoed from the competition arena. Everyone immediately fell silent, their respectful gazes fixed on the person who had just stepped onto the stage. The rumbling sound came from a large saber being firmly planted into the ground, a display of power that attracted everyone's attention. The man holding the saber began to speak as the entire stands fell silent. From this moment, the martial competition officially began. The man holding the large saber was Lung Tan, the head elder of the Southern Blade Coalition Elders and the host of today's competition. He had previously appeared at the Northern Blade Association's Miram convention, leaving a profound impression on Yoon Mun with his ability to make surprising and impactful statements. As Lung Tan announced the start of the competition to choose a husband for the heavenly sent Jade Phoenix, the Miram masters in the stands were both excited and curious, immediately cheering loudly like a swarm of bees. Amidst the excited shouts of the crowd, Lung Tan continued to speak in a booming voice. The method of the competition this time is anyone can step onto the stage. As long as they can continuously defeat 5 opponents, they will be the final winner. The one who will witness this grand martial arts competition is. Lung Tan paused at this point, looking around in search of a face he felt worthy. However, in the seats reserved for distinguished guests, there was only Zhao Tian representing the Northern Blade Association, and the representative of the 5 Clans League, the head of the Pan clan of Hebei, Bing Shan, Shun Quan, and Bang Hu. Lung Tan disliked both of them, so his face crinkled like a monkey's behind when he thought about introducing them, but there was no other way because even the Southern Blade Coalition master wasn't present, and the competition still needed a witness. At this moment, Lung Tan's annoyed gaze accidentally fell upon the row of seats where Yoon Mun was sitting with Hyukrian's group. His attitude immediately changed from grumpy to surprised. After taking a closer look and making sure he wasn't mistaken, Lung Tan burst into laughter. Wait a minute, isn't this Yoon Great Warrior? Even though he was an elder, Lung Tan didn't know that Yoon Mun had arrived, because he had blended in with the Miram's Promising Talents group of the 5 Clans League, and he was also busy preparing for the event, so welcoming guests to the villa was entrusted to someone else. Yoon Mun was sure that only a few people at the guest house knew he was at the Southern Blade Coalition's villa, so when Lung Tan called him, he was startled and horrified. He couldn't believe that he was discovered by the old man's sharp eyes at the last minute. Thanks to Lung Tan's question, echoing like thunder in clear skies, all eyes of amazement and curiosity immediately turned towards him. Although everyone had heard rumors about the jade-faced divine dragon, they couldn't recognize him through Lung Tan's familiar address. They looked at Yoon Mun and then at each other in bewilderment. Yoon Great Warrior, who is that? Lung Tan eagerly jumped off the stage and approached the stands where Yoon Mun was sitting motionless like a stone statue. Then, he solemnly invited him to the VIP seats. Yoon Great Warrior, why are you sitting here? Come on, go to the seats for the honored guests. Yoon Mun, sweating profusely, quickly made an excuse. Well, my group of friends is quite large, so. Lung Tan cut him off directly with a hearty voice. What are you talking about? Of course, we can arrange more seats for all your friends. Even though Yoon Mun was very reluctant, he had no choice but to refuse. He had to bring his subordinates and Hyukrian's group to the area for honored guests, which had just been increased in the number of seats. The path was only a few steps, but Yun Mun felt everyone's scrutinizing gaze piercing through him, but now he could only sigh and curse in his heart. Damn it, I didn't want to attract attention anymore, but I can't escape fate. After Yun Mun's and Hyukrian's group sat down in the newly arranged seats, the people in the stands didn't stop murmuring, wondering who Yun Great Warrior was and why the elder of the Southern Blade Coalition valued him so much. Even Ziyun felt curious and stared at Yun Mun. Lung Tan, the old man, called that pale-faced guy Great Warrior. Who the hell is he? Yun Mun hadn't even sat down comfortably when Lung Tan called him to stand up. Yun Great Warrior, could you please step onto the stage for a bit? Yun Mun immediately understood that he wanted him to witness the match, but he could only force a smile and get up. Along with Yun Mun's faltering steps and bitter smile, Lung Tan enthusiastically continued his solemn speech to the crowd. Allow me to introduce to you a distinguished guest, whose mere presence is enough to make us feel honored. This is the jade-faced divine dragon, one of those mentioned in the 5 heavens of Murim. Immediately, excited cheers spread like a wave in the stands. The 5 heavens of Murim, the jade-faced divine dragon, this is the first time I've seen him in person. In contrast to the crowd's excitement, Ziyun turned pale with bewilderment. Jade-faced divine dragon, is he the jade-faced divine dragon? Jianglu's rumors. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yun Mun could only grit his teeth and force a friendly smile, but in his heart he was secretly cursing Lung Tan. This old man from the Southern Blade Coalition was adding fuel to the fire. Witnessing the reaction of the Central Yuan Miram masters, Dan Tai Zhueguang couldn't help but open his eyes in astonishment. He didn't expect that lord would be so famous in Jianghu. Even Hyukrian, who already knew Yun Mun's identity, couldn't help but smile with admiration, his eyes glued to him. People always want to see a hero. Yun Great Warrior really knows how to attract attention from the crowd, even among the older brothers in Jianghu. How many can receive such cheers? Then, Lung Tan turned to Yun Mun and said, it's a tradition for a top Miram master of high virtue and prestige to act as a witness to the events of the martial arts competition. In my eyes, no one is more suitable than Yun Great Warrior. Anyway, Yun Mun's identity had already been revealed to the crowd. He could only try to force a gentle smile in response to Lung Tan. Yes, I understand your intention. If you think it's okay, then. Before Yun Mun could finish his sentence, Lung Tan excitedly turned to the crowd and continued to create a lively atmosphere. The one who will witness today's martial arts competition is the jade-faced divine dragon Yun Mun Great Warrior. Yun Mun then waved to the stands in cooperation. When he returned to his seat, he couldn't help but sigh wearily, but Hyukrian chuckled, thinking it was because he was too humble and shy in front of the crowd. Haha, indeed, Yun Great Warrior, renowned in Jianghu. After everything was settled, the administrator of the Southern Blade Coalition stood up and hosted the martial arts competition. The administrator of the Southern Blade Coalition, Chiu Yushin, stood in front of the stage and loudly shouted to the stands, inviting the martial artists who want to compete to step onto the stage. Meanwhile, Yun Mun continued to endure the awkward feeling of attracting too much attention, more than the heroine of today's event, Ziyun. What made him even more uncomfortable was Xiao Taiyan on one side, who kept flattering him. Yun Great Warrior, next time you have to visit us, okay, while Lung Tan on the other side kept showing his attitude of dismissing Xiao Taiyan. Hey, stop bothering him. Soon, someone stepped onto the stage. His footsteps even emitted power that could shake the ground. When the first contestant stepped to the middle of the stage, his massive figure was 3 times the size of an average adult man. Chiu Yushin immediately said, please state your name. The fat man moved his chubby cheeks solemnly. I am Du Gunmiang, the leader of the Quanchuan clan. The audience burst into laughter, mocking Du Gunmiang. Look at that fat guy. It would be terrible if he became the future alliance leader. Just look at the heavenly sent Jade Phoenix's expression to understand. Ziyun's face also turned serious but still full of confidence with deep calculations in her heart. You guys know how to enjoy the fun, right? How dare someone like him step onto the stage? Does he think he's organizing a competition like this without considering someone like him? However, Lung Tan seemed to value Du Gunmiang highly. There's already a strong martial artist appearing in the first match. This competition will probably end soon. Yun Mun heard Lung Tan's mutterings and couldn't help but be curious. Is this brother so strong? Lung Tan nodded with a sharp gaze, assessing Du Gunmiang. In the Shandong region, he is one of the strongest swordsmen. Few people his age can defeat him. The very next second, the first match ended in a blink of an eye, with a result completely different from Lung Tan's prediction. A thin man holding a fan, with the dignified demeanor of a scribe, defeated Du Gunmiang the moment he stepped onto the stage. The result surprised Lung Tan, while Xiao Taiyan gaped because he hadn't even seen the fan-wielding man's move. Yun Mun didn't have any expression. he just quietly assessed this second contestant. The crowd also opened their eyes in amazement. What the hell? How fast? That skinny guy who looks like a scribe actually defeated that fat guy, and he even used something that doesn't look like a weapon at all. While Du Gunmyang's subordinates were carrying him off the stage, Chiu Yushin approached the fan-wielding man and asked, "Excuse me, what is your name?" The man waved his fan gracefully. "I am Chuyu of the Tonchan sect." Yun Mun didn't say a word about Chuyu, he only silently observed and sensed the aura emanating from him. From Yun Mun's perspective, Chuyu possessed profound internal energy enough to be called a martial arts master, no matter how weak he looked on the outside. With that much power, it was only natural for Du Gunmyang to be defeated quickly. The appearance of a master who used an unusual weapon made the Miram masters hesitant to step onto the stage anymore. Chiu Yushin urged, "If no one else steps up after 5 bell tolls, then Chuyu Great Warrior will be the final winner." As the 4th bell rang, the suspense reached its peak. Then unexpectedly, 2 arms were raised from the stands, as if deliberately waiting for this moment to highlight their own appearance. Not only were the 2 martial artists who raised their hands simultaneously sitting next to each other, but they also both asked to join in with the same phrase, "Let me go up." Right after this non-coincidental coincidence, their hostile gazes met. Chiu Yushin immediately asked the 2 contestants who stepped onto the stage at the same time, "Who will go up first, or do you 2 want to draw lots?" Seeing the hesitation of the 2 contestants, Zhao Tian narrowed his eyes cunningly. "Who will go up first? No matter who goes up first, they will have to expend more energy." After a moment of hesitation, the man in blue clothes with dark circles under his eyes spoke, "I will go first." The contestant in brown clothes next to him didn't say anything, meaning he had tacitly agreed. Chiu Yushin then asked, "What is your name?" The 3rd contestant immediately stepped into the center of the arena with a solemn voice, "Blood Dragon Poison Hand, Ma Honing," and in the blink of an eye after Chuyu heard that name, he collapsed to the ground, exhibiting severe signs of poisoning. He even stopped breathing after a few seconds. The crowd was horrified as the competition for a husband became increasingly fierce, even leading to death. It was a powerful poison, and even worse, it was a deadly poison. Blood Dragon Poison Hand, Ma Honing. Was he one of the 4 dragons of Miram? At this moment, Ma Honing revealed a sinister expression with a wicked smile. He didn't seem as docile as before, his hand still held the poison palm strike that killed Chuyu. Yun Mun was also surprised by this cruel technique and turned to confirm with Lung Tan, "Was that man one of the 4 dragons?" Lung Tan nodded with a concerned look. "Yes, though nobody knows which sect he comes from, it's rumored that his martial arts skills are comparable to the 7 wonders. Among the 4 dragons, there's also Fei Longyun from Shaolin and Yi Tian Bai Long from Wudang. These are the 2 whose origins we can confirm. The other 2, however, everyone knows nothing about them besides their titles." At this moment, Lung Tan started to look at Ma Honing with more vigilance, considering his unclear origins. Yun Mun nodded and continued to inquire, "One of them is Blood Dragon Poison Hand, Ma Honing, so who is the other one?" Before Yun Mun could finish his question, the 4th contestant provoked him, "You've been babbling too much. If you're here as a witness, just watch quietly." Seeing his challenging smile, Yun Mun's face turned cold. "Are you talking to me?" The 4th contestant continued to speak arrogantly, aiming directly at Yun Mun. "Yes, it's you, Jade-faced Divine Dragon." Everyone around him turned dark-faced, displeased with his behavior. Dan Tai Zhueguang couldn't hold back his anger. He stood up and mumbled curses, "That bastard dares." However, Yun Mun quickly reached out to stop Dan Tai Zhueguang and replied to the 4th contestant with a challenging tone, "What then?" The 4th contestant continued to provoke him, "I only believe what I see with my own eyes. There's no reason for me to respect your fake reputation." Before Yun Mun could reply, Ma Honing felt insulted and put his sword to the 4th contestant's neck. "Hey, we're in a competition, it's my right to challenge anyone, not yours." The 4th contestant acted nonchalant and spoke casually, not even bothering to glance at Ma Honing. 3 dragons. Ma Honing couldn't help but frown, puzzled by his opponent's careless words. Immediately, the 4th contestant explained Ma Honing's doubts. "From today onwards, there will be no more 4 dragons on Jianghu, only 3 dragons." As he finished his words, he quickly turned around, elbowing Ma Honing's wrist, causing his sword to fall. With the momentum of his turn, the 4th contestant unleashed a back kick that landed on his opponent's stomach, sending him flying back a meter. Before Ma Honing could regain his fighting spirit, the 4th contestant quickly drew his sword with a wicked smile, life-taking sword. The Yanhua Ming technique was executed. The blade drew a crescent arc through the air, trailing burning flames. Ma Honing couldn't dodge the move and his head was severed in the raging fire. The scene shocked everyone in the stands, even Lung Tan shivered at such a cruel technique, but Yun Mun remained calm. The fourth contestant calmly sheathed his sword with a satisfied smile as Ma Honing's headless corpse blazed fiercely behind him. Having just sheathed his sword, the fourth contestant turned his provocative gaze towards Yun Mun. "See, didn't I tell you, now there are only 3 dragons." After lifting his chin with arrogance, he looked around the stands with a threatening glare. "No one else wants to come up, right? Then it's your turn, Jade-faced divine dragon." The fourth contestant started to laugh menacingly and turned his head to look at Yun Mun with a fierce gaze like a wild beast. Yun Mun naturally had no intention of answering his meaningless challenge and immediately rejected him with a sarcastic tone. "I'm sure you don't know about something called procedure in every competition, and I don't recall announcing my participation in this competition. Moreover, you killed someone unexpectedly without even stating your name. We are here to find a suitable heir for the position of the Southern Blade Coalition leader. Don't you intend to show basic courtesy?" Yun Mun's sharp questions made everyone nod in agreement. The fourth contestant, who was laughing arrogantly, immediately stiffened, embarrassed in front of the crowd. However, his reaction became even more agitated. He laughed boisterously with his mouth wide open. "Your use of words is truly divine." Before defending himself, the fourth contestant pointed to his neck as if he was the victim. "That blood dragon poison hand guy put his sword to my neck first. We were both mentally prepared to face each other, so my actions just now weren't a cowardly sneak attack at all. Am I wrong?" Chiu Yusen, the administrator of the Southern Blade Coalition, was a little confused and thought for a moment before nodding. "I will acknowledge what you said, so, please state your name." The fourth contestant arrogantly lifted his chin and announced, "Miram 4, no, 3 dragons, the life-taking fire dragon, Zhang Daoyi." Immediately, Zhang Daoyi clenched his fist, excitedly shouting towards Yun Mun, "You can only use your words to get this far, Jade-faced divine dragon, now it's your turn to give an answer. Dare you come up here and fight me?" Zhang Daoyi became even more aggressive. The issue had become a challenge to his honor, not just a simple goal of becoming the Southern Blade Coalition's husband. Zhang Daoyi's challenge quickly became a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. "Look at that crazy bastard. Wasn't there a rumor that Jade-faced divine dragon held a high position in Shaolin? Is he trying to make the 9 allied sects his common enemy?" Everyone felt tense, waiting for Yun Mun's decision, but to everyone's surprise, after a moment of thought, he suddenly changed his attitude, smiling brightly and replying to Zhang Daoyi, "All right, let's fight." Yun Mun's declaration caused the crowd to erupt in cheers. "Wow, one of the 5 heavens of Miram fighting one of the 4 dragons, Jade-faced divine dragon and the life-taking fire dragon facing off for the position of the Southern Blade Coalition leader, unbelievable." The night before the competition, Zhang Daoyi received a secret letter from Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix and immediately became deeply suspicious. Could 600 elite guards be killed in just one night, and more than half of them die from natural causes? Is that bitch Ziyin telling me to believe this nonsense? His doubts quickly turned into anger as he worried that his carefully planned scheme would be ruined. Our plan was to turn the Southern Blade Coalition into chaos, and then swallow it whole. But what the hell is happening right before the competition? Isn't that damn woman playing tricks? However, when Zhang Daoyi saw Yun Mun's appearance, he completely changed his mind and turned his suspicion towards him. "I was still wondering who here could trample on our efforts, but now it's clear, if it's not you, then no one else could have caused that disturbance, Jade-faced divine dragon. But even if you slaughter everyone in this Southern Blade Coalition, it's useless. You won't find any information about us. I've made sure no one dares to reveal anything, so, all I need to do is kill you here, and everything that happened last night will be considered a minor incident." This thought led Zhang Daoyi to challenge Yun Mun. As he looked towards Yun Mun, his eyes were filled with killing intent and sinister ambition. "If I can kill that bastard, then my reputation, no, our reputation will be known throughout Miram." Chiu Yusen saw that Yun Mun accepted Zhang Daoyi's challenge and became excited, urging him, "Now, invite Yun Great Warrior to the stage." However, Yun Mun suddenly played a trick and changed his words. "I only said we would fight, but I didn't say I would personally participate, right?" Truly, a tongue without bones has many ways to twist and turn. Chiu Yusen and the entire audience were stunned and agitated by Yun Mun's sudden change of face. Zhang Daoyi felt disappointed and started to question Yun Mun with a sharp tone. "What kind of evasive words are you spouting?" However, Yun Mun quickly placed his hand on the shoulder of one of his most trusted subordinates and gave a cunning smile. "The one fighting you is him, Dan Tai Zhueguang." As soon as he heard this, Dan Tai Zhueguang stiffened like a statue. It took a while for him to move his neck and turn towards Yun Mun, making a creaking sound like a machine running out of oil. "What, Lord? After a brief discussion with Yun Mun, Dan Tai Jueguang reluctantly stepped onto the stage. The problem wasn't that he was afraid of Zhang Daoyi, but that he felt overwhelmed by being suddenly thrust into this competition for a husband. Seeing Dan Tai Jueguang stepping onto the stage as Yun Mun's subordinate, Zhang Daoyi became even more enraged and roared, "Hey, Jade-faced divine dragon, there's a limit to disrespecting others. Are you having your subordinate fight instead? What kind of disrespectful behavior is that?" Seeing that Dan Tai Jueguang was about to rush up and strangle that arrogant mouth, Yun Mun telepathically transmitted a message with a loud laugh to stop him. "Just ignore him for now." Dan Tai Jueguang had to suppress his anger and swallow his resentment. "Yes, Lord." Going back a few minutes, after Yun Mun made his bold decision, Dan Tai Jueguang asked for a few minutes to talk privately with him. "Lord, are you serious? You want your subordinate to participate in the competition?" Yun Mun seriously analyzed the situation for Dan Tai Jueguang. Beigong Huanju was injured and not fully recovered, while Wu Lan is a woman, making her unsuitable for the competition criteria. It seems like that guy is the backup who heavenly sent Jade Phoenix prepared for this tournament in case SIU died. If we crush him on this occasion, there's a high chance that the mastermind behind everything will be exposed. Dan Tai Jueguang was amazed by Yun Mun's guess and widened his eyes. "Are you sure about this?" Yun Mun continued to convince Dan Tai Jueguang with conviction. "Throughout the competition, except for when I was introduced, heavenly sent Jade Phoenix's expression was always indifferent and unfocused. It was as if she already knew who the final winner would be. I have thought about it carefully. Despite the massacre of the Southern Blade Coalition the previous night, she still insisted on holding the competition without any delay. There's only one reason." Yun Mun stopped there, looking at Dan Tai Jueguang with trusting eyes, hoping he would understand the matter. Dan Tai Jueguang did not disappoint Yun Mun's expectations and continued the speculation. "The next alliance leader of the Southern Blade Coalition has already been prepared by heavenly sent Jade Phoenix." Yun Mun nodded happily. "That's right. She has prepared a martial artist, one of the strongest under her command, who can participate in the tournament, probably SIU. Guess what will happen if they get recognition from the prestigious martial artists in Murim?" Yun Mun hinted again. And again. Dan Tai Jueguang guessed correctly. "Through the most legitimate method, they will officially make the Southern Blade Coalition their own." Yun Mun smiled mischievously. "That's right." However, even though SIU was dead, she still calmly held the event, and her bored expression only changed when the life-taking fire dragon said he would participate in the competition. Dan Tai Jueguang nodded in agreement with the solid argument. "Therefore, you guessed that he is her backup plan. Lord, you truly have sharp eyes." Finally, Yun Mun gave Dan Tai Jueguang an order: crush their ambition and dig deep into their internal information. "I trust you, Jueguang." Even though he didn't want to participate in this competition for a husband at all, Dan Tai Jueguang was a loyal subordinate who knew the importance of the bigger picture and stepped onto the stage. When he stood facing Chuang Daoyi, his mind was lost in conspiracy theories. Chiu Yushin had to call him several times before he responded. Excuse me. Dan Tai Jueguang turned around flustered. What is it?" Chiu Yushin impatiently urged Dan Tai Jueguang. "Your title, please tell everyone your name." Dan Tai Jueguang was taken aback by the sudden question. You mean my name? My name is..." Dan Tai Jueguang felt such pressure for the first time standing before the crowd because he never considered the need for a title in Murim Zhongyuan. In desperation, Dan Tai Jueguang turned to Yun Mun for help. "Master, Lord, what title should I use?" Yun Mun laughed cheerfully and replied, "Just say whatever comes to your mind." Dan Tai Jueguang was even more confused. "Any title will do." After being embarrassed for a while, Dan Tai Jueguang thought about his strength in the heavenly demon sect, second only to the Lord, so he decided to speak up and say, "1 person below, 10,000 people above." Chiu Yushin vaguely heard it but didn't believe anyone would have such a flamboyant title, so he pressed on. "Sir, could you say it louder?" Dan Tai Jueguang took a deep breath, calmed down, and declared confidently, "1 person below, 10,000 people above, the man, Dan Tai Jueguang." Then, the entire audience, who were eagerly listening, suddenly changed their expressions to confusion. A long, awkward silence followed, making Dan Tai Jueguang feel embarrassed again. Soon, mocking laughter erupted. Everyone laughed out loud, teasing Dan Tai Jueguang. "What kind of title is that? It feels like he just came up with it." Even Yun Mun was embarrassed and speechless by Dan Tai Jueguang's title. When they first met in the treasury, he wasn't that bad. He even seemed quite serious and intelligent. Why does he seem to be getting worse and worse? Chiu Yushin didn't want to humiliate Dan Tai Jueguang, so he tried to suppress his smile and said seriously, "I understand, You all know the competition rules, so let's begin. Dan Tai Jueguang also hoped to quickly end this embarrassing situation, so he immediately agreed. As soon as Qiu Yushin stepped off the stage and waved the flag, the giant bronze bell was immediately rung twice, signaling the continuation of the competition. Ziyun watched the scene, trying to maintain a calm expression and encouraging himself. Should I consider this a lucky break since Jade-faced Divine Dragon didn't get on stage? There's no way my second senior brother could lose to a nobody who doesn't even have a title. As the match just began, Dan Tai Jueguang whispered something to Chuang Daoyi, making his face turn pale. What did you just say? Dan Tai Jueguang quietly repeated the question with a cunning smile. I asked you what your relationship is with Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix. Seeing Chuang Daoyi's flustered reaction, Dan Tai Jueguang confirmed that Yun Mun's guess about him was correct. Feeling Chuang Daoyi's embarrassed expression very entertaining, Dan Tai Jueguang started to smile maliciously and thought to himself, should I put more pressure on him? Right after that, Dan Tai Jueguang whispered to Chuang Daoyi's ear with a mocking tone, wait a minute, your relationship doesn't really matter. If you lose to me here, your grandmaster will definitely give you a good scolding, right? Sure enough, as soon as Chuang Daoyi heard the two words grandmaster, he broke out in a cold sweat and his face wrinkled like a monkey eating chili peppers. He didn't expect Yun Mun's group to know so much information. Seeing Chuang Daoyi's terrified expression, Dan Tai Jueguang was even more certain about Yun Mun's guess and silently reported back to him, Lord, there's no doubt about this guy's connection with Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, or even the name Grandmaster. Yun Mun's eyes lit up and he encouraged Dan Tai Jueguang, good job, keep pressuring him. Ziyun, sitting on the throne watching the scene, also started to feel uneasy because of the worried expression on Chuang Daoyi's face. What's wrong with my second senior brother? Meanwhile, Chuang Daoyi kept swallowing nervously, with countless questions running through his mind. What the hell? Who exactly is this bastard? How does he know about my master? What does Jade-faced Divine Dragon's group know? If these scoundrels have discovered my master's existence, things will completely change. With his anxiety mounting, Chuang Daoyi started to tighten his grip on his sword, ready to strike and defeat Dan Tai Jueguang first to eliminate one of the threats. That way, he could quickly inform his master about Yun Mun's group. Time is money, and he couldn't waste time on a nameless subordinate like this. Right after that, Chuang Daoyi decisively drew his sword and slashed towards Dan Tai Jueguang. His move was lightning fast, and the red flames flared up the moment the blade left the sheath. However, Dan Tai Jueguang, facing Chuang Daoyi's fatal attack, didn't show any signs of flinching. His expression remained rigid like a stone statue. Chuang Daoyi saw Dan Tai Jueguang's dazed look, without any sign of resistance, and felt a sense of triumph. This guy is so incompetent that he doesn't even know what to do. As the flame shot out from the blade, like a giant snake lunging towards Dan Tai Jueguang, Chuang Daoyi couldn't help but shout triumphantly, don't blame me when you die, blame the one who pushed you into this competition. The distance of the sword energy, radiating intense heat, was getting closer and closer to Dan Tai Jueguang's eyes, but he remained calm and unmoved. A loud explosion shook the stage. The sword energy not only burned fiercely but also destroyed a corner of the stage. Dan Tai Jueguang was completely obscured in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Chuang Daoyi immediately burst into laughter, shouting, I knew it, just as I thought, that bastard is nothing. But before he could finish his words, Chuang Daoyi's arrogant demeanor vanished in a blink, replaced by an expression of dumbfounded amazement. Dan Tai Jueguang was still standing there as the dust and smoke cleared. Only his clothes were torn and covered in gray smoke, but his body was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a single scratch. He glared straight into Chuang Daoyi's eyes. Dan Tai Jueguang's pupils glowed with a crimson murderous intent, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Dan Tai Jueguang fiercely charged towards Chuang Daoyi with the speed of an arrow. With just a gentle step, he closed the 2-meter gap and approached Chuang Daoyi's position. At this moment, Chuang Daoyi was still in shock, his mouth muttering incoherently as he instinctively took a step back. No, it's impossible, Seeing Dan Tai Jueguang charging towards him at such a speed, Chuang Daoyi could only swing his sword wildly forward, unleashing the fatal sword technique again. The raging flames immediately engulfed the space in front of him. However, when the flames subsided, Chuang Daoyi could no longer see Dan Tai Jueguang. Even his shadow was gone, leaving Chuang Daoyi standing there in a daze. In utter panic, he couldn't help but shout out loud, bastard, where are you? Dan Tai Jueguang then suddenly appeared from his right shoulder with a triumphant smile. Here I am. Immediately, he unleashed a thunderous fist directly into Chapter Daoyi's face, causing his jaw to almost detach, his teeth and lips becoming entangled, his head twisted to the side, and his cheek swollen as if stung by a bee. Just from Dan Taizhueguang's most ordinary punch, Chapter Daoyi tumbled to the ground, his body dragged a long distance across the fighting stage due to the powerful force. Once settled on the ground and less dizzy, he quickly got up, his eyes wide with panic as he looked towards Dan Taizhueguang. Seeing Chapter Daoyi trembling in fear, Dan Taizhueguang ripped off his cumbersome robe and began to mock him silently. "You think you'll be praised by the Grandmaster with just that? Don't you have any better moves?" Though he didn't want to admit it, deep down, Chapter Daoyi had to acknowledge that Dan Taizhueguang was a master of an incredible level beyond his imagination. However, he was unwilling to accept defeat after just one punch. After pondering for a moment, Chapter Daoyi's pupils dilated wildly with a reckless thought. If it's come to this, I have no choice but to use that martial art. But what if someone recognizes that martial art? No, it's pointless to worry about that now. After all, my master said that no one in Murim has ever seen this move in 1,000 years. Finally, Chapter Daoyi gritted his teeth and made the decision to take the risk to win. However, Chapter Daoyi couldn't have imagined that a great figure summoned from 1,000 years ago, Heavenly Demon, would see the way he wielded his sword and exclaim, "Oh, look at that scoundrel, that sword technique is still being passed down." Chapter Daoyi's sword grip had completely changed and seemed very unusual. One hand grasped the hilt of the sword firmly, while the other supported the pommel. The aura emanating from him was now demonic, no longer the radiant flames it once was. Seeing Heavenly Demon's surprised expression and his focused observation of Chapter Daoyi's sword technique, Yun Mun curiously asked, "Do you recognize that move? Is there something special about it?" Heavenly Demon immediately recounted, "Long ago, during my time, when I first established the Heavenly Demon sect, there was a sect that used that sword technique as the opening move in a battle." Yun Mun felt that this could be a useful clue to break the connection behind Ziyun and Chapter Daoyi, so he continued to ask Heavenly Demon, "A sect, which one? Do you remember its name?" Heavenly Demon struggled to recall memories from 1,000 years ago of those he had encountered and finally managed to squeeze out a name similar to Heavenly Demon's sect. "Let me see, what was it? Blood Heavenly something. I remember they called themselves Blood Heavenly Demon Sect." At this point, Heavenly Demon's expression clearly showed displeasure and a frown, as if he really disliked the name. But soon, his grumpy face broke into a wicked, smug smile, boasting, "They had a move like that, hee. So, one night, I wiped them all out." Thinking back to that glorious time, I was truly awesome. Yun Mun, listening to this, felt a little uncomfortable and narrowed his eyes at Heavenly Demon. "Wait, I have something to ask." Heavenly Demon, lost in the glory of his past, freely replied, "Go ahead, feel free to ask." Yun Mun furrowed his brow, seriously questioning, "Why did you destroy that sect? I don't understand, because what you just said feels incomplete somehow." Heavenly Demon immediately stuck out his tongue, mocking Yun Mun's lack of subtlety. "What's incomplete? My name is the same as theirs, you see. Heavenly Demon, that's Heavenly Demon. They crossed the line when they dared to have the same name as the one and only Lord in this world, which is me. Do you understand?" Yun Mun, after hearing this, was stunned. He's truly a crazed lunatic, but he didn't want to upset Heavenly Demon, so he could only force a smile to let it pass. "Oh, I see." Afterwards, Yun Mun used telepathy to suggest to Dan Taizhueguang, "Hey, Mad Demon Monarch, use the name Blood Heavenly Demon Sect to continue provoking him." Dan Taizhueguang, though not fully understanding the situation, readily obeyed. "Blood Heavenly Demon Sect, you say, understood." Yun Mun continued to instruct, "Heavenly Demon told me to convey to you that you must be cautious of that sword technique." Dan Taizhueguang was astonished that his powerful ancestor would give such a warning. This means the sword technique Chapter Daoyi is using is no ordinary one. Dan Taizhueguang, remembering the instruction, immediately reminded himself to focus entirely on the opponent's movements to respond. Then, Yun Mun turned back to Heavenly Demon, questioning him. "If it's true as you say, then the Blood Heavenly Demon Sect was just a bunch of useless scoundrels. Their sword technique must be trivial. Why would you need to remind Mad Demon Monarch to be cautious?" Heavenly Demon, after hearing this, got angry and glared at Yun Mun. "Of course their techniques were useless against me, but do you think I and that kid are at the same level?" As Yun Mun nodded, understanding the point, Heavenly Demon continued in a serious tone, "Those Blood Heavenly Demon Sect people weren't useless at all. Their martial arts had developed so profoundly that they could threaten the very existence of my Heavenly Demon Sect. When I was around, it was fine, but I sensed they would become a problem for my Heavenly Demon sect's descendants, so I decided to wipe them out to prevent future trouble. Heavenly Demon spoke with increasing emphasis, showing his respect for the strength of the Blood Heavenly Demon sect. Therefore, Yun Mun deduced, so, you eliminated them not only because of the name similarity. Heavenly Demon casually answered, no, actually, the name duplication was 90% of the reason. Yun Mun was once again speechless before his madness. But he stubbornly asked again, regardless, if you could eliminate them in one night, they couldn't have been that strong, right? Heavenly Demon became irritated by Yun Mun's doubts and shouted, I told you it wasn't like that. He emphasized seriously, their disciples were taught something called the 3 great demon arts of the Blood Heavenly Demon sect, and the sword technique that rascal is using is one of those 2 techniques. At this moment, Chapter Daoyi began to unleash his demonic art. He gathered his strength, channeling it into the blade, releasing a thick black aura like ink spreading within the heart of the ocean. Quickly, thick black smoke enveloped him like a fog spreading everywhere. The oppressive sensation of concentrated death energy surging through the air made the atmosphere on the fighting stage more intense than ever. In no time, the fog covered Chapter Daoyi's entire body and the sword in his hand, making the space feel suffocating and claustrophobic. The vision of Dantai Zhueguang and everyone in the stands was obscured. The Murim warriors couldn't help but feel a mixture of curiosity and confusion. What is that? It looks like sea fog. The life-taking fire dragon has completely disappeared. Before the curious and expectant eyes of hundreds, a sword tip infused with violet light suddenly emerged from the fog. Everyone gasped, thinking it was Chapter Daoyi's location. But it wasn't just one blade that appeared. Dozens of sword points emerged one after another from the fog like mushrooms after rain. The illusory sword tips, created from Chapter Daoyi's inner energy, sprouted in all directions, not all aimed at Dantai Zhueguang. Dantai Zhueguang tried to see through the fog, but he only saw a pair of eyes glowing with murderous intent. Combined with the thick fog and the numerous sword points protruding outward, he immediately thought of a porcupine bristling its quills. Following Heavenly Demon's instructions, Dantai Zhueguang carefully assessed the opponent's technique. It looks similar to the Heavenly Demon sect's dark swordsmanship, but the essence is completely different. Because Chapter Daoyi had concealed himself in the black fog, he couldn't guess the timing or angle of his attack. One could say it resembles the essence of the ever-changing sword. After a thorough assessment, Dantai Zhueguang, brimming with confidence, charged straight towards Chapter Daoyi, who stood amidst the thick fog, and roared with a powerful voice, "You're trying, but you haven't grasped the essence of this type of swordsmanship yet." Seeing Dantai Zhueguang actively rush into the fog, Zhao Tianyi and a host of spectators were stunned and exclaimed, "What's that? Is he desperate to die?" On the contrary, Lin Tan was extremely excited, his eyes shining brightly at this exciting spectacle. Whether he's desperate to die or can achieve a breakthrough, victory or defeat will be decided in a flash. Dantai Zhueguang was quickly engulfed by the thick fog. The space around him was pitch black, even sunlight had difficulty penetrating, but he remained unfazed. Dantai Zhueguang could confidently charge in because, although Chapter Daoyi's presence was obscured by this hazy fog, he still only had one sword and one body to use it with. Therefore, just by identifying the real blade, he could break through this sword technique. In Dantai Zhueguang's eyes, compared to Yun Mun's skill in using the splitting body technique to launch attacks from all directions, Chapter Daoyi's trick of using illusions to deceive vision was utterly insignificant. To force his opponent to reveal himself, Dantai Zhueguang began to mock and taunt, "Are you planning to hide like a turtle, just like your sect? If you have the guts, come out here, you Blood Heavenly Demon sect dog." Sure enough, Chapter Daoyi was enraged by Dantai Zhueguang's insults, but he only cursed inwardly to conceal his location. "This bastard dares to insult my sect." Immediately, Chapter Daoyi chose a brilliant angle for a surprise attack. From high above, he struck down at Dantai Zhueguang's head with a condescending smile. "Consider dying under the blood demonic ever-changing annihilation sword in honor, you spawn of a dog." Chapter Daoyi didn't expect that the moment he swung his sword down, his position was immediately identified by Dantai Zhueguang. He looked up at the descending blade with a mocking laugh. "There you are." Chapter Daoyi couldn't help but shiver with chills as Dantai Zhueguang's movements were faster than he could imagine. He was convinced that his blade would hit its target before he could even realize it. Dantai Zhueguang swiftly swung his right hand towards Chapter Daoyi, his eyes shining with excitement. "I've been waiting for the moment you revealed yourself." In a blink of an eye, Dantai Zhueguang's palm strike collided with Chapter Daoyi's sword point. The moment of impact, a shock wave quickly spread outward, shaking the fighting stage as if they were at the epicenter of an earthquake. A powerful energy stream erupted, forming a tempest that instantly blew away all the dark fog. Chiu Yusen excitedly commented on the fight. "Wow, Dantai Zhueguang has found the position of Zhang Daoyi. He's broken the mysterious martial art of one of the four dragons." Zhang Daoyi's sword tip and Dantai Zhueguang's middle fingertip engaged in a fierce struggle. However, Zhang Daoyi gradually fell into a weak position due to his inferior internal energy compared to Dantai Zhueguang. The latter's overwhelming power caused the former's sword to tremble violently. Yun Mun didn't cheer with the crowd, he silently watched their confrontation with a satisfied expression. Dantai Zhueguang always displayed exceptional sharpness when it came to martial arts, and someone with the caliber of the life-taking fire dragon would surely have sensed that. As Yun Mun expected, Zhang Daoyi was truly terrified of Dantai Zhueguang's fighting prowess. He trembled uncontrollably from within, for the latter's keen sharpness was the defining gap in their skill levels. In Zhang Daoyi's eyes at that moment, Dantai Zhueguang was a colossal being, making him, an ordinary man, feel like a tiny ant, powerless to resist. One touch from Dantai Zhueguang would crush him like a bug. Having played enough, Dantai Zhueguang flicked his finger lightly. Zhang Daoyi's sword instantly shattered into hundreds of pieces, and his body was sent flying backwards. As he fell, Zhang Daoyi was speechless in shock. He could only manage a bitter smile, thinking, "Didn't my master say that no one could break this sword move? Seems like I was wrong. This guy is not an opponent I can handle." Before Zhang Daoyi hit the ground, Dantai Zhueguang charged in again with a ferocious expression. "It's not over yet, stay awake so you can fully experience your defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, Dantai Zhueguang launched a barrage of punches, striking every part of Zhang Daoyi's body, giving him no time to breathe. The constant thudding sounds interspersed with his heart-wrenching screams were truly ear-splitting. Of course, his body wasn't the only thing that was attacked. Zhang Daoyi's face also endured the full force of the 12-style combination, making his pale, gaunt face flush and bloated within seconds. Before delivering the finishing blow, Dantai Zhueguang gritted his teeth and concentrated all his strength into his clenched fist, muttering, "And this is for Beigong Huanju." As the final punch was unleashed, Zhang Daoyi's suspended body touched the ground. The forceful blow, like a falling sledgehammer, generated tremendous pressure, shattering the bricks of the fighting stage. Zhang Daoyi felt as if he had been thrown down to the 18th level of hell, unable to move. Throughout the entire beating, he didn't even have a chance to struggle or resist. Having vented his anger and avenged Beigong Huanju, Dantai Zhueguang finally relaxed his fist. His hand was stained with his opponent's blood and tears. The horrifying scene stunned the entire audience into silence. They didn't know how to react appropriately. Should they congratulate the victor or mourn the unfortunate loser? Ziyun, however, displayed her emotions most honestly. She could no longer maintain her calm composure. Panic gripped her, her jaw dropped, and she was drenched in sweat. Of course, Dantai Zhueguang had controlled his strength, so Zhang Daoyi wasn't dead yet. He was still barely alive, but with his current state of utter devastation, he might as well have been dead. More importantly, Zhang Daoyi felt extremely wronged when Beigong Huanju's name was mentioned before Dantai Zhueguang delivered the final blow. He had no idea who Beigong Huanju was and couldn't understand why he had to endure this tragic fate. Overwhelmed with resentment, he eventually vomited blood and died. Chiu Yusen finally recovered from his shock. He stammered and asked the martial artists in the audience, Is anyone else willing to step onto the stage for a duel?" Naturally, everyone's faces turned pale when they heard that question. Who would dare to face such an opponent? The outcome would be either death or becoming a cripple. After the entire arena fell silent, a girl suddenly cheered for Dantai Zhueguang. What was it again? The man beneath won, above 10,000, Dantai Zhueguang, hooray! The rest of the audience immediately joined in, cheering for Dantai Zhueguang's spectacular victory. Hooray, hooray, fantastic, Dantai Zhueguang, Dantai Zhueguang. Dantai Zhueguang grinned with satisfaction, enjoying the crowd's adoration. "Honestly, I never thought I'd receive such acclaim in the martial world of Middle Yuan." Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, a distinct voice reached Dantai Zhueguang's ears. "You did well." Dantai Zhueguang immediately glanced towards Yun Mun. Yun Mun simply smiled with a satisfied expression. Of course, it was praise Dantai Zhueguang deserved, and Yun Mun wasn't the type to be stingy with words of encouragement for his subordinate. The emotions swirling within Dantai Zhueguang were more intense than ever. If he had remained confined in the heavenly demon sect's treasury, turning his back on the outside world, how could he have imagined living such a moment? True to his promise when he convinced Dantai Zhueguang to leave the treasury, the latter truly had no regrets about reintegrating into society. Filled with joy and pride, he clasped his hands in front of Yunmun and said, "Thank you, Lord." Since no one else stepped forward to challenge him, Dan Tai Jueguang was naturally the ultimate victor of the marriage selection tournament. 5 chimes quickly rang out, signaling the end of the grand event. Fireworks filled the sky as everyone cheered joyously. No one could deny the legitimacy of Dan Tai Jueguang's victory. The unexpected appearance of the man beneath 1, above 10,000 marked the emergence of a new, unparalleled master in the martial world of Middle Yuan. Dan Tai Jueguang was lost in his joy, forgetting that after this competition, another exciting event awaited him. The stands now buzzed not only with congratulations for the new master, but also with whispers and speculation about Yunmun. Just as subordinate is this powerful, how unbelievably strong is the jade-faced divine dragon. Yunmun paid little attention to what people were saying. Even if he heard it, he simply felt happy and proud to see Dan Tai Jueguang display his martial talents on a completely different level than many other masters in Middle Yuan. On the other hand, Ziyun was drowning in the incessant screams of despair echoing in her mind. The more ecstatic the crowd became, the more panicked she felt. Amidst the current atmosphere of excitement, few noticed Ziyun's pale, lifeless face. She had to bite her lip hard to hold back the curses welling up inside. Damn it, I'm doomed. After Chiu Yusen finished writing the announcement about the winner, Lung Tan stepped onto the stage, representing the Southern Blade Coalition. He declared the results of the grand, successful tournament. He decisively unfolded the paper and glanced at the lines of text, but he couldn't read them aloud easily. The title Dan Tai Jueguang had given himself was too convoluted, making Lung Tan slightly flustered when reading it. I hereby declare the victor of this marriage selection tournament to be, the man beneath 1, above 10,000, Dan Tai Jueguang, great warrior. As soon as he finished reading Dan Tai Jueguang's title, Lung Tan continued smoothly with a beaming smile. Therefore, here, I officially announce that he will become the heir apparent to the alliance leader of the Southern Blade Coalition, and also the next alliance leader. We request the presence of the martial world's esteemed members to bear witness for us. The Dongsha Riveru, upon hearing the announcement, erupted in cheers once again. The next alliance leader of the Southern Blade Coalition has been born. Hooray for Dan Tai Jueguang. Dan Tai Jueguang, standing on the stage, was still reveling in the crowd's cheers. Even though it's just Lord's order, who would have thought I would be able to take on such a crucial role in the martial world of Middle Yuan so soon? He. He continued to chuckle until Lung Tan emphasized another important piece of information. This time tomorrow, the wedding of the disciple and foster daughter of the alliance leader, the heavenly sent Jade Phoenix young miss, and Dan Tai Jueguang, great warrior, will be ceremoniously held at our headquarters. Dan Tai Jueguang's smile vanished in a flash of panic. He had momentarily forgotten that the original purpose of this tournament was to find a husband, and having spent over half a century ignoring women, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. A mixture of fear and panic filled Dan Tai Jueguang's heart as he looked towards Yunmun, pleading, "Marriage, Lord, you don't mean I actually have to get married, do you?" Dan Tai Jueguang was unaware that Yunmun had intentionally put him up on the stage as a replacement to avoid this marriage. Yunmun pretended to be innocent, shrugging nonchalantly. "There's no other way. You entered the tournament and won, so what can be done?" Dan Tai Jueguang's face sagged with worry, but he had no other choice but to plead with Yunmun. "Yes, but Lord, how can your subordinate marry that demoness? Anything but that, please." Yunmun had absolutely no intention of saving Dan Tai Jueguang's 50-year-old vow of celibacy. Instead, he used his power to pressure him. "The water's already spilled. You don't want to defy my orders, do you?" Although Dan Tai Jueguang vehemently rejected this marriage, he could only sadly clench his lips and bow his head in defeat. "How dare your subordinate do such a thing? I will obey your orders." That evening, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, where Ziyun resided, became unusually quiet. All the servants had gathered at the main house to prepare for the grand wedding the next day. Ziyun sat alone in her room, dazed and unsure how to escape this situation. She couldn't stop gnawing her nails in panic. A master like the life-taking fire dragon, the second disciple of a grandmaster, was killed, not by one of the 5 heavens of Murim, but by his nameless subordinate. What? Ziyun was increasingly horrified as she thought about it. No martial art in Central Plains could break our 3 demonic arts, that's what the Grand Master always said. And even if Zhang Daoyi hadn't reached the mastery level of that martial art, it was hard to believe that he could be easily defeated like that. What's more, Zhang Daoyi's defeat revealed a more serious problem. The reason why the Blood Heavenly Demons sect delayed the conquest of Murim for so long was because of the edict of their founders, that as long as the Heavenly Demons sect existed in Murim, the Blood Heavenly Demons sect must hide. but if the Heavenly Demon sect had not reappeared in Jianghu and Zhang Daoyi was beaten to a pulp like this, then it was clear that the Heavenly Demon sect was not the only target that the blood Heavenly Demon sect had to be wary of. No matter how she thought about it, Xian felt she couldn't just sit back and die. She suddenly jumped up like a spring, her face sullen. Forget it, everything has been completely turned upside down. If this continues, it would be no different than handing the Southern Blade Coalition to someone else. I must stop this. So instead of fleeing from a place full of danger, this ambitious and treacherous woman was plotting another series of evil schemes in her heart. Meanwhile, at the guest villa of the Southern Blade Coalition, in front of the row of rooms where Yun Mun stayed, there was a quiet scene, not much different from Tianxiang Pavilion. The servants in this area were already few in number, and they were all dispatched to prepare for the wedding at the main house. But thanks to this, Yun Mun could sit comfortably under a tree near his room and practice martial arts without having to check his surroundings extensively. While practicing, Yun Mun continued to think about the relationship between Zhang Daoyi, Ziyun, and the character called the Grand Master. Who were they? Were they really descendants of a sect called the Blood Heavenly Demon sect? After finishing his practice, Yun Mun turned to ask Heavenly Demon, "Hey Heavenly Demon, what do you think? If that guy, the life-taking fire dragon, mastered the 3 demonic arts, how powerful would he be?" Heavenly Demon thought carefully and gave a surprising answer. The 3 demonic arts, if he mastered the Blood Demonic Hidden Destroy Sword, he would at least reach the level of the Hidden Sword. Yun Mun was surprised and even more curious. He pressed Heavenly Demon, "Then what if he mastered all 3 demonic arts?" Heavenly Demon sneered, "I don't know. I've never seen anyone reach that level. Honestly, it's natural that he's not sure, because the Blood Heavenly Demon sect was destroyed before they could become famous in Urim. But if I had to make a guess, I would say that the martial arts of someone who mastered the 3 demonic arts would be no less than the Heavenly Demon sect's ultimate martial arts." Yun Mun asked this because he was a bit concerned about the person behind the scenes. According to Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, there seemed to be someone called the Grand Master behind everything. He might be our future opponent. So, Heavenly Demon interrupted Yun Mun's worries, his voice sinister. "Now that the Southern Blade Coalition is in our hands, do we really need to wait? Why don't you just deal with that Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix directly?" However, Yun Mun resolutely rejected Heavenly Demon's suggestion. Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix is still the leader of the Southern Blade Coalition. If we kill her right now before the wedding, it's the same as throwing away the Southern Blade Coalition. We have to think long-term. Speaking of which, Yun Mun suddenly smiled maliciously, his heart full of deep calculations. After pausing for a moment, Yun Mun listed the major forces he knew in Jianghu: Heavenly Demon Sect, the Urim Alliance, the Demonic Path Syndicate, Xiaoshui Demonic Cult, Wangbo, Xi Clan, and Qinghai Tuhong Tan. These are the major forces that even a boatman has heard of. But in Yun Mun's eyes, the hidden forces were even more terrifying than the ones that were out in the open, so he wanted to force them to come out of the shadows themselves. Fighting with the enemy in the dark and ourselves in the light would be a foolish move. Yun Mun even planned to wait until the time was right. He would cleverly use the known forces to completely destroy the Blood Heavenly Demon sect. This plan required not only patience but also cunning. However, Heavenly Demon was unhappy and disagreed. "I don't understand. Our current strength is more than enough to crush those bastards. Why go through so much trouble?" Yun Mun shook his head with a seasoned expression. "Heavenly Demon, strength isn't the deciding factor. A force 10 times stronger is nothing if it loses 10 consecutive small battles. Furthermore, once your forces are depleted, a single devastating defeat can make you lose everything," Yun Mun said, a bitter feeling as he remembered how he lost his throne to his own uncle. After a moment of painful silence, he forced a smile, trying to dispel the darkness of the past that clouded his mood. "I've experienced that firsthand." Heavenly Demon, normally talkative, surprisingly kept quiet, watching Yun Mun wallow in the tragedy of the past and ponder lessons from this real-life experience. He no longer intended to oppose Yun Mun's approach. Heavenly Demon suddenly felt sympathetic towards Yun Mun, even though it was something that happened in the distant past. Maybe there was still a part of him that was still haunted by it. But I think that's what makes him stand out from anyone else in Urim. Thinking about this, Heavenly Demon suddenly imagined Yun Mun like a brilliant golden butterfly standing out against the high blue sky. To change the heavy atmosphere, Yun Mun turned to Huaining Old Monk. "Hey, Master Huaining, you've been so quiet lately, what's wrong?" Huaining Old Monk had not said a word since the massacre the night before, not to Yun Mun or Heavenly Demon. Huaining Old Monk, his heart filled with sorrow over Yun Mun's actions, simply clasped his hands and spoke vaguely. "The teachings of Buddhism cannot be conveyed through words. enlightenment comes from heart to heart. I don't think now is the right time to convey my thoughts to you. When the time is right, I'll talk to you again." Then, Huaining old monk fell silent again, with a kind smile. It seemed he was waiting for the moment when Yun Mun could realize the problem with his actions. Yun Mun, on the other hand, didn't understand what Huaining old monk was saying. All he had in his mind were grand plans to conquer Miram, so he just mumbled, "Okay, I understand." Time flew by. The next day, from early morning, Miram practitioners gathered in large numbers to attend the grand wedding of heavenly sent Jade Phoenix, Ziyun, and the one under heaven, the man above 10,000, Dan Tai Zhuiguang. The atmosphere was extremely joyful and excited. Everyone felt happy for the beautiful match between the talented man and the beautiful woman. Guests from near and far expressed their joy for the bride, who had gained a martial arts master as her husband. When the auspicious hour arrived, Chiu Yushin stepped forward to address the guests. "Distinguished guests, because the wedding will be held privately, please feel free to enjoy the wine. Thank you for your understanding." Some guests were surprised by this announcement, but others were indifferent. "The wedding will be held privately. Oh well, whatever, it doesn't concern us. We'll just eat and drink our fill." Half an hour later, in another area far from the banquet hall in the main house, Pang Hu, impatient with the wait, questioned Chiu Yushin, "Hey, head steward, when will the wedding finally begin?" Chiu Yushin had just finished dealing with matters at the main house and rushed over to where only Lung Tan, Zhao Tian, Pang Hu, Yun Mun, and a few distinguished guests were. He was also very distressed because Ziyun had suddenly asked for a private wedding ceremony. Chiu Yushin awkwardly scratched his head, trying to explain to everyone according to Ziyun's orders. Well, the alliance leader said that he was not feeling well and could not attend, so..." Pang Hu, upon hearing this, continued to question him with suspicion. "What, he can't even attend his own daughter's wedding?" Chiu Yushin stammered, Yes. Also, young miss said that she's not finished preparing yet, so she hopes you can wait a little longer." Zhao Tian immediately snapped, "Hey, this isn't the right way to treat guests. We're here representing the Miram Alliance. Isn't this disrespecting the Miram Alliance?" Chiu Yushin, facing the wrath of these important figures, could only cower in embarrassment. No, that's not the case." Yun Mun realized that Ziyun was deliberately delaying the wedding, so he didn't hesitate to seize the opportunity she had created. "Hold on, can I say something?" All eyes, burning with anger and worry, turned to Yun Mun. Because he was one of the 5 heavens of Miram, his reputation sometimes surpassed many of them. They couldn't help but worry that his anger would put the Southern Blade Coalition in a difficult position. Yun Mun appeared extremely serious as he expressed his displeasure. "While this isn't the right place for me to talk about this, all of you here are distinguished guests of the Miram Alliance. You shouldn't treat them like this, right? Furthermore, my subordinate is about to become the heir to the alliance leader of the Southern Blade Coalition. I feel very uncomfortable being treated like this." There was a hint of frustration in Yun Mun's eyes, urging Ziyun to appear. In his heart, he was trying to force heavenly sent Jade Phoenix to come out and face this wedding. No matter how much she tried to stall, things wouldn't go according to her plan. Lung Tan, as the elder of the Southern Blade Coalition, could only temporarily step forward to soothe Yun Mun's anger. "Please forgive me. I truly have no face to meet you, Yun Great Warrior, the Advisor, and Master Ban. I really don't know what to say. I know this might sound like I'm making excuses, but the alliance leader has been secluded for a while now. I haven't even seen him during this time." Lung Tan hesitated, bowing deeply to express his sincere hope that everyone would understand the Southern Blade Coalition's situation. His actions were exactly what Yun Mun was hoping for. He needed someone to start the mystery surrounding the Southern Blade Coalition leader's frequent absence. Pang Hu and Zhao Tian both opened their eyes in astonishment. Even the elder had not seen the alliance leader for a long time. What's going on here? Lung Tan was pressured by the important figures in Miram, and he turned around, ready to enter Tianxiang Pavilion. "I really don't know what to say. I'll go see young miss right now to figure it out." Ziyin had been secretly observing the tense situation from inside Tianxiang Pavilion and had to appear. "There's no need, I'm here." Her white clothes and black belt look more like she's going to a funeral than a wedding. As soon as Ziyin appeared, she bowed politely in front of the seniors. "I was rude in front of the distinguished guests. I hope you will forgive my delay." Yun Mun didn't let anyone speak before directly putting pressure on Ziyun. This wedding was announced and decided by the Southern Blade Coalition. But what is happening? Moreover, young Mrs. attire is not like someone about to hold a wedding. Could it be that young Mrs. delay means something else? Yun Mun's sharp question made it impossible for anyone there to defend or apologize for Ziyun. At this point, Ziyun could only grit her teeth and swallow nervously. She was directly experiencing the invisible pressure from Jade-faced Divine Dragon, who could shake the righteous faction of Murim with his words. Yunmon continued to question Ziyun angrily, going deeper. More importantly, if the successor was not directly decided by the head of the Southern Blade Coalition, then I cannot accept it. If it wasn't directly chosen by the alliance leader, wouldn't the result be reversed at any time? Ziyun, overwhelmed, tried to justify herself. Please rest assured, I have already gotten permission from my father about that. Before Ziyun could finish her sentence, Yunmon decisively interrupted her. No. I want to hear that decision directly from the head of the Southern Blade Coalition, not from young Miss. Young Miss is not the alliance leader of the Southern Blade Coalition, right? Yunmon's voice grew louder and louder, overwhelming Ziyun. His request also received the agreement and support of Pang Hu and Zhao Tian. Yes, whether she's an adopted daughter or a representative of the alliance leader, young Miss is not the alliance leader. Yun Great Warrior is right. Faced with the pressure of public opinion, Ziyun began to be trapped. She had planned to buy time to wait for an opportunity to turn the situation around, but she didn't expect Yunmon to be so stubborn. Yunmon's insistent and uncompromising attitude and the enthusiastic support of other important figures in Murim forced Ziyun to reluctantly back down. Even Lung Tan didn't speak in her defense, as he was eager to see the head of the Southern Blade Coalition reappear. Ziyun was pushed to the point of turning pale, but she could do nothing except curse in her heart. Damn it, I'm waiting for support from the Grand Master, but why hasn't anyone contacted me yet? Yunmon, reading Ziyun's embarrassed expression, secretly smiled cunningly. How could there be any support? Last night, it wasn't by chance that Yunmon sat outside the villa, where he could see a corner of Tianxiang Pavilion. Besides practicing, he was also watching Ziyun. As Yunmon had predicted, Ziyun, finding herself in a difficult situation, sent a letter to the Blood Heavenly Demon sect through a carrier pigeon. The content of the letter was, of course, a report of the current situation and a plea for help from her sect. But the carrier pigeon, just flying out of Tianxiang Pavilion, crossing the villa, came directly into Yunmon's sights. He had anticipated this and immediately smirked triumphantly. Using his superior stealth and light skills, Yunmon grabbed the small carrier pigeon, and so, the letter of plea could not escape the Southern Blade Coalition manor. Ziyun would soon be drowning in despair waiting, which made Yunmon even more excited. Returning to the wedding ceremony, Yunmon continued to lead public opinion, staring intently at Ziyun with deep suspicion. Or, could it be that something happened to the alliance leader? Pang Hu and Zhao Tian were stunned and looked at Ziyun with anxiety and doubt. Don't tell me, is it true? Lung Tan also spoke, but clearly not to explain on Ziyun's behalf, but to pressure her further with a worried look. Young Miss, could it be? Ziyun couldn't help but curse repeatedly in her heart. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, the situation was getting out of hand, beyond her predictions and ability to handle it. Finally, she had to find a way to compromise with a forced and awkward smile. How is that possible? Yun Great Warrior, you're joking too much. After the forced smile disappeared and the tense atmosphere eased slightly, Ziyun bowed her head and sighed with a look of embarrassment. There's no other way. I will personally take you to see my father. However, only Master Dantai and Master Yun are allowed to see my father. Unfortunately, I have to ask the rest of you to wait here. Please forgive me, but my father's health is not good to receive many guests at the same time. Now, Ziyun has no choice but to swallow her pride and try to minimize the number of people who are allowed to contact the head of the Southern Blade Coalition. She could risk taking Yunmon and Dantai Zhueguang to see the head of the Southern Blade Coalition because they had never seen him before, so it would not be easy to raise questions about his health when they saw his current condition. Moreover, the two sides did not have a close relationship, so the head of the Southern Blade Coalition would not be able to risk asking for help. Seeing Ziyun walk ahead of him, several meters away, Dantai Zhueguang leaned over to Yunmon and whispered, Lord, it seems like she's very annoyed. Yunmon smiled triumphantly. Of course, she would be. Yunmon's eyes looked at Ziyun with cunning and a sly smile. He had expected her to at least react like this. That's how the script was supposed to be. They want to swallow the Southern Blade Coalition through legitimate means, so Yunmon decided to use legitimate means to free the head of the Southern Blade Coalition instead of sneaking into the secret chamber, which could also bring him out in a flash. Very quickly, Ziyun took Yunmon and Dantai Zhueguang to the head of the Southern Blade Coalition's hiding place in the brightly gilded room. Before inviting the guests in, she claimed she had to report to her father first, then went in alone to talk to him. After a while, she allowed the two of them to go in and meet him. The head of the Southern Blade Coalition, Lion Sword Emperor, Jin Yuhai, officially appeared. This time, his eye sockets were even deeper, but he still managed to laugh cheerfully, welcoming Yunmon. It's an honor for me to meet one of the five heavens of Mirim like this. Yunmon politely clasped his hands together in a courteous response. It should be I who feels honored. As a master who has lived his whole life for righteousness, you are the model for us juniors to follow, Alliance Leader. Jin Yuhai burst into a hearty laugh and waved his hand. What junior? In terms of seniority, you are even higher than me, so please don't say such polite words. I dare not accept them. The more he spoke, the more bitter Jin Yuhai felt inside. It's a pity, we've met a noble person who can clear the dark clouds for us, but I can't even show anything. It's clear that Ziyun has threatened him using his son's life to exchange conditions. But just when Jin Yuhai was feeling depressed and disappointed, Yunmon's voice suddenly rang out in his mind through voice transmission. Alliance Leader, please listen to me and don't show any expression. I already know your situation. Jin Yuhai was so surprised, he almost revealed a slip, but luckily he managed to suppress his emotions. Yunmon immediately spoke to Jin Yuhai normally to avoid arousing Ziyun's suspicion. My subordinate won the martial arts tournament. Is it true you will pass on the position of Alliance Leader to him? As you can see, he looks very trustworthy, doesn't he? Yunmon cleverly chose his words to lead the conversation while continuing to transmit his voice to Jin Yuhai. If you need my help, cough twice. Jin Yuhai was still embarrassed, not daring to believe the help that fell from the sky. Is this a dream? He hesitated to answer Yunmon's question out loud. I have to admit, Great Warrior's subordinate looks very trustworthy. After looking into Yunmon's determined eyes and realizing he really wanted to help, Jin Yuhai smiled with relief in his heart. One of the five heavens of Mirim is offering to help me. But the smile didn't last long. The feeling of a savior falling from the sky made Jin Yuhai uncontrollably start trembling with emotion. His tears flowed uncontrollably, as if carrying all the resentment and suppression he had been holding back for so long. This moment, how long have I been waiting for it? Jin Yuhai's unusual reaction quickly caught Ziyun's attention. Oh my god, father, you're crying. Jin Yuhai quickly wiped away his tears with a happy smile to justify himself. Oh, thinking about getting my daughter married makes me a little bit nervous. Of course, this is a normal reaction for either, but in Jin Yuhai's situation, how can he have normal feelings for his adopted daughter? So Ziyun couldn't help but worry that his crying was an attempt to reveal his distress and make Yunmon suspicious. She immediately glanced at him to probe. Is this old man crazy? What nonsense is he talking? Oh, if he gets suspicious. Right after that, Jin Yuhai pretended to be so moved that his breathing became heavier and he coughed twice. Yunmon received the signal and smiled contentedly. To keep the conversation seemingly normal and not interrupted, Jin Yuhai looked at Dan Taizue Guang. Your name is Dan Taizue Guang, right? From now on, I hope to be taken care of. This ambiguous statement actually implied that he wanted Yunmon to take care of him. Dan Taizue Guang was also very clever at leading this mixed conversation of truth and falsehood. I'm afraid I'm not capable enough to lead the Southern Blade Coalition. Can I ask for your help often in the future? At the same time, Yunmon transmitted his voice to Jin Yuhai. I understand, Alliance Leader, leave it to me. In return, you have to promise me one thing, fulfill our wish, no matter what it is. Sure enough, Yunmon had no intention of doing charity for a wealthy and powerful man like Jin Yuhai. Jin Yuhai, without hesitation, burst into laughter, answering both of their questions at the same time. Why not? Whatever it is, just say the word. I'd even give my life for our Alliance Leader, so don't worry about that. Yunmon smiled, pleased with the agreement. Thank you very much for saying that. Jin Yuhai was known as the Lion Sword Emperor even before becoming the current Alliance Leader of the Southern Blade Coalition. He was a legendary swordsman who once dominated Jiangnan. According to the Jianghu, his majesty and power were unmatched, like a true lion. Although Yunmon had never seen Jin Yuhai at his peak, he could imagine the man's imposing figure. But now, Jin Yuhai's heroic spirit has disappeared without a trace. Although he is daily tormented and insulted by his own disciple and adopted daughter, he still clings to life tenaciously, a miracle, and even manages to keep his mind clear. Yunmon wondered if Jin Yuhai remained sane unlike his son because the poison had tortured him but the dosage wasn't strong enough. The answer was known only to Jin Yuhai, and it was definitely not what Yunmon suspected. He could maintain his composure because of the heart-wrenching pain of seeing the Southern Blade Coalition, which he had dedicated his life to building, reduced to pawns in the hands of strangers. His adopted daughter's betrayal was just a small factor in fueling his willpower. Jin Yuhai struggled to hold on to his pathetic life in this earthly hell, with only one wish, to preserve the Southern Blade Coalition's honor and pass on the position of alliance leader to a trustworthy person. Although a glimmer of hope remained, Jin Yuhai never truly believed his wish would come true. The isolation imposed by Ziyun and the people behind her had made him lose hope of turning the situation around. Until someone unexpectedly appeared and offered their help, Jin Yuhai saw the opportunity he had long yearned for. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to seize that opportunity, no matter the cost. He felt it was better than remaining trapped in the mud controlled by Ziyun. After reaching an agreement with Jin Yuhai, Yun Mun found an excuse to leave, preparing for the rescue. Having met and spoken directly with the alliance leader, all doubts and anxieties in my heart vanished completely. Yun Mun also secretly conveyed a message to Jin Yuhai: I will return soon and free you, so please take care until then. Jin Yuhai immediately became energetic, eagerly urging Ziyun, of course, let's discuss the wedding now. Ziyun, what are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and perform the ceremony? Under pressure from both sides, a simple wedding ceremony was held. Neither of them even wore wedding attire. In the end, this wedding was merely a show, a cover for the true ambitions of both parties. Regardless of their true relationship, the fact that they were husband and wife was undeniable. Dan Taizhueguang, making his first appearance at such a grand event, couldn't help but feel his heart pounding and his legs trembling. Soon, the wedding ceremony completed its basic rituals, witnessed by prominent figures in the Murim. Finally, as night fell, the most crucial moment of a wedding arrived. In the 50-square-meter wedding chamber, there were only two people, Dan Taizhueguang and Ziyun. The atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating as they both felt a surge of anxious excitement. After all, a valiant man had met a seductive woman. Normally, they would perform the bridal chamber ceremony, but Dan Taizhueguang, a bachelor for over half a century, had no knowledge, experience, or insight in this matter, so he could only sit motionless with a stiff expression, swallowing nervously. Ziyun, sitting beside him, was no less confused than Dan Taizhueguang, but, of course, it wasn't because she lacked experience in matters of the heart. She was cornered and awkwardly lowered her head. Damn, how did things end up this way? In this awkward atmosphere, Dan Taizhueguang recalled Yun Mun's command, Crazy Demon Monarch, if possible, make the heavenly sent Jade Phoenix your own. This way, we can easily gather information about the enemy and seize the entire Southern Blade Coalition without lifting a finger. Dan Taizhueguang tried to remember Yun Mun's instructions to stay clear-headed and avoid falling for Ziyun's charms. However, he had been locked in the treasury for too long, away from women, and lacked experience in matters of the heart. Just the scent of a woman, especially one nicknamed the Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix, made his head spin, his mind cloudy, and a feverish sensation coursed through his body like a raging bull. When Ziyun looked up, she saw Dan Taizhueguang's awkward, naive expression. It was the expression of a true virgin, making her a little surprised. She hadn't expected someone like him to be inexperienced with women. After observing for a while, Ziyun became confident in her assessment. Although Dan Taizhueguang looked quite handsome, tall, and strong, his expression was clearly that of a novice, and she, on the other hand, was a cunning fox, a master at seducing men. A brilliant idea struck Ziyun. She couldn't help but reveal her fox teeth, her predator's eyes fixated on Dan Taizhueguang. If I can use this to my advantage, maybe I can corrupt him. Ziyun quickly snuggled into Dan Taizhueguang's embrace, showcasing her talents at seducing men. A single, soft moan from her was enough to make the virgin Dan Taizhueguang startle, his hands and feet becoming clumsy. Ziyun put on a pouty, seductive expression, her eyes filled with love, looking deep into Dan Taizhueguang's eyes. My love, I can't bear it anymore. Dan Taizhueguang's heart, already racing, pounded like a drum. He didn't know how to resist this seductive woman. His body reacted instinctively. Without giving Dan Taizhueguang a chance to escape the web of love she had spun, Ziyun leaned in and kissed him. The moment her soft, plump lips touched his, he almost exploded with manly energy. Of course, Ziyun didn't simply want to seduce Dan Taizhueguang with her beauty. As she held his lips captive, she plotted, now that things have come to this, I will make him fall for me and use him as part of my plan later. Immediately, Ziyun's terrifying energy technique was activated. She began to drain Dan Taizhueguang's vitality while he was aroused, but the moment she used energy, he regained his composure. Dan Taizhueguang recognized Ziyun's use of the Sunyang and Yin technique and couldn't help but shiver in disgust. She's using this to manipulate men. What a dangerous woman. However, Ziyun's impulsive attack, instead of patiently waiting for the right moment to poison him, filled Dan Taizhuiguang with frustration. "You underestimate me." Ziyun had no idea that although Dan Taizhuiguang was a virgin, his powerful yang energy had accumulated for 50 years of solitary training in the heavenly demon treasury. It had nowhere to be released. As a result, this yang energy kept accumulating within him. Since he rarely interacted with women and didn't think about romance, the yang energy remained dormant, but it never disappeared. Dan Taizhuiguang continued to allow Ziyun to absorb his yang energy to understand the principles of her technique. First, she injected yin energy into his body, letting it flow along his meridians to the bottom of his pelvis. Then, the yin energy would push the yang energy back out, following the same meridian path as the injected yin energy, but in the opposite direction. This way, using a small amount of yin energy as bait would create a powerful flow of yang energy, but her body must have a certain limit to absorb yang energy. Like a container, it would eventually become full. Dan Taizhuiguang quickly found a way to break the sun yang and yin technique. He abruptly grabbed Ziyun's hand and kissed her back passionately. "If you want yang energy, I'll give it to you. Try to absorb this." Immediately, Dan Taizhuiguang puffed up his cheeks and forcefully blew his yang energy into Ziyun's mouth, forcing her to receive it. The concentrated yang energy of a lonely man for over 50 years flowed into her mouth, hot like the breath of a dragon. Ziyun, being fed directly, panicked and tried to get out of the situation. She couldn't believe that Dan Taizhuiguang had such an overwhelming amount of yang energy. However, it was too late to regret it now. Resistance would be futile, so Ziyun could only lie helplessly in Dan Taizhuiguang's warm embrace, accepting his passionate and intoxicating kiss. The light of his yang energy exploded like the dazzling sun at dawn. Just like that night, the heavenly fragrance pavilion became the brightest place in Wuchang. The next morning, the chirping of birds outside the heavenly fragrance pavilion greeted Dan Taizhuiguang's guests. The newlyweds, after a sleepless night, hastily went out to welcome their esteemed visitors. Yun Man, Bai Gonghuanju, and Dan Taiwulan were astounded when they saw the young couple, their eyes widening. Even Yun Man, the one who had ordered Dan Taizhuiguang to do this earth-shattering act, was stunned. "What, Zhuiguang, you?" After a fiery wedding night, Ziyun looked at Dan Taizhuiguang with entirely different eyes. She was so enamored, she couldn't escape the sight of her overflowing love for him. Dan Taizhuiguang felt extremely embarrassed as Ziyun clung to him in front of everyone, but he couldn't push her away. Yun Man, after a moment of shock, burst into cheerful laughter. "You succeeded, didn't you?" Dan Taizhuiguang responded with a blush. "Yes, my lord. Thankfully, this humble subordinate has completed the task you assigned. And Yun Man, you had the nerve to make such a shameless request. Tell me, how did it go?" Dan Taizhuiguang, though reluctant, couldn't resist Yun Man's request. He scratched his head and said, "Well, there's nothing much to tell. Basically, after doing this and that, I used the heavenly demon you taught me to complete the mission." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Yun Man, unsure if he was expecting something more exciting, said with a slightly disappointed tone, "So that's it. I understand. You've worked hard. Zhuiguang, congratulations on your marriage. You look very happy." To alleviate the awkwardness of this early morning, Yun Man decided to go to a more private place to discuss matters. In Dan Taizhuiguang's eyes today, the sky suddenly seemed bluer than usual. After they arrived at a private dining room in the heavenly fragrance pavilion, an even more eye-catching scene unfolded. Ziyun, overflowing with love and affection, fed Dan Taizhuiguang, saying, "Open your mouth, husband." Dan Taizhuiguang, without any hesitation, accepted the love and the food with a satisfied smile. Ziyun praised him like a child. "Oh, you're eating so well." This affectionate scene left the other two men in the room speechless. Yun Man, smiling wryly inside, watched Dan Taizhuiguang's radiant face. He couldn't believe how happy he could be. Envy really does get the best of you. At the same time, Bai Gonghuanju felt envious of Dan Taizhuiguang. How could Senior Zhuiguang conquer this alluring woman? Her face, could it be because of her face? Dan Taiwulan was incredibly surprised that Dan Taizhuiguang's new wife had such a gentle and lovely side. Although he felt incredibly irritated by the dog food fed to him early in the morning, Yun Man quickly reminded himself that this wasn't the time for wandering thoughts. He needed to check if the heavenly demon eye was truly effective. Then, Yun Man began questioning Ziyun. "Hey, heavenly sent Jade Phoenix, who am I?" Ziyun, who was smiling and playing with Dan Taizhuiguang, suddenly froze in shock. Dan Taizhuiguang's instructions from the previous night, using the heavenly demon eye on her, were to obey Yun Man's every command. Ziyun's eyes changed, becoming lifeless as she looked at Yun Man. a mechanical response came out, if you are the lord of my husband, then you are also my lord. Dan Tai Wulan was confused by Ziyun's 180-degree change in attitude. What is this? Beigong Huanju, at this point, vaguely understood what the heavenly demon eye that Dan Tai Zhuiguang mentioned was. Could it be some sort of hypnosis? So, it wasn't because of his face after all. Then, Yun Man continued to interrogate her with simple, concise questions. Which organization do you belong to, and what is your rank? Ziyun answered in a monotonous, emotionless voice, I belong to the Blood Heavenly Demon Sect. I am the third disciple of the Heavenly Lord. Except for Yun Man, everyone else was shocked upon hearing this. The Blood Heavenly Demon Sect, the Heavenly Lord, wasn't she adopted by the Southern Blade Coalition leader when she was a child? Heavenly Demon, upon hearing the name Blood Heavenly Demon Sect, became agitated and grumbled. As expected, they still exist. Yun Man asked further, what is your ranking in the sect, who are above you, and who are the leaders of the sect? Ziyun answered honestly and in detail, above me is the Heavenly Lord, then there are 2 senior brothers, the Grand Dharma Master and the Second Dharma Master, then there are 3 Dharma Protectors and 20 Elders. Yun Man calculated that there were 26 people running the Blood Heavenly Demon Sect. If they needed such a large number of administrators, it meant their forces wouldn't be small. He asked Ziyun, in total, how many people are in your sect, and how many are currently in Central Plains? Ziyun recited the figures in detail. The entire sect has about 34,000 people. Besides me, the number of people currently stationed in Central Plains is 3,000 in Jiangnan, 5,000 in Jiangbei, for a total of 8,000. Dan Tai Zhuiguang couldn't help but stare at Ziyun in astonishment. The Heavenly Demon Sect only has about 12,000 people. Their strength is truly a gigantic number. Have so many people infiltrated Central Plains already? Yun Man continued to give orders. Tell me about the Grand Dharma Master and the Second Dharma Master. Ziyun briefly described each person. The Grand Dharma Master is no different from the Commander-in-Chief in the plan to invade Central Plains. But I don't know what kind of person he is. I've never seen his true face. The Second Dharma Master is currently responsible for the Jiangbei region. I don't know where he is or what he looks like now. Ziyun's words suggested that both these key figures in the Blood Heavenly Demon Sect might know transfiguration art. Yun Man continued to delve into information about the strongest opponent he felt he needed to be wary of. Okay, let me ask you the most important thing. What is the Heavenly Lord of the Blood Heavenly Demon Sect like? Ziyun continued to give a vague answer. Although the Heavenly Lord is my master, and in our sect, he is no different from a deity. But he has been in seclusion for 10 years, so I haven't seen him recently. Ziyun's answers about the upper echelons of the Blood Heavenly Demon Sect, while providing Yun Man with some information, were rather meager and uncertain. However, one thing she could be sure of was that when the Heavenly Lord of the Blood Heavenly Demon Sect emerged from seclusion, it would be the time for the official invasion of Central Plains to begin. Although Ziyun didn't provide much information, Yun Man cleverly grasped the key issue and continued to ask, the Heavenly Lord is in seclusion, could it be related to the 3 great devil arts? Ziyun confirmed, that's right, he's in seclusion to cultivate the 3 great devil arts to the highest level, and once he successfully reaches mastery, we believe that no one in the world will be able to withstand him. This was just as Yun Man had feared when talking to Heavenly Demon the night before. His current strength only had a 50% chance of victory if he faced someone who had reached the pinnacle of the 3 great devil arts. Yun Man ended the interrogation, lost in thought about the Heavenly Lord of the Blood Heavenly Demon Sect. Even though Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix was controlled by the Heavenly Demon Eye, she still retained respect for the Heavenly Lord. That Heavenly Lord must be an extraordinary individual. Beigong Huanju couldn't help but feel anxious after hearing the initial information about the enemy. Lord, I think we can't underestimate them. Yun Man nodded in agreement. We need to readjust our plan. Dan Tai Wulan then turned his sharp gaze towards Ziyun, who was no longer useful. What should we do with this woman? If we leave her like this, the enemy will become suspicious. Dan Tai Zhuiguang, hearing Dan Tai Wulan's suggestion to eliminate Ziyun, panicked and shouted, what are you talking about, Wulan? Are you saying we should do something to her? Dan Tai Wulan, seeing such a panicked reaction, shook his head with a sigh. Oh my goodness, look at you. Yun Man also shook his head with a look of disapproval. What's this? Zhuiguang, have you fallen for her? Dan Tai Zhuiguang, hit where it hurt, became flustered. No, that's not true, Lord. Yun Man, knowing what he was thinking, clicked his tongue and temporarily let Ziyun go. Let's leave Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix as she is for now. We will restore the Southern Blade Coalition leader's martial arts first and maintain our informational advantage through her. Bei Gonghuanju nodded in agreement with a thoughtful expression. After all, she is still Senior Zhueguang's wife in public. Yun Mun joined in, threatening Dantai Zhueguang. That's right, if we hastily eliminate her, there could be a lot of trouble. Dantai Zhueguang, upon hearing this, immediately objected in a panicked tone. Eliminate? Eliminate what? Yun Mun clicked his tongue and glanced sideways at Dantai Zhueguang, then snorted coldly out of envy. Enough, Zhueguang. When Dantai Zhueguang shut his mouth, Yun Mun turned to Bei Gonghuanju and gave orders. If we want to treat the alliance leader now, we need Hui No here, Shadowless Monarch. Go to Kim Oh Qiantang in Hangzhou and bring him back here. Finally, after many days of imprisonment in the secret chamber, the Southern Blade Coalition leader was able to return to his bedroom in the alliance leader's street. But he could only leave in secret, without causing a stir, to avoid setting off any alarm bells. Yun Mun transferred some of his internal energy to Jin Yuhai so he could withstand the poison for a while longer until Hui No arrived. After receiving a moderate amount of internal energy, enough to stabilize his body, Jin Yuhai smiled brightly. I feel better, you really are extraordinary, Yun great warrior. Yun Mun responded modestly with a smile. I'm only temporarily using my internal energy to sustain your life. My subordinates are on their way here to detoxify you, just hold on for a little while longer. Suddenly, Yun Mun heard a muffled sob coming from Jin Yuhai. He trembled with emotion, but he couldn't understand why he was suddenly crying. Jin Yuhai cried like a child, his tears flowing like a river, a torrent of pent-up grievances he had held inside for all this time. Yun Mun hurriedly approached and supported Jin Yuhai's frail body. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Jin Yuhai continued to weep, expressing gratitude to Yun Mun. Without your grace, the Southern Blade Coalition would have been taken over and exploited by those strangers long ago. I truly don't know how to repay this kindness. Yun Mun breathed a sigh of relief and reassured Jin Yuhai. This isn't just one-sided help. Didn't the alliance leader agree to help me? But hearing you say that, I'm also glad I didn't get involved in this needlessly. Jin Yuhai declared firmly with a choked voice. Please, benefactor, don't say that. I, Jin Yuhai, am a man of my word. I will definitely repay this kindness. Yun Mun burst into laughter, his tone generous. Then I'll happily ask for your help in the future. Jin Yuhai, full of life, shouted, of course, benefactor. Then, Jin Yuhai and Yun Mun went to the tea table to discuss the upcoming plan. They couldn't just leave things as they were, they needed to agree on a strategy. Yun Mun began to probe Jin Yuhai about what he knew about the Blood Heavenly Demon sect. I want to ask you a few things. Do you know anything about the force that infiltrated the Southern Blade Coalition? Jin Yuhai pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know their true strength or origins, however. One thing I'm sure of is that they've been plotting to take over Miram for decades, and they've been quietly carrying out their plans on a large scale. Yun Mun was pleased to hear this, as Jin Yuhai still had the sharp deductive skills of the alliance leader. Jin Yuhai continued with a serious expression. I think there are very few places in Miram that haven't been infiltrated by them. Yun Mun nodded in agreement with Jin Yuhai and continued to lead his speculation. Then, I have another question. Jin Yuhai became increasingly curious and eager. What is it? Yun Mun carefully offered a suggestion related to the Northern Blade Association, who leads the Miram Alliance. Is there any possibility, however small, that they have infiltrated the Miram Alliance? After carefully considering the previous actions of the Miram Alliance, Jin Yuhai was almost certain about the situation Yun Mun was worried about. About that, I have something to tell you. After hearing the news of the Miram Alliance being formed to conquer the demonic path, I secretly sent them a letter asking for help, but at that time, Ziyun did something I couldn't have imagined, Jin Yuhai said, looking down at his teacup with deep, sad eyes. Remembering that moment, the letter Jin Yuhai secretly sent was taken by Ziyun, and she didn't hesitate to tear it up in front of him. Seeing the letter torn into pieces falling to the ground, Jin Yuhai was stunned, while Ziyun continued to laugh triumphantly. It's best if you don't do anything unnecessary, father. Do you really think something would change if the Miram Alliance knew about this? After saying those suggestive words, she left leisurely with a mocking, shrill laugh, leaving Jin Yuhai confused. Jin Yuhai thought back on that moment and still found it perplexing. I clearly sent the letter through someone I trusted, but unexpectedly, it ended up in Ziyun's hands. Afterwards, that trusted person disappeared without a trace. Yun Mun immediately understood the problem and continued to speculate. So that's why you suspect there are people from them within the Miram Alliance, right? After solidifying his suspicions about the Miram Alliance in general and the Northern Blade Association in particular, Yun Mun left Jin Yuhai's room so he could rest and wait for Hui No to arrive for treatment. On the way, Yun-mun pondered the tasks ahead. Since Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix seems to be absolutely loyal to the Heavenly Lord, he couldn't rule out the possibility that her testimony might not be completely reliable. Even though she was struck by the Heavenly Demon's eye, he still needed to verify the information. Regarding the Southern Blade Coalition leader, Yun-mun noticed that he seemed unaware of the Blood Heavenly Demon sect. Furthermore, the fact that the Blood Heavenly Demon sect's influence had infiltrated the Miram Alliance was a point that required special attention. Combining the information from Ziyun and Jinyuhai, Yun-mun could vaguely imagine the overall picture, but with such limited information, it was still difficult for him to decide on his next course of action. In any case, after careful consideration, Yun-mun managed to utilize the current information and advantages to create a new plan in his mind. Of course, the plan would still require adjustments if he encountered obstacles during execution, but the basic route was established. At the same time, the group of Miram's promising talents from the Five Clans League prepared to leave the Southern Blade Coalition as the martial arts competition and the wedding had both ended. Yun-mun went to the gate and cheerfully bid farewell to his friends who had been used by him. "You're leaving already?" Hyukrian spoke on behalf of everyone. "Yes, and we think we'll be moving to the Miram Alliance soon. We heard that the current situation needs assistance from various sects to deal with the Demonic Path Syndicate." After a moment of contemplation, Hyukrian chuckled bitterly. After witnessing the duel between the subordinates of the Great Warrior, the one man below whom were 10,000 men, and one of the 4 dragons, I've realized many things. All this time, I've been bragging uselessly about my limited martial arts skills. Thanks to you, I've decided to start training again from scratch with a new mindset. Next time we meet at the Miram Alliance, I'll show you a completely different Namgung Hyukrian. Hyukrian finished with a hearty laugh and eyes that shone with determination. Yun-mun smiled brightly and encouraged Hyukrian. "I understand. I hope you succeed." Watching Hyukrian's group leave, Yun-mun was filled with hope for their bright future, because the first step on the path to becoming strong is recognizing one's weaknesses. Hyukrian will undoubtedly become even stronger than he is now, with his enthusiastic and unwavering spirit and the passionate will of a youthful teenager. An hour after the group of Miram's promising talents from the Five Clans League left, Baigong Hwanju brought Huino to the Southern Blade Coalition estate. They were able to shorten the distance so quickly thanks to Yun-mun's Golden Eagle, which carried them by air. As Baigong Hwanju reached the entrance to the Alliance Leaders Street, she saw Baigong Xiaochuan appear out of nowhere and wave excitedly to the Golden Eagle. "Goodbye, Golden Eagle." Baigong Hwanju immediately scolded the little girl. "Hey, who said you're allowed here?" Baigong Xiaochuan giggled and playfully punched Baigong Hwanju in the chest. "Master allowed me. What are you gonna do about it?" Baigong Hwanju became even more annoyed and shooed her away. "Don't touch me. I'm going to chop you up." Earlier, under Yun-mun's instructions, Ziyun had ordered the withdrawal of all the soldiers guarding the Alliance Leaders Street, claiming that the Southern Blade Coalition was completely under her control, and there was no need to be so vigilant. Thanks to this, Yun-mun's group could now come and go freely without fear of suspicion. Upon arriving, Huino immediately examined Jinyuhai's condition. Examining his appearance, it was evident that Jinyuhai had been reduced to skin and bones, and his internal organs had been severely damaged. Seeing Huino's solemn expression, Yun-mun anxiously asked, "How is he?" Huino honestly explained, "The poison has permeated his very marrow. If we leave it like this, forget about restoring his martial arts, even ensuring a normal life would be impossible." Even though the situation was dire, Yun-mun still had faith in Huino's life-saving medical skills. "You can cure him, right?" Jinyuhai also focused on Huino with a worried look, constantly swallowing nervously, demonstrating his fragile hope. Huino suddenly changed the subject and asked Yun-mun, "Your subordinate, Baigong Hwanju, wasn't she cured just by using a treatment guide from me?" Yun-mun nodded and praised Huino. "Ah, yes, it's truly a miraculous treatment method." Huino then took out a handful of acupuncture needles and confidently assured Yun-mun, "This time, I'm here personally. Please have someone guard the area for about an hour, Lord, that's all you need to do." Yun-mun smiled proudly in his heart. "Whether it's possible or not doesn't matter, you're really trustworthy, Huino." Then he looked at Jinyuhai and asked, "What do you think, the Alliance leader, can you hold on for another hour?" Jinyuhai immediately scoffed at the short treatment time. Just an hour is enough to dispel these dark clouds. That's nothing compared to the days I've been struggling in helplessness." After taking a deep breath, Jinyuhai smiled brightly at Yun-mun. "As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I'm willing to do anything. I'll hold on, benefactor." An hour later, thanks to Huino's life-saving acupuncture skills, Jin Yuhai began to be able to circulate his internal energy on his own. Though the amount of internal energy was meager, it was a significant step forward, paving the way for his complete recovery. Jin Yuhai was so moved that he trembled, unable to believe his own eyes. Now I can regain my strength. I absolutely have to do this. Yunman and Huino both looked at Jin Yuhai in bewilderment, wondering what terrifying act he was planning with that serious expression, when he had only just regained a bit of strength. Suddenly, Jin Yuhai stepped out of bed and knelt, bowing his head before Yunman. The sight left Yunman speechless with embarrassment. Even though he had been an emperor, receiving a grand gesture of respect from someone decades older than him still made him feel awkward. Yunman flusteredly approached Jin Yuhai. Please get up, the alliance leader. Jin Yuhai remained steadfast in his bowing posture and solemnly said to Yunman, I've always pursued justice and fairness, but the justice of the weak cannot compare to the ambition of the wicked. What have I yearned for and strived for all my life? Even I'm not sure, but finally, now, I've found a new hope that transcends all those values. Regardless of Yunman's attempts to help him up, Jin Yuhai kept his head bowed to the ground with humility and respect. Yun, great warrior. Murim will soon face dangers that no individual can bear. Only the law of survival will rule the Jianghu, Jin Yuhai said, his voice trembling, partly due to his weakness and partly due to the emotion conveyed in each word. Before Yunman could grasp the situation, Jin Yuhai suddenly sat up and knelt on one knee. In this situation, to survive, the Southern Blade Coalition will also choose its own path. Immediately after, with clasped hands, he expressed his sincerity in a strong, declarative voice. From this moment on, the Southern Blade Coalition will follow the jade-faced divine dragon great warrior, with absolute loyalty. Huino was astonished, his jaw dropping as he saw the leader of the Southern Blade Coalition, a man who never bowed to anyone, pledge his allegiance to Yunman. Yunman chuckled awkwardly, replying half-jokingly, haha, seriously, you don't even know what I'll ask you to do later. However, Jin Yuhai remained firm in his decision. I've already died once, because I've abandoned all my ambitions. I can fulfill any request you have, great warrior. Yunman, receiving Jin Yuhai's firm assurance, smiled contentedly. If you've said so, then I understand. I accept your offer with gratitude. How long are you going to make me feel awkward like this? Please, stand up, said Yunman. The alliance leader, Jin Yuhai, laughed heartily and obeyed. Ha ha ha, you're right, I understand, benefactor, let's sit down and have tea. Afterward, afternoon tea was served. This time, Jin Yuhai's health had improved, and the atmosphere was considerably more relaxed. As soon as the conversation began, Yunman bid farewell to Jin Yuhai directly. We'll be leaving the Southern Blade Coalition soon. To be exact, we'll leave as soon as your son's treatment is complete, replied Yunman. Jin Yuhai, hearing this, responded with a voice full of gratitude and regret. It has been a very difficult time for the great warrior. But you're leaving so soon. I haven't even had a chance to express my gratitude. Are you leaving to find the mysterious people who manipulated us? Jin Yuhai couldn't help but feel worried that Yunman would face danger if he acted alone. He shook his head to reassure him. No, right now, I see their power is even greater than we thought, so I believe this is not the right time to confront them. Jin Yuhai nodded and continued to ask, I understand, then what should we do next? The Southern Blade Coalition. Yunman offered a suggestion. Forgive me, but for now, please remain still. The situation will be different from now on, because Heavenly Sent Jade Phoenix has joined our side. She will be there to assist the alliance leader. Jin Yuhai shivered upon hearing his adopted daughter's name, Ziyun. Although she has made my life difficult, if the great warrior has requested it, then we will follow your orders. Thus, on a night not long afterward, as fireflies began to light up and flit by the Yangtze River, a farewell filled with regret unfolded. Faint figures moved silently across the verdant emerald grass, their footsteps undetectable. Jin Yuhai personally saw Yunman's group off as they departed Wuchang. In his heart, he deeply regretted their departure and wished they would stay longer. Yunman smiled gently and bid farewell. So it seems we must part ways, alliance leader, please take care. Jin Yuhai hesitated and replied with a worried expression. Wait a moment, great warrior, can I speak with you privately for a moment? Immediately, Yunman's subordinates vanished into the darkness. He then said to Jin Yuhai, go on, it's just us now. After a period of time interacting with Yunman, Jin Yuhai had finally gathered his thoughts and could ask him, as I said, I will do whatever the great warrior requests. This will never change. It's not that I'm boasting or anything, but the older I get, the better I become at judging people. I've heard that the great warrior is a descendant of Shaolin, but I think it's more than that. What is your true identity, great warrior, Jin Yuhai seemed to have a feeling that Yun Mun's inner strength was very unusual compared to those who practiced Shaolin martial arts. Yun Mun pondered for a moment before readily revealing his identity. Well, should I tell you, Alliance leader, but apart from himself, no one knows if what he said that night was true or false. After giving Jin Yuhai an answer, Yun Mun and his subordinates silently mounted the Golden Eagle and departed. After parting ways with Yun Mun, Jin Yuhai went to Lung Tan and revealed to the Grand Elder that he had escaped from danger, but Lung Tan seemed confused or didn't recognize the person in front of him as the Alliance leader, and he asked in disarray, "Is that true? The Alliance leader is out. Where is he now?" Jin Yuhai chuckled mockingly, "This damn old man, how old are you, and you're still making such a big fuss?" Lung Tan, unable to contain his excitement, hugged his head and cried out in joy, "Ah, Alliance leader, you're here." Afterward, the two of them climbed onto a rooftop of the Southern Blade Coalition, savoring the bittersweet feeling of reminiscing with two old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. After learning all the details, Lung Tan became even more excited and bombarded him with questions. "So the Alliance leader has met Jade-Faced Divine Dragon. What did you think? He is truly extraordinary, isn't he? Did you see those qualities the way I see them?" Jin Yuhai looked up at the distant moon with a deep smile. "Extraordinary, haha, Lung Tan." Lung Tan eagerly tilted his head. "Yes," but Jin Yuhai's response was far removed from what Lung Tan was expecting. "Perhaps we've been drawn into a whirlwind much greater than we imagined," he said. Lung Tan was completely bewildered. "What do you mean?" But Jin Yuhai didn't elaborate further. Meanwhile, Yun Mun's group, on the back of the Golden Eagle, was heading towards their next destination. The wings cut through the freezing night, creating a roaring sound like a small airplane. Along the way, everyone felt invigorated by what they had accomplished at the Southern Blade Coalition, although Dan Taijueguang felt a pang of regret for having to leave his new wife behind. Beigong Xiaochuan, finally reunited with Yun Mun, immediately clung to him. "The Golden Eagle flies so fast, Master." Yun Mun chuckled and looked at her with indulgent eyes. "Haha, you're right." Beigong Xiaochuan couldn't help but feel curious and looked into the darkness ahead. "But Master, where are we going?" Yun Mun gave a mysterious smile and spoke ambiguously, fueling their curiosity. "I have an appointment. I need to go meet her now." His subordinates began to clamor. "Her, who is she?" However, Yun Mun remained resolute in letting everyone play along with their curiosity, simply commanding the Golden Eagle to fly towards his designated destination, a place of immense power in present-day Zhongyuan, the Demonic Path Syndicate.